A warmer from the low. Welcome to lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the VSiN family of podcasts. We've got an absolutely excellent podcast for you as it is a locked and loaded slate. We are not going to be messing around on this one. There's going to be no recap of Friday's games because, well, we only had 10 games on the slate for Friday for one, and for two, we've got 145 games on the betting board to break down. So there's going to be no messing around. This is going to be like a 5.5 to a 6 hour podcast. We're doing nothing but giving you guys picks and analysis on every single one of these games as we hit some bank shots. I might go a little bit faster towards the end when I start running out of time because this is just absolutely insane, the amount of games that we have to break down, but part of why we love college basketball. And if you do have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, you do have one of two ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter / X timeline at @JDunn_D1. Keep in mind, letters EM, they mean does not matter. So as per usual, please do send these into the timeline. And the other way is find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. And then from there, you are able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review. And as per usual, we're going to be going in the last exhortation order. This is where we go with the games with 3 digits on the rotation first. Those mostly involve bigger conferences, for lack of a better term. And then these are the conferences that are going to be at the bottom. This will be in the final segment at the back half of the podcast. The Atlantic Sun, the America East, the Big South, any independents. So we're looking at you, Chicago State, the MEAC, the SWAC, the Southland, the Patriot League. So I think I have crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's. Let's get things started. 145 games on the slate for Saturday. We're only going to have 2 commercial breaks. We do have to make a little bit of money to be able to pay off all the hard work that is being put into this podcast. But that's it. Picks and analysis on all these games with some bank shots, and it starts right about now.
Most financial establishments close at a certain time, but not here. It is time for a side and total on every game on today's betting board bank shots.
601, 602 on the betting board. Marquette hits the road face-off against Seton Hall. Seton Hall finds themselves as a 5-point underdog. Totals between 143.5 and 145, and I did set Marquette as a 7-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It is a Seton Hall team that has been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to lock down from 3-point range, but with the Seton Hall team, even though Jaden Bediako has been a little bit of a nice surprise coming over from Santa Clara, he's been able to give the team right around 8 rebounds per game. I don't know how he's going to match up with Oso Ogudero, and Marquette, typically their kryptonite is a little bit on the glass, but they've done a much better job this year with Oso Ogudero, giving 2 assists, having some nice versatility, even though he doesn't pop threes. It is a Marquette team that's a little bit diminished from 3-point range as far this season, shooting only about 32.7% from distance, but your main 2 3-point shooters are your top scorers, Tyler Kolek, Cam Jones. They've been able to combine for 30 points. Kolek, one of the best guards in all of college basketball, chips in there 6.3 assists, 5 boards, 1.7 steals per contest for a Marquette team that's more mid-tempo this season, but now ranks in the top 45 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Seton Hall team that has seen its defense really come and go, and they have really seen their 3-point shooting diminish as well. As you've got Dre Davis, Elamir Dawes, Kadari Richmond, all guys that shot north of 35% from 3-point range a season ago. Davis is back up to shooting about 39% from 3, but Richmond shooting only 15% from 3-point range. Elamir Dawes only shooting about 32% from 3-point range, and you've been able to have a few ancillary production pieces be able to step up for the Seton Hall team, but all in all, it's really based around those 3 guards along the Bediako. You've had Elijah Hutchins ever come back, be able to give you a little bit of rebounding, but that said, it's a Seton Hall team that does rank 120th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Much better at home, by the way. They are giving up right around 16 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but I do think that Marquette could have looked at the turbo a little bit more with regards to their offense. I think this could be a game that comes down to the late game felling, and when it comes to this Marquette team, they've done a very solid job being consistent with their offense, getting to at least 72 points in 5 out of their last 6 games. So I did set Marquette as a 7-point favorite, looking to lay the number. Did make my total 145, so you're right around 143.5, 144.5, looking at the over, and one to lay it with Marquette. 603, 604 on the betting board. Mississippi State, it's a road face-off against South Carolina. South Kakalaki State is finding themselves as between a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Total setting between 135 and 138, seeing a lot of range on this one. That said, I did set my total at 131.5. Diving in on the under, you've got a Mississippi State team that's playing a little bit more up-tempo this season. They're in the top 220 with regards to total possessions per game, but this defense is just still pounding teams into oblivion with their defense. Mississippi State, 8th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis in a road/shoot-scoring environment. They rank in the top 2 in the country. I mean, they have been that good with regards to their road defense. It is a Mississippi State team that should be getting back to Lou Smith relatively soon, if not for this game. I think that he should be able to get out there because he was able to give the team 16 points, 9 rebounds just before the new year against Bethune-Cookman. So that's a nice addition for the team. You've got Jimmy Bell Jr., who's also been able to give you right around 9 rebounds per game, and that's where I think South Carolina gets beat. South Carolina has been quite efficient with their offense, relatively slow and controlled team outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, only 9.5 turnovers per contest, and some very good three-point shooting as well. You've got Miles Sute, Tavon Cooper combining for 20 points, shooting 40% from three, and Cooper has been very good at the point guard spot. 4.5 assists to 1.1 turnovers per game, while Michi Johnson, your main scorer, has been able to supply 17.5 points per game, but BJ Mack is the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. Having to go up against Bell, having to go up against Olu Smith, that's rough. And what else is rough is the three-point shooting in Mississippi State. They only shoot about 32% from the outside, but that's actually a whole heck of a lot better than it was a season ago. And Josh Hubbard has become a nice go-to scorer with about 39% three-point shooting, 14.5 points per contest, with having a pair of guys in Deshaun Davis and Cam Matthews be able to step up, give you about 6.8 assists per game. The team turns the ball over a little bit, but they generate those steals. I do think the Mississippi State going to be able to win from within in very much a defense-oriented game. It is a Mississippi State team that has allowed 62 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games, and credit where credit is due on this South Carolina defense as well. They did give up the 72 points to Clemson, and that is really the only out of their last 10 games in which they have given up north of 70 points. So did set my total 131.5, diving in on the under. 7 Mississippi State is a 5.5 point favorite, so laying in with Mississippi State and looking at the under. 605, 606 on the betting board. Georgetown going to be playing up to DePaul. DePaul is a underdog of 6.5 to 7 points. Totals between 142.5 and 145, and with DePaul, did set them as an 8.5 point underdog. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Georgetown. You know it's bad when I'm willing to lay 8.5 points with Georgetown. This is just so sad. George Mikan is rolling over in his grave right now. This DePaul team is just a skid mark on the underpants of college basketball. 3-10 thus far this season. They do have a pair of guys I like, Jeremiah Oden, Chico Carter. These two guys have stepped up for a combined 23.7 points. Carter's giving you 4 assists and 2 turnovers, shooting about 40% from 3. Oden's been able to shoot 41.5% from the outside as well. But for DePaul, a lower tempo team with 14 turnovers per game, and really the bigger issue for this DePaul team, because they don't shoot it horribly. It's not like they're amazing, but you know what? It could be worse. 288th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 13.1 points more per 100 possessions in a road/shoot-court environment rather than at home. Not like the Georgetown team is actually batting down the hatches with regards to their defense as well. This team is about 192nd in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think this Georgetown team can have some success with having the backcourt that they do have. They've got quite a few guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range, and lo and behold, they're actually able to get a little bit of rebounding as well. So right now, Deshaun Nelson, who's been able to give this DePaul team 11 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. He leads the team in rebounds per game. I'm not saying that this Georgetown team is supreme down low, but they do have Supreme Cook. Yes, that is his name. 10 points, 8.5 boards, has been able to do a solid job coming in from Fairfield, giving the team quite a bit down low, and then they were dealing with a little bit of an injury to Jaden Epps. Epps should be good to go in this one. He's been able to do a solid job of being able to supply the team with about 18 points per contest. Want to be a little bit mindful of that injury because he did miss that game against Creighton. He's sort of been in and out of the fold, but even if he's out, I do think that this Georgetown team, they should be able to do a solid job of being able to take hold of this one, because for DePaul, on top of their just overall bad defense, they are allowing opponents in a road/shoot-court environment to shoot north of 63% from 2-point range. That is in the bottom 8 in all of college basketball. So this is a circumstance where I do think that Georgetown going to be able to do a solid job down low with Supreme Cook. They still have plenty of guys like Rowan Brumba in the backcourt that should be able to get the team to victory. I did set my line at 8.5, so wanted to lay it with Georgetown, and did set my total at a 142.5. It is a DePaul team that has been quite shaky with their defense, but keep in mind this is a noon Eastern time tip. It is a Georgetown team that has been falling on some tough times with their offense as well in regulation, because that Notre Dame game that did go to overtime, they have scored 71 points or fewer in pretty much every one one of their games since the TCU versus Georgetown game that they played at the beginning of the month of December, and you've got a DePaul team that they themselves have failed to break the 70-point plateau in each of their last 4 games. So diving in on the under, I'm willing to lay it with Georgetown. 607, 608 on the betting board. LaSalle, it's the road face-off against Fordham. Fordham is a 4.5 to a 5-point favorite. Your total between 145 and 146. I did set Fordham as just a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is a Fordham team that has been really looking to push tempo. They're in the top 60 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. And for Fordham, they're still a solid defense, but we have noticed that it's been a little bit more shaky recently. 83rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But you take a look at what they've done over their last 5 games. They're giving up well north of 12 points more per 100 possessions than they have for the rest of the season. And to the LaSalle team that I think is going to be able to win this game in the backcourt. You've got Jamari Breakis along with Khalil Brantley, who will be able to supply the team with about 30.7 points per contest, a combined 9.2 assists, to only about 3.7 turnovers per game. Breakis shoots 42% for 3, and Wargill has been very versatile as well as Breakis, Khalil Brantley. These 3 guys, they've been able to combine for 4.4 steals per contest. Gill chips in their 3.5 assists per game. Now, where LaSalle is going to go wrong is down low. You've got Abdul Simbilia, who's been able to give you 8 rebounds per game, but when he had Rodislav Norkovsky helping block shots, the team was much more effective down low, and now he's the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. Need a little bit more of Joshua Rivera, the transfer from Lafayette, who's been able to give you about 11 points per contest. It is a Fordham team that they do an okay job shooting about 32.5% for 3, but this team I don't think is going to be able to cover because they shoot 66% at the free throw line, 14.5 turnovers per game. You saw Fat Metter, who comes over from UTSA, meet for the Roadrunners. He's had to become the main facilitator along with Antrell Charlton. They both give you 3 assists per contest. Metter has been able to give you 13 points per contest, but leaving quite a bit of something to be desired there. This is a LaSalle team that can be a little bit hit or miss with regards to their defense, 214th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that this team is going to be able to hang in there. They've had Deshaun Shepard step up, be able to give the team 6 rebounds per game, and now with the size of Rokas Joycius, who's 6'10", he's been able to do a relatively solid job giving the team 5.5 rebounds per game. Has been a little bit touch and go recently, but still has been able to give the team a block per contest in the last 4 games. I do think that LaSalle holds in there against a Fordham team that has been really all over the place with regards to both their offense and their defense. I think that this is going to be a high possession game, but I do think that Fordham locks down on defense, but I think they continue to be sloppy with regards to their offense as well against a LaSalle team that coming in, they've given up 71 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games, and Fordham coming off of a triple overtime game, so might be a little bit exhausted from that as well. Fordham has given up 77 plus points in 5 out of their last 6 games, but I do think that they calm it down here, and I think that that was very much a byproduct of the competition that they were playing. So I did set my total at a 142. I'm going under, and with Fordham going to make them a 2-point favorite, so take the points with LaSalle. 609, 610 on the betting board. It is Rutgers. They hit the road face up against Iowa, and Iowa does find themselves as a favorite of 6 to 7 points. Your totals between 149.5 and 151, and with Iowa, I did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. So being able to get 6 to 7 points, I'm going to be willing to take it with Rutgers. This is a Rutgers bunch. No doubt about it. They're not the same team when they're on the road rather than when they are at home. As in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is a number that hikes up by 24.6 points when they are away from home. And for Iowa, last time they failed to get to 75 points at home, you have to go back to February of 2022 when they played against Minnesota. It has been a long time, I believe 27 games in total, but if there is a team that's able to keep them around 75, I'm not saying hold them below 75, but around 75, it is this Rutgers team. As Rutgers, despite the fact that they've had some road woes, they're still a top 10 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Buat Mag helps out this offense. He was injured towards the back half of the season last year. We have seen what they have been without him, and now with him in the fold, they've been able to get a little bit of something going. In the 5 games that he's been back for, they have scored at least 70 points in 3 of them. Defense has still been pretty sturdy, giving up 70 points or fewer in every game except for that most recent game against the Ohio State University. Helps give you a little bit of 3-point shooting for a bunch of, they only shoot about 29% from 3-point range, less than 40% overall from the floor, but they do a nice job taking care of the ball, about 10.8 turnovers per game. You've got Cliff Amrui, who's going to be able to win the battle down low. 3.3 blocks, 9 boards, 11 points per game. Nobody on Iowa is going to be able to match up with that, though. You do have Ben Krikke and Pete Samford, who have been able to do a solid job, combining for about 12 rebounds per game. And for this Iowa team, they've got some very demonstrative home and road splits as well. They were held to about 72% 22 points in their last game against Wisconsin. But when you take a look at this Iowa team, they are averaging 20.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. They're always a better shooting team at home rather than on the road. And to their credit, they do a nice job not turning the ball over. Only about 10 turnovers per game. They do generate a few steals as well. 8.5 steals per contest, and they become a little bit more of an all or nothing defense, because if they don't generate one of those steals, well, they're probably going to be giving up a very wide open look. But the good news for them, you've got a Rutgers team that they don't necessarily shoot it well from 3-point range, and for Iowa, they allow opponents to shoot only 43.7% from 2-point range at home. So even though we have seen a big explosion of totals going over in Iowa home games, I actually think that you're going to get a little bit more of a control game in this one. I do think that both of these teams going to have their struggles. I did set my total at 145.5, so I think that Iowa gets right around that 75 number, but I think that Rutgers holds in there, and I think that they do a relatively solid job defensively. So diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 6+ here with Rutgers. 6-11, 6-12 on the betting board. North Carolina is the road face-off against Clemson, and Clemson does find themselves as a favorite of a point to a point and a half. Totals between 159 and 160.5. Did set my total at a 156.5. I'm going to be diving in on the under. You've got a pair of teams that certainly have been two of your more efficient offenses in all of college basketball. This Clemson team has been a big-time revelation. The defense has been a little bit touch and go for this team, but they are now clocking in the top 15 nationally. As a matter of fact, 15th nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And you've got a North Carolina team that they're clocking in 31st in the country, but this is still a Clemson team that ranks outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so it's still a rather controlled team, and it's a Clemson team that has done a good job on the inside. They are 69th, very nice in the country in terms of opponents' 2-point shooting percentage. I do think that they're going to meet their match against Armando Bacot, though. Armando Bacot, he's going to get his 12+ rebounds per contest, has been very dominant down low, but the question is, who's going to step up around him? You've had some good versatility out of Harrison Ingram, who's been able to give you about 13 points, 7 boards, shoots 43% from 3-point range for a North Carolina team that, once again, they're outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. I know, cue the shocked music, but that said, with regards to this Clemson team, I have been feeling like there's going to be a little bit of regression with regards to their 3-point shooting. I recognize that North Carolina probably not going to be the team that's going to be inducing that with their, let's call it what it is, not necessarily so tremendous defense. As for North Carolina, they've been giving it up quite a bit, but interesting fact about North Carolina, they're allowing opponents to shoot 28.4% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court environment. Overall for the season, Clemson is shooting 39% from the outside, with Joe Girard shooting 45% from 3, and Ian Shefflin is shooting 57% from 3. I like Ian Shefflin. He gives you 10 boards, 8.5 points per game. He's not a 57% 3-point shooter. Now, PJ Hall is the real deal. 20 points, 6.5 boards, 2.2 blocks. It's a Clemson team that's relatively effective with only about 10.5 turnovers per game, and you've got a North Carolina team that they play up-tempo and they only turn the ball over 10 times per contest, and is much improved from 3-point range as well. Shooting 36.5% from 3. Last year, North Carolina was a pretty deplorable team from the outside. R.J. Davis has been able to pump in there 21 points per contest. Cormac Ryan has actually only shot about 28.5% from 3. At Notre Dame, he was always a mid to high 30s 3-point shooter, so I actually expect that to rise up a little bit, but he's been able to give you 11 points per game as well. It's a little bit of a top-heavy team. Would like to see a little bit more out of some of these guys, like a Seth Trimble, like a Jalen Washington, and for Clemson, they've done a really nice job of mixing and matching. Chase Hunter has been relatively solid for this team, or even getting like 5 to 6 points per contest out of Alex Hemaway as well, and I do think that Clemson going to be able to do a relatively solid job on the outside. I do think that we're going to see a little bit of regression there, but I do think that PJ Hall is going to be up for the task down low. I do think that Clemson, the way that they've been able to do a relatively solid job, will be able to keep things contained from 2-point range, and they're a top 150 team in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage as well. They do just enough to be able to get the job done here at home. I did set my line at 2.5, so going to be willing to lay the 1 to 1.5 with Clemson. I did set my total 156.5. Expect a little bit of regression with both of these teams from distance, so going to be diving in on the under and going to be willing to take Clemson laying the small number. 6-13, 6-14 on the betting board. Pittsburgh, it's on the road facing off against Louisville, and Louisville is an underdog of between 8 to 8.5 points. Your total on this game are between 143.5 and 144.5, and for those that were on DraftKings early, you're able to get a very nice gift on this one, as I was seeing Pittsburgh as right around about a 7.5 or so point favorite, and that's a number I would certainly be willing to lay. I'm willing to lay up to 8 with Pittsburgh, so anything of a 8 or less, I'm going to be willing to take the Panthers. It is a Louisville team that I think is actually going to have a little bit of success down low. I like what Brandon Huntley Hatfield has been able to do. He's been able to supply this team with about 9 rebounds per contest for Louisville. It's just really a case where this team doesn't have much shooting. They actually do shoot about 73.5% of the free throw line, but 28.4% from 3-point range. As out of your top 6 scorers, you've got one of them shooting above 30.2% from 3-point range, and that'll be J.J. Traynor, who's been able to give you 10 points per contest and has been out of the fold for the last few games. Sky Clark, Lontre White, these two guys have been able to combine for about 28 points per contest, get a little bit of facilitation on Sky Clark, but it's really become the Tyler Johnson show. He's been able to do a solid job, being able to give you about 3.5 assists per contest. And then on the flip side for Pittsburgh, this is a efficient offense with Braden Carrington being one of the more underrated freshmen in all of college basketball. Began his career with a triple-double in that game against North Carolina A&T, and it's not slowed down. 14.5 points, 5 boards, 5 assists. Not a great three-point shooter, but for Pittsburgh, they're efficient with 9.9 turnovers per game. They do shoot just 66% of the free throw line. That's a little bit of trepidation that you do have if you're looking to lay anything north of 8. That's why I did set my number at an 8.5. So anything less than an 8, I'm going to be willing to lay it. But once you get north of 8, that's really a point of no return for me. But despite the fact that they've got a little bit of shakiness there, the team is still 56th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And Louisville just not cutting it on the offensive side of things. They're only about 205th with this regard. You do have Blake Hinson, who's going to be the most versatile player out there on the floor. 19 points, 5 boards, shoots 41.5% from 3-point range. And the Diaz-Graham brothers are both able to pop it from 3-point range. You've been able to have one of these of the two be able to rise up, being Guillermo, who's been able to give you about 8.5 points per contest. Joy has only been able to give you about 3.5 points per contest. But I do think that Frederico going to be able to match up down low with Brandon Hundley Hatfield, which is why I do think that Pittsburgh going to be able to take this game on the road. And it is a Louisville team that they just have really been an all-over-the-place team. They sort of go with the flow. If you want to play fast, they're going to play fast. If you want to play slow, they will oblige and play slowly as well. As for Louisville, it hasn't panned out for great defense. They're on 20th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So this is a spot where at an 8 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay with Pittsburgh. I think there is a chance that this is close enough for late game following. Did set my total 144.5, so you're at the 143.5. Looking over and going to be willing to lay up to 8 with Pittsburgh. 615, 616 on the betting board. Florida plays host to Kentucky. Kentucky is a 1.5 to a 1-point underdog. Totals between 168.5 and 169.5. Set my total at a 166. I do think that you're going to get very much an up and down game. You have a Florida team, though, that they're not necessarily super warp speed. They're playing fast, but they're not in the top 40 or anything like that in terms of total possessions per game. Now, Kentucky, they are in the top 40 in terms of total possessions per game, and this has been a Kentucky team that has been looking to grip it or rip it and just run it down your throat. As for Kentucky this far this season, they have gotten to at least 80 points in all but one of their games. That was that loss that they took to UNC Wilmington. Meanwhile, you do have a Florida team that, to their credit, they've been looking a little bit better on defense. They had that harebrained game, which went to double overtime against Michigan. That was a little bit of a less than stellar defensive effort from there, but all in all, you take a look at what the team has been able to put together, and they've been able to do a relatively solid job, giving up now 72 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 6 games. It is a Florida team that should be able to do a nice job down low, with Tyrese Samuel being able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. You've had Alex Condon along with Micah Hanglotton be able to combine for in that neighborhood about 14 boards per contest. And for Florida, this team does get a little bit loose with the ball, 13.5 turnovers per game, and they're not an impressive shooting team. They shoot 65.5% from 3. They shoot 33.7% from distance as well, so that's a little bit of an issue. You do have a Florida team that is also about 219th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but very interesting. Opponents at home are shooting 24.3% from 3-point range against them, 41% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court environment, and I like this Kentucky team. This is just not sustainable in my opinion, though. Kentucky is playing at a top 30 pace in terms of total possessions per game with 9.4 turnovers and 41.6% 3-point shooting. If they can continue this the rest of the season, hats off to them, but you've right now got 3 of your top 4 scorers shooting north of 44.6% from 3-point range. Reed Shepard is shooting 56% from the outside. 4 assists, 4.5 boards, 12.5 points per game. He's one of the most underrated players in all of college basketball. Robert Dillingham is coming in off the bench, giving you 4.5 assists on 45% 3-point shooting with 14 points per game. Antonio Reeves has taken over the offense with 19 points per game, but I do think that Kentucky pulls this game out, thanks to now getting Ahmad Bradshaw back in the fold. He's able to give you a few boards, he's able to give you some stretchability, and also does a good job of being able to block shots, as he and Ogana Onyeso, the two guys that were injured to begin the season, about 3.8 blocks between the two of them per game. This Kentucky team is able to do it on the inside, they're able to do it on the outside. Granted, it is a Kentucky team that isn't amazing with their defense, but I think they do just enough here, and I do think that Kentucky cools out their 3-point shooting, but with having Bradshaw back, they can win from within. I did set Kentucky as a 2-point favorite, taking them outright on the money line on the road, and set by total 166, also looking under 617, 618 on the betting board. It is VMI playing us Mercer, and Mercer is a road favorite of between 5.5 and 6 points, and total on this game, you're going to be finding it anywhere between a 139.5 to a 140, and with Mercer, I did set them as a 6-point favorite. At the 5.5, going to be willing to lay it, not willing to lay a half a point more, but willing to dive in here with a VMI team that is a little bit better on defense than they were a season ago. That's in part because out of 363 D1 teams a season ago, they were 362nd in the country, as they've been able to improve a little bit on that front, right around about 227th in the country. But very interesting, this team is giving up right around 7.7 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than on the road. And you've got a Mercer team that they're clocking in right around 239th with this regard. But for Mercer, after they've lost that non-D1 game to Clark and Atlanta to begin the season, shout out alma mater of Bomani Jones, but for them, they've been able to do a really nice job, be able to steady the ship. Jalen McCreary has been able to give you 16 points, 5.5 boards, and this is a Mercer team that they do a good job of rebounding by committee. Out of your top 5 scorers, 4 of them have been able to give you at least 4.4 rebounds per game. You've got a little bit of searchability out of Amanzi Nagamezi, who comes in from Jacksonville St, shoots about 30% from three-point range and has really done a nice job being able to block some shots recently, as he's been able to give the team a combined 6 blocks over the team's last 3 games. For Mercer, they don't necessarily wow you in one aspect. They only shoot 65% of the free throw line. They shoot 33% from three-point range, and you do have a VMI team that down low, they do have Tayshawn Jackson, who plays much bigger than his 6'6" size. He's been able to give you 10 boards per contest, so do like what he's able to bring to the table, but you've only got one other player, that would be Stefan Olawani, who's been able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. He chips in there 6 boards per contest, and for VMI, they just can't stop beating themselves. 16.3 turnovers per game. That is one of the worst marks that you're going to find in all of college basketball. Not that Mercer is the most amazing team at being able to hold on to the ball. They're about a average team in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers on a per offensive play basis, but with VMI ranking 357th with this regard, I do think that's going to be a little bit of doomsday for them. For a Mercer team that has been able to do an okay job in terms of being able to defend. You do have Brendan Watkins on the flip side for this VMI team, who's been able to shoot about 40% from 3, 90% the free throw line, 15.5 points per contest, might be the best overall shooter in this game, but for this Mercer bunch, they've now given up 65 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. You've got a VMI team that has been able to do a bit of a better job defensively, as they've given up in regulation because their Wofford game went to overtime 73 points or fewer in 3 of their last 4 games, so they've been able to do a little bit more there, but I do think that things are going to explode just a shade more, as this is also a Mercer team that's gotten to at least 69 points in each of their last 5 games, so set my total at 144, looking at the over, and with Mercer, did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points, so 5.5 or less, I'm going to be willing to lay it with Mercer. Actually set them as a 6-point favorite, so 5.5 or less, willing to lay it to go along the over. 619, 620 on the betting board. Sam Samford, it's a road face-off against the Citadel, and the Citadel does find themselves as an underdog of 5.5 to 6 points. So on this game, between 154 and 155, and with Sam Samford, I did set them as a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. The Citadel has undergone a total facelift over the last 24 months. Back when Duggar Backham was the coach of this team, they would have the philosophy of, we are going to score 80 points, and we're probably going to give up 90. Now the Citadel 335th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Meanwhile, Sam Samford is taking the scorched earth approach. They are going to give up a lot of free throws, they're going to foul a lot, and then they're going to get to the free throw line a lot. They're going to look to push tempo. Number 4 in the country in terms of total possessions per game, so something's got to give, and I did set my total at a 155.5, so I am going to be willing to take this total over. It's very rare where you actually find a team that's able to speed you up rather than slow you down, but I mean, for the Samford team, they very much have been able to do so. This is a Samford team that has now gotten to at least 79 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. 12 straight games of at least 79 points, and for Samford, they were dealing with some injuries to begin the season. Jermaine Marshall was out of the fold. He's a 6'6" combo player that's able to give you 10.5 points, shoots right around about 34.5% from 3-point range. As Samford as a whole, they're shooting 41% from the outside. I do think that we're going to see a little bit of a drop in terms of 3-point shooting percentage there, but it's not like the Citadel is necessarily doing the world's greatest job with their defense as well. The one thing that they do is they actually do a very good job of being able to guard the arc. They're a top 60 team in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but for the Citadel, they are outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and actually giving up 1.2 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And for Samford, even though this is a team that's going to allow quite a few trips to the free throw line, they're actually a top 100 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You just never ever know it because the team pushes so much tempo, and they do such a good job of just sucking the life out of these teams as well. Now, for the Citadel, one thing that is working in their favor, they've they bring in Quentin Malora-Brown. He was playing over at Vanderbilt last season, actually saw some starts for them, has been able to give the team 9+ rebounds per game. Meanwhile, Anchor for St. Samford, he's been able to give you about 14.5 points, 6.5 boards per contest, but probably not going to be able to win that battle down low. And for the Citadel in the backcourt, A.J. Smith, Elijah Morgan, these two guys are combined for about 29.5 points per contest. With Morgan and Smith, they combined to shoot about 42% from three-point range, so they've been able to do a very solid job with their part there. But Ryland Jones, even though he's never been quite the guy that we were expecting after he really burst onto the scene as a freshman over at Utah, he's been able to give you north of 4 assists to less than 1.5 turnovers per game. And this is a Samford team that, while they're not necessarily the most, I guess you call it, aesthetically pleasing defense, they are still about 120th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I do think that both of these teams are going to be looking to drive it inside. I think both of these teams are going to have a lot of success. And with Samford, they've done a great job of just finding a way to be able to get to that 79-point plateau, and I think that they're going to be able to do so here once again. So I did set Samford as a 7.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number, and with my total, set it at a 155.5. So you're at the 154, looking over, and willing to lay with Samford. 621, 622 on the betting board. Missouri is going to be playing us to Georgia. UGA is a underdog of 3.5 to 4.5 points on the road. Totals between 146.5 and 147.5, and I did set my total at a 146.5, mostly seeing 146.5 to 147. I would rather have that over rather than the under, as well as I do think that we're going to see Missouri crank up the tempo a little bit, as Missouri has been playing quite a bit more slowly this year, and it's clearly not working out for this Missouri team, as they've had their doldrums thus far this season, and they've got some good three-point shooting. Sean East is right now shooting 56+% from three-point range. Jamar Bass has been able to shoot 55% from the outside, and Nick Honor shoots 42.5% from three-point range. So these guys have been able to do a solid job, and East has done a nice job being able to dole out the ball, 3.5 assists to 2.8 turnovers per game. All in all, it's a Missouri team only turned the ball over about 11.5 times per game, and to the credit of Missouri, they still are generating about 9 steals per game. They're not quite as explosive as they were a season ago when they were a top 30 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but they're still doing a relatively solid job in that department. Despite the fact that they're playing a little bit more slowly, they're still able to create a little bit of havoc. They're right around 46th in this category, and it's a Georgia team that's only right around about 230th. But for Georgia, I do think that they're going to be able to hold up down low with Russell Chewa, their 7-footer, being able to give you 6+ rebounds per game, as it is a Missouri team that they do have Connor Vanover as a giant of the earth at 7'5", who's been seeing a few more minutes, but still has been limited to fewer than 5 rebounds per game. They still just don't seem to really trust him too much, and I don't know why. For Missouri, they're 258th in the country in terms of rebound rate, so I do feel like they could badly use him, especially against a Georgia team that isn't necessarily too strong on the glass themselves. They're about 221st, as you've got like RJ Melendez chipping in there, like 9 points, 5 boards. Doesn't do one thing great, but does a lot of things quite solid. And for this Georgia team, they've got 2 guys, Jabari Abdul-Rahim, coupled with Noah Thomason, who's done a nice job of really taking hold of the offense, combined 25.5 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot about 39% from three-point range against a Missouri team that can get a little bit exposed from the outside. I do think that Missouri should be able to get it done. I do think that they've got the overall better three-point shooting, but I do think that this is going to be a game in which we are going to see some outside shots made. It is a Georgia team that has been able to take a little bit of better care of the ball, and while Missouri has been slowing down, Georgia now in the top 130 in terms of total possessions per game as well. It is a Georgia team that as well is about 52nd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, though they've been able to hold up in relatively good form there, while Missouri is about 108th in the country. So this is a spot where I did set my total at a 147 here at a 146.5. It's a max I'm willing to take over, but willing to take it over, and with Missouri willing to lay up to 4.5 with them. 623, 624 on the betting board. St. John's, it's a road face-off against Villanova, and Villanova does find themselves as 4.5 to 5-point favorites. 141.5 to 142.5 is your total, and with Villanova, made them a 5.5-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 with them. For Villanova, they have been able to rise up a little bit more with their defense, but we saw that offense really sputter late against Xavier. It is a Villanova team that still has their struggles from the outside, about 180th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and for St. John's, they're 197th in the country, and St. John's clearly has some big home and road splits. St. John's allowing opponents to shoot 29.4% from three-point range when they are at home. On the road, this balloons to 38.5%, and if you're looking at the overall points allowed on a per-possession basis, St. John's is 90th, but with St. John's, they are allowing about 21.8 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. It is a Villanova team that has been dealing with some injuries, with Justin Moore being on the fold for the last few weeks. That has been hurting the team quite a bit, but you've been able to get quite a bit out of their 2 stretchable and versatile big men, as you've got Tyler Burton along with Eric Dixon. Both of these guys have been able to do a nice job of being able to give the team more rebounding than what we've seen from them in the past. They've been able to combine for about 14.5 rebounds per game. Dixon chips in there 15 points, shooting 37% from three-point range. Burton is giving you more around 9 points per contest, and for Justin Moore, got to figure hear that he's going to be out the full once again, which means that his team is going to continue to utilize a little bit more Hakeem Hart. He's really seen the biggest rise in minutes ever since the injury that we saw to Mr. Justin Moore, as he's been able to supply 10 plus points in each of the last 5 games. He's done a solid job being able to chip in there some steals as well as averaging a steal per game. You've got a Villanova team that still once again does a little things well, 10.5 turnovers, shoots 81.5% at the free throw line on offense. And this is a St. John's team that is going to have the best rebounder in this game. Joel Soriano, 17 points, 10.5 boards per contest, and Dennis Jenkins, he's going to be able to dole out the ball with 6 assists per game. It's a St. John's team that they turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. They shoot about 34% from 3, but you can tell that you do have guys like a Jordan Dingle, who he was used to being very much at number 1 scorer over at Penn. He's had to take on a little bit of a new role. He's giving you about 11 points per contest. They are getting RJ Louise back in the fold as he's been off and on injured, giving you 11.5 points per game when he's been out there as well. But for St. John's, really, other than what you're able to get out of Joel Soriano along with Chris Ledlum, who gives you 8 rebounds per game as well, it has been a team that has been a big mystery in the backcourt, in my opinion. I do think that Villanova and their experience is going to be able to persevere against the St. John's team that they've now given up 70 plus points in each of their last 2 games. It's a Villanova team that has really risen up in terms of their offense. If you take a look at them in regulation, because they had that Kansas State game go to overtime, this is a bunch that has allowed fewer than 70 points in regulation in each of their last 5 games. And if you want to date it back a little bit further, in regulation, they have given up 70 points or fewer in 6 out of their last 7 games. So I do think that we are going to be seeing a little bit more of a slog in this one. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Villanova, and I did set my total at 139.5, so I'm going to be taking a look at the under and willing to lay up to 5 with Villanova. 625, 626 on the betting board. Fort Wayne is going to be playing us with Wright State. Wright State hopes to be the right side. They're a 2.5 to a 3-point underdog. Totals between 162.5 and 163. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Wright State finally held a team below 80 points in their last outing. So good to see that, but I do think that we're going to see a lot of scoring in this game. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Did set my total at a 167.5, and it's not necessarily that Wright State plays at warp speed or anything like that. They're just pretty darn efficient on offense. This team is 35th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now they have to go up against a Fort Wayne team that they themselves are a top 90 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and for Fort Wayne, this team really does have all the goods. I'm willing to lay it with them. I set them as a 5.5 point favorite. For this Fort Wayne team, they've always been a solid 3-point shooting team. They're that once again this year, shooting 37.2% from 3-point range, but now they've been able to dial it back with the turnovers. Just 9.7 turnovers per contest. Rasheed Bell, the gentleman that comes in from Wisconsin's lone D2 University of UW Parkside, has made a big impact. 4.3 assists, 2 steals, 14.5 points per contest. He's really the lone out of their top scorers that doesn't shoot it amazing from 3-point range. That's Quentin Morton Robinson. Shoots 47% for the outside with 12.5 points per contest. And then you've been able to get 14.5 points, 2.5 assists on north of 41% 3-point shooting out of Jalen Jackson as well. And that's going to be a problem for this Wright State team that they've got Tanner Holden. They've also got Trey Calvin combining for 37 points per contest between the two of them. They shoot north of 40% from 3-point range, but 339th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. So they're getting absolutely cooked with that regard. And this is a Fort Wayne team that is 13th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. I do think that they're a relatively solid defense. I also think that they've been really stinking lucky, and they have played against, shall we say, a very weak non-conference schedule as well in terms of overall points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Fort Wayne team that ranks 36th in all of college basketball. I have a little bit of a tough time wrapping my head around that. I do think that Wright State is going to be able to do a relatively solid job down low. Brandon Noel along with A.J. Brown have been able to combine for about 13 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for Fort Wayne, you do have Eric Mulder, who's been able to give you 7 points, 7 boards per contest. Really the lone guy in the roster, sans Andre 3000 Roberts, who's been able to give you north of 4 boards per contest. So I do think that this is going to be very much an up and down game. Wright State, they were able to finally get a little bit of defense going, but 80 plus points surrendered in 3 out of their last 5 games. And this is a Fort Wayne team that they themselves have really been cooking with regards to their offense. This Fort Wayne team has been able to get to at least 86 points in now 4 out of their last 7 games, and they've been able to get to 80 plus in, I believe, 5 of them. So I did set my total at 167.5. I'm looking at the over on Fort Wayne. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5 points with them. Set them as a 5.5 point favorite. 627, 628 on the betting board. UW Milwaukee is going to be on the road facing off against Detroit. Detroit is a 5.5 to a 6.0 home underdog. Totals between 150.5 and 151. Set UW Milwaukee as a 6-point favorite. You're at a 5.5 or less. I'm going to be willing to lay it. 0-16 is Detroit. Hey, there was another Detroit team many years ago that went 0-16, so hooray! But that said, with regards to this Detroit team, good gosh almighty, it's bad. You've got Jaden Stone, who's right now in the fold. He's the team's top scorer. He's been missing since the 18th in that game against Loyola Marymount. It's had to be up to Donovan Totley along with Marcus Tankersley to run the offense. And Totley is able to give you about 9 points per contest, but you just take a look up and down at this Detroit team, and with Jaden Stone currently out of the fold, among players that give you at least 1.7 points per game, you don't have a single player that's shooting as good as 30% from three-point range. I mean, it is just absolutely deplorable. You've got one guy that gives you north of 4.3 rebounds per game, Eduardo Del Cadilla. This team is turning the ball over 14 times per contest, despite being outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. My goodness gracious, it's bad. And for this UW Milwaukee team, they themselves have been a little bit of a shell of themselves. Last year, they were one of the more up-tempo teams in all of college basketball. This year, they've really dialed it back. They're more of a mid-tempo team in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. UW Milwaukee's getting destroyed, 349th in the country, but now you get BJ Turn It Up Freeman back at the fold. He's been back for the team's last two games. A combined 38 points, 11 boards, 9 assists in these games, so he is turning the ball over 7 times per contest. And for UW Milwaukee, they actually only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per game, but the offense just has not been there the way that it has been in past years. So you do have some good facilitation out of your top 5 scorers. 4 of them do give you at least 2.4 assists per contest. But really, other than Eric Pride, who's shooting 37.5% from the outside, 12 points per contest, outside of BJ Freeman, among your top 6 scorers, you don't have anyone else that really shoots north of 30% from three-point range. And despite the fact that Freeman's the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.7 rebounds per game, this is a Detroit team that I just don't want any part of. They have scored now 56 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games. And for Detroit, they have exceeded the 70-point plateau in regulation just once this far this season. It's a UW Milwaukee team that they've been able to get to at least 78 points in each of their last 4 games, but for UW Milwaukee, they have now given up at least 75 points in each of their last 6 games as well. So it's a situation of something's got to give, and I do think that Detroit is going to be able to find a little bit of offense here. I just can't get behind this Detroit team really getting past 70. I set my total at 144, so I'm going to be looking at the under in this spot. And with UW Milwaukee willing to lay up to 5.5 and not a half a point more with them. 629, 630 on the betting board. It is Auburn, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Arkansas. Arkansas does find themselves as 2 to 3.5 point home underdogs. Totals between 156.5 and 157.5, and I did set my line at 3. Seeing that 2 that I'm seeing right now, I am going to be willing to lay that with Auburn. I would rather lay the 2 than take the 3.5, even though Arkansas does have an absolutely incredible home arena out there at Bud Walton. It's one of the best home court advantages in all of college basketball, which is the only reason why the spread is as tight as it is. Any other arena, this is probably a 4+ point spread in my opinion, but that said, when it comes to this Auburn team, they're just executing really well. G&I Broom cleaning up 15.5 points, 8.5 boards, an Auburn team that they only turn the ball over about 10.3 times per contest. This Auburn team is still not like amazing with regards to their offense, but in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, after they were well outside the top 125 last season, they've really been able to rise up 11th in the country. This despite the fact that they only shoot 33.4% from three-point range, but they get a lot of second and third chances with Broom doing a solid job. You've been able to have Jalen Williams give you about 5 boards, 11.5 points per contest, shooting 37.5% from three-point range. And you take a look at the overall balance that you've got on this Auburn team, and it's quite good. As for Auburn, they don't have any of their top 5 scorers shooting north of 37.5% from three-point range, but 4 of them shoot at least 35.6% from three-point range. You've had Aiden Holloway give you about 4 assists to a turnover per contest, and for this Arkansas team, it still feels like they're trying to figure out their identity with all these transfers. Trayvon Brazil has good versatility, 10.6.8 boards, shoots 42.5% from 3, and for that matter, for this Arkansas team, their top 4 scorers, 3 of them shoot at least 42% from distance. The lone exception is Keenan Metafield, and he's only played 3 games, so you got to figure that his right around 27% three-point shooting is going to be able to rise up. But that said, where this Arkansas team has really been going wrong is the fact that they're just having a little bit of issues getting on the same page as they're turning the ball over right around about 12.5 times per contest, and really where this lingers is on the defensive side of things. As Auburn, they're not quite what they were defensively a season ago with regards to the three-point shooting defense, but they're still 31st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Arkansas, 162nd in the country. And even at home, they only give up about 4.6 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. It is an Arkansas team that has given up at least 73 points in now 4 of their last 5 games, and this is an Auburn team that, my goodness gracious, they're just pounding teams into oblivion at this point. They have gotten to at least 80 points in each of their last 5 games. games. And for this Auburn team, they've gotten to at least 77 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. So I do think that you're going to see Auburn be able to do a relatively solid job with their offense, but I don't want to sleep on their defense either. I did set my total 153. I do think that Arkansas going to give you a little bit more with regards to their defense, but they need to find that main facilitator. Devo Davis is right now doling out about 3 assists and 1.2 turnovers per game. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a nip and tuck game, but I do think that in the end, Auburn, because they've got a little bit more chemistry, gets the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 2.5 with Auburn and looking at the under. 631, 632 on the betting board. It is Murray State in the road face-off against Evansville, and Evansville does find themselves as a 2 to 2.5 point favorite. Your totals between 148.5 and 149, and I said Evansville is a 5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I've really warmed up on this Evansville team. They've done a really good job in terms of being able to find some offense, and now they're in the top 125 in terms of total possessions per game. They're looking to push more tempo with Ben Humor-Riches becoming the top scorer for the team, as he's been able to log 16.5 points per contest on 48.5% three-point shooting. He has been incredible with this regard, and while this Evansville team doesn't necessarily have it all figured out with regards to their defense, they've been able to improve a little bit on this side as well. 128th of the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're giving up 7.5 points fewer per 100 possessions than they did a season ago, and at home, they are giving up about 13.2 points fewer per 100 possessions than in a road/neutral environment, and part of it is because Humor-Rich is your top scorer. He and Youssine Toumi, who comes over from France, they've been able to combine for a little bit over 12 rebounds per game, a little bit over 2 blocks per contest as well. And for Murray State, really other than Nick Ellington, the transfer from Eastern Illinois, he's been able to give you 6.5 boards per contest. You really don't have a ton down low. Alden Applewhite is not eligible. He gives you about 8 points, 5 rebounds per game as a 6-6 player, but he's sort of like MJ Melendez is for Georgia. He doesn't necessarily do one thing great. He's just sort of a mismatch of a little bit of versatility. He's just sort of there, for lack of a better term. You've got Rod Perry and Jacoby Wood, who have been able to do a relatively solid job between the two of them. They shoot about 37% from three-point range. Wood is your main facilitator with 4.4 assists and a steal per contest. Perry, your top scorer, with 14 points per contest, but this Murray State team, they are just giving up the points. Murray State is in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game, but yet they are 274th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And for this Murray State team, they very much do rely upon the three-point shot, and Evansville has been giving it up a little bit more, 244th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but this Murray State team, I have a feeling, is going to get plowed on the glass, and they themselves are 301st in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I will say for Murray State, they allow opponents to shoot 39% for three-point range at home, just 32.3% on the road, so I do think that there could be a little bit of positivity there. As a result, I did set my total more around a 147, so seeing the 148.5 to a 149, diving in on the under, as Murray State has been a relatively low-tempo team, but I do think that Evansville wins from within. Going to be willing to lay the number with Evansville, and I'm going to be taking a look at the under. 633, 634 on the betting board. It is Drexel. They're facing off against William. You don't just get William. You don't just get Mary, but you get both, and you're also going to be getting with them some points, as they are a 8 to a 9-point home underdog. Totals between 140 and 141.5. I set my line at an 8.5. We're right now between an 8 to a 9, and I'd rather take 9 rather than lay 8, because you've got a Drexel team that all of a sudden has played each of their last 3 games to the over. Drexel all of a sudden has been able to find some offense. I do think that might be built a little bit on sand. This is still a very good Drexel team with regards to their defense as well, as that was really where their bread was buttered last season in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This Drexel team still clocking in the top 85 nationally. As for this Drexel team, they've actually been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to just guard the three-point arc as well, and that is on top of having Amari Williams give you about 11 points, 8 boards, block and a half per contest, so he does a really nice job of being able to man things down low. Drexel 41st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but they allow opponents to shoot 25% from 3 at home, 34.2% on the road. And for William and Mary, well, this is not a great defense. William and Mary, 351st in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but that goes down to 31.4% at home compared to 43.3% in a road/neutral environment as well. So William and Mary, they've got some big splits. Now, either way, this defense is still relatively rough. 360th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up 28 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than when they are on the road. And for William and Mary, you do have some guys that are really able to stick the ball in the basket, as they've been able to get in that neighborhood about 14.5 points per contest out of Gabe Dorsey, shooting north of 40% from three-point range over the last 2 seasons. Trey Moss has been able to give you about 13.5 points per game, and then you've been able to get about 43% outside shooting percentage from Charlie Williams as well. He's been able to rise up. They've been without their top rebounder, Noah Collier, so that leaves the team a little bit vulnerable, which means that down low, you're going to have Amari Williams be able to win that battle. But this is still a Drexel team that, even though they've been a little bit better recently with their outside shooting, still shooting just 31.5% from three-point range. Luke House has been able to shoot 41.5% from the outside, and Amari Williams is able to give you a little bit of outside shooting as well. But but out of your top 5 scorers, 3 of them do shoot below 27.5% from the outside of Amari Williams. You got Lamar Odom Jr., who's able to give you 6 rebounds per game. Nobody else gives you really north of 4.3, and I do think that William and Mary going to hold in there in a game where I think that being at home is really going to benefit them and their defense. I did set my total at 148.5. So at 141.5, I'm looking at the under, and a 9+, going to be take the points with William and Mary. 635, 636 on the betting board. Campbell, it's a road face-off against Hampton. Hampton is a 1.5 point favorite. Your total is between 139 and 140. So Campbell is a 4.5 point favorite. I'm going to be looking at them outright on the money line. I just don't understand what Hampton does well. And I understand that this is a Campbell team that they've been pretty stinky as well, but this Hampton team, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, out of 362 Division I teams, 331st in the country. They should have the best low post player in this game, Kyrie Smallin, 15.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. But I thought when they were going to get Jordan Nesbitt back that this team all of a sudden was going to be able to find it. They would be rocking and rolling. Nope, that has not been the case ever since Jordan Nesbitt has been back to the fold in games that they have played against Division I competition, because there was one game against a non-D1 team. So against D1 foes, they have lost every one of them, and the only game that they held within 10 points of is their road game against Eastern Michigan, and Eastern Michigan is absolutely deplorable. And against D1 teams, Nesbitt, 6 points or fewer in 4 out of the team's 5 games. He hasn't necessarily been able to give you a lot down low either, 5 rebounds or fewer in every one of them, as Nesbitt last year was really good. He's played 15 points, 6.5 boards, 3.5 assists, shot only about 29% from 3, but you know what? He was able to do a lot for this team, and ever since he's been back, he's been about as useful as a poopy-flavored lollipop. So that has not been too terrific. Tristan Maxwell, Alvon Tedrick Wilcox have been your main guys in the backcourt, combined about 22.5 points per contest, shooting about 33 to 34% from 3-point range. And for Maxwell, he has been a little bit in and out of the fold, hasn't necessarily looked like himself, as he's still been able to give you a little bit of facilitation, but certainly have seen a little bit of a drop-off in his play as well. And then on the flip side for Campbell, it's all about Anthony Delanoso, who's been able to give you 14.5 points, 6.5 boards. He's doing a solid job, giving you about 33% three-point shooting for a Campbell team that they're in the bottom 20 in terms of total possessions per game. They do turn the ball over about 12.5 times per game, and the question becomes who's going to be able to step up and take the load off of them. It looks like it's going to be Larry Inez Vesteris, who has been able to give you about 9 points, 3.5 boards. Gentleman from Lithuania has been able to do a better job of being able to give out some assists, 3+ in 3 out of the team's last 4 games, and has been able to chip in there some steals. He's given you a combined 9 steals in the last 5 games. That's big for a Campbell team that they're really looking to hang their hat on defense, so they're looking to improve in that aspect as well. As Campbell 195th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, only giving up about 1.8 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. And rather than elevating this Hampton team, Jordan Nesbitt seems to be hurting it a little bit. It is a Campbell team that, to their credit, they've gotten to at least 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So it is a situation of something he's got to give. Hampton's a little bit more up-tempo in the top 50 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. Campbell's super duper slow. I think Campbell is going to be able to take the air out of the ball, and with Nesbitt, he's just hurting this offense at this point. So my total 138.5, diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Campbell outright on the money line. Made them a 4.5 point favorite. 637, 638 on the betting board. UNC Wilmington hits the road to face off against Towson. Towson is an underdog of 1 point to 1.5 point. Total is between 132 and 134. I did say Wilmington as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to ride with them. And it's a Wilmington team that now finds themselves outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But this Wilmington team just does such a good job of being able to take care of the ball. 8.8 turnovers per game. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, that is a top 20 mark in all of college basketball for UNC Wilmington, where they're really getting gashes on the outside. They are about 283rd in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but they themselves are gashing teams with their 3-point shooting. Shooting 36.7% from the outside. Tarzarian White, 20 points, 5.8 boards, shooting 44% from 3-point range. And then Malik Harden-Hayes along with KJ Jenkins have been able to combine for about 20.5 points per contest. This is a UNC Wilmington team that they always do a relatively solid job of just staying within themselves. And you've got a Towson team that ranks in the bottom 25 in terms of total possessions per game with 13.1 turnovers per contest. Now, for Towson, they should probably be able to have the best low post player in this game, with Charles Thompson being able to give you 8.5 rebounds per game. And for that matter, you do have a Towson team that they've been able to do a very solid job with regards to rebounding, as they've got 6 different guys on the roster, with now having Dende Tark eligible, that have been able to give you at least 4 rebounds per game. And for Tark, he comes in after he spent the last few years at Coppin State, just a very versatile player towards the top of all of college basketball in terms of steals per game. 2 seasons ago, during the 2021-22 season, 2.9 steals per contest, and he's been able to do a lot of that recently. 10 steals across the team's last 3 games. Hasn't necessarily been a prolific scorer, but does take the load off of a little bit of the backcourt as he's been able to give you a few assists per game, as this team just really hasn't been able to have that main trigger man. Dylan Williamson gives you about 9.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest on 26% three-point shooting, but it's been a little bit of a sloppy Joe's effort there. This is a Towson team that is a little bit better defensively than what you're able to find in UNC Wilmington in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This Towson team is clocking in right around about 125th, but this is a Wilmington team that they just have so many weapons to guard. In Towson, they do get gashed a little bit from the outside, allowing opponents to shoot 35.7% from three-point range at home, 180th overall in the country. So I did set Wilmington as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the very small number with them. I do think that Wilmington could rise up with their defense against the Towson team that, to their credit, ever since Stark has been back in the fold, they've been able to do a little bit of a better job in terms of their offense, but still, this is a team that is coming off of a 43-point flunker a few nights ago, and to the credit of Towson, they have given up 55 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games. So I do think that this is going to be a game that gets stuck in the mud. I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm willing to lay the very small number with UNC Wilmington, 639, 640 on the betting board. Central Michigan, it's a road to face off against Ball State. Ball State does find themselves at 7.5 to 8.5 point favorites. Their total between 140.5 and 141.5, and with this Ball State squad, I did set them as 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take it with Central Michigan. With Central Michigan, it's been a team that's been all over the place. They've been turning the ball over north of 13 times for contests. They're outside the top 225 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. But you do have a Ball State team that they leave quite a bit of something to be desired as well. If you're 363 D1 teams, 251st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And I do think that Anthony Pritchard is the best floor general in this game. Does not shoot it well from 3 at 25%, but 13.5 points, 4.5 assists, 2 steals, 4.5 boards per contest. Just a nice stat sheet suffer. And I have to think that after the team got embarrassed with a double-figure loss against Buffalo, that they're going to be a little bit angry in this one. Now, you've got Bashir Jihad on the flip side for Ball State. He's going to be the most versatile player in this game. 18.5 points, 7 boards on 36.5% three-point shooting. And for the credit of Ball State, each of their top 5 scorers shoot at least 36.5% from three-point range. This includes Jalen Anderson, who has come over from Loyola Marymount, about 16 points, 4.5 boards, 4.5 assists. So you've got a lot going on there. But that said, this is a Ball State team that they're a little bit top-heavy. They've been having Davion Bailey be in and out of the fold. Now that he's went back, this team has been able to stabilize a little bit more on offense, as with him back, the team is also seeing a little bit of a slide on defense, as they have now given up 74 plus points in each of the last 4 games that he has played. And then the key in this game for Central Michigan is going to be, can they guard the three-pointer? Because thus far this season for Central Michigan, they're clocking in 216th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. They allow about 36% outside shooting percentage on the road compared to 30.5% at home. But this is a Ball State team that they themselves 311th in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. I do think that Central Michigan going to be able to hold in there against a Ball State team that, really, other than Jihad, they don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Brian Taylor has been able to do a solid job. He's able to give you about 7 boards per game. You've had the injury to one Marcus Harding hurt this team, but he's been able to return, was back in that game against Buffalo, 8 rebounds per game. And I do think that that's going to be an elevator for a Central Michigan team that, without him over the last month or so, was really struggling on the glass. So did set my line at 5.5. Won't take 6 plus here with Central Michigan. And with my total, I did set it at a 141.5. So you're at the 140.5. Going to be looking at the overs to think that this game going to be close enough for late game felling, even though both of these teams are outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. So a circumstance where I'm going to be willing to ride with the over, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Central Michigan. 641, 642 on the betting board. It is Harvard on the road facing off against Princeton. Princeton, a 14 to a 14.5 point favorite. Totals between 144 and 144.5. In a normal circumstance, I'd be all over the points with Harvard, but they have to deal with quite a few injuries and just general illness, so I'm going to be willing to take the points with Princeton. With Harvard, you have to think that Malik Mack is most likely going to be on the fold once again. He's been dealing with mono, and even if he does play, he's probably going to be very far from 100%, and that's big because he's been the main form of offense for Harvard this year. 20 points, 4 boards, 4 assists on 47.2% three-point shooting. And then you couple that with the fact that Justice Ojobar has been out of the fold for the last month or so. He's a very good low-post presence that's been able to give the team 3 blocks per contest. And now Harvard, they're having to deal with a lot of just misfit pieces. Lamont Lesman, along with Chandler Peaky. These 2 guys are combining for about 19 points per contest. And Lesman has been able to shoot 39% from three-point range for a Harvard team that overall, they shoot about 36.5% from three-point range, but you pull Malik Mack off the floor, and that really does alter this team. And this has been a Harvard team that has been a little bit different at home rather than on the road, really on the offensive side of things. On defense, they do allow about 7 more points per 100 possessions when they're on the road. That's pretty standard, but for this Harvard team, take a look at them, and they're about 160th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but they do see this fall off by about 7 points when they are on the road, and they really do see their three-point shooting percentage drop from north of 40% down to below 33%. So that's an issue. You've got Chisholm Power has been able to give you about 5.5 boards, north of 16 points per game, but this is just a Princeton team that they do the little things well. They turn the ball over less than 10 times per contest. They shoot 79% of the free throw line. They shoot 36% from three-point range. This team is so gosh darn efficient when it comes to Princeton. Yeah, they're going to give up a few three-pointers of their own, but this is a Princeton team that has really executed on offense. 14th in the country in terms of points scored on a per-possession basis. Avion Lee has been able to give you 17 points, 3.3 assists per contest, and for that matter, each of your top three scorers, Matt Loco, Caden Pierce, thrown in there. They're both giving you about 14 points per contest. All give you at least 2.9 assists per game, and Pierce, he's been able to chip in there 9.1 rebounds per game. We were wondering how this team was going to replace Tosan of Wildman. Well, he's been able to do so, and he's been able to do so also well. It's a Harvard team that just has not looked like themselves recently, giving up 69 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for this Princeton team, they just keep their offense going. This is a Princeton bunch that has now been able to get to at least 70 points in all of their games ever since opening night, where they were held to 68 points against Rutgers, a game that they were able to win. So I do think that Princeton keeps their offense going, but I think that Harvard is going to be altered so much on offense that it is going to hurt them a little bit with this total. I did set mine at a 144, so seeing a 144.5 out there, that is my buy point on the under end. With Harvard just missing so many key pieces, I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Princeton team that's covered north of 60% of their games. So I'm going to be willing to lay it with Princeton, set them as a 16-point favorite, and looking at the 144.5 under. 643, 644 on the betting board. North Texas plays those to Tulane, and Tulane does find themselves as a underdog of 4.5 to 5 points. Your total is between 144 and 145.5. Set North Texas as a 3.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Tulane. Good old battle of the tortoise and the hare. Got a North Texas team that's in the bottom 25 in terms of total possessions per game. Tulane is in the top 25 of the country in terms of total possessions per game, and I did set my total at 143.5. This is a North Texas team that, while they play super duper slow, they're still really efficient on the defensive side of things as well. In terms of total possessions per game, North Texas did give up a little bit more in that game against Wichita State a few nights ago, but they're still 33rd in the country, and this has been a North Texas team that's been able to deliver on this front time and time again. And for Tulane, it's not like they're a world beater on defense, but it could be worse. 164th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they just have not gotten what I was expecting out of Jalen Forbes this far this season. Now, it does feel like he's starting to heat up. He's now been able to give the team 14 plus points in 4 of the team's last 5 games. He really got off to a rough start to the season after last year. It's generating about 18.5 points per contest. You can tell that without Jalen Cook in the fold, it felt like he was really missing his running mate, but you've been able to have, in the meantime, Kevin Cross coupled with Kobe King really be able to pick up the slack for him as they've been able to combine for 33 points. Cross is able to give you 5 assists, shoots 39% from 3, King nearly 40% from 3-point range, and it's a Tulane team that overall they're shooting 51.5% from the floor. I was outlining the fact that you've got a North Texas team that is oh so efficient with regards to their defense. This Tulane team, they're not quite that same level on offense, but I mean, they're still relatively solid. They're 30th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so you've got to give respect to both of them, but Robert Allen has been able to do a nice job down low for North Texas, and Mule Sissoko, he doesn't give you a lot of scoring, but he just does a really nice job of being able to hit the boards for this team. Only 4 points per contest, but he's now been able to get the team 7 plus rebounds in each of the last 4 games. It's not been too much of a shot blocker, but there's not going to be any second chances to be held for this Tulane team, and I do think that that allows North Texas to be able to get this game played a little bit more of their style. They have been able to get about 41% three-point shooting out of Aaron Scott, but this is also a North Texas team that they do turn the ball over 12.5 times per contest. Tulane actually turns the ball over less themselves, and they generate 10.5 steals per game. So while I do think that North Texas gets their tempo and they win this game outright, it is a Tulane team that they themselves have held each of their last 3 opponents to fewer than 70 points, and I think that they're going to be able to hold in this game. So being able to get the points with Tulane, I'm going to be willing to take it, set them as a 3.5 point underdog, and with my total, set mine more around about a 143.5. So here at a 144 plus, looking at the under, and going to be willing to take the points with Tulane. 645, 646 on the betting board. It is Delaware, and they hit the road. They're facing off against Hofstra. Hofstra is a 5 to a 5.5 point favorite, and your total on this game is between 145.5 and 146 with a Hoff. I did set them as a 7 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. This is a Delaware team that has been quite impressive thus far this season, but I think that they've met their match with a Hofstra team that is one of the best backcourts in all of college basketball. Charleston Dunbar has actually had to be your top rebounder for the team because you don't have a lot of size, but I do think that Jaco Fritz, the 6'10" gentleman that comes in for Canisius, who's been able to give you about 5 boards, 2 assists per contest, going to be able to help out a little bit, but Dunsarn and Tyler Thomas, these 2 guys are combining for 40.5 points per contest. Dunbar shooting 38% from three. Thomas 39% from the outside. It's a Hofstra team that maybe turned the ball over about 11 times per contest as well. Hofstra can sometimes be a little bit hit or miss on the inside. That's just going to happen when you've got a team that's made up of guards much like this. But for this Hofstra team, they are a team that ranks in the top 125 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. And credit where credit is due for the Delaware team. They're clocking in right around 91st in the country as well. But this is a Delaware team that they take a little bit of a dive with, generating about 11 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than when they are at home. And they do have Christian Ray, should be able to win the battle down low. 8.5 points, 8.5 boards per contest. And I like Jair Davis being able to chip in their 19 points, 6.5 boards for a Delaware team that really has a lot of interchangeable pieces. Like you've got Jelon Trent, 3.5 assists, 11.5 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. I was bringing up Ray, everything that he's able to do for this team. You get about 2 assists, 8.5 points per contest out of Niels Lane, but he only shoots about 15% from three-point range. But even though Delaware has a lot of versatility and a lot of guys are able to stuff the stat sheet in a wide variety of ways, they are a team that has a little bit of a rough time finding depth. And then you've got Juan Carlos, who I think is going to be the best facilitator in this game. 6.6 assists to about 2.9 turnovers per game for this Hofstra team. It is a Hofstra bunch that we saw them in conference last year after they were terrible on defense, really be able to rise up. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that once again this year. 74 points or fewer surrendered by them in now 3 out of their last 4 games. It is a Delaware team that they themselves have been hitting a little bit of a rough patch with their defense. While they've been able to get to 80 plus points in each of their last 3 games, they've given up 84 plus in 2 of those contests as well. It's a Delaware team that does feel a little bit wobbly with that regard. And I do think that Hofstra and all the firepower that they've got in the backcourt going to be too much for this Delaware team. I did set my line at 7. I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Hofstra Pride and did set my total as well at a 143. You've got a pair of teams that rank outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that Hofstra, much like last season, finds their defense in conference play. So diving in on the under and going to be willing to lay with Hofstra. 647, 648 on the betting board. Creighton is going to be playing against Providence. Providence does find themselves as an underdog of 10 points. Totals between 138 and 140, and I did set Creighton as a favorite of 8 points. So being able to get the 10, I'm going to be taking a look at those points with Providence. Providence still a top 30 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, for this Providence bunch, the problem has been sticking the ball in the basket, as this Providence team from 3-point range, they've been shooting in the mid-30s. Joshua Duru has really been your main guy from the outside, shooting about 37.5% from 3-point range, while Devin Carter, he actually has been one of the most stretchable players in all of college basketball. 1.3 blocks, 1.4 steals, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, 16 points per contest, and while Bryce Hopkins still gives you 15.5 points, 8.5 rebounds per game, he's only shooting 19% from 3-point range, so that does have you a little bit off put for Providence. If they were to open up a restaurant, it would be 5 guys, because you've got 5 guys giving you at least 8 points per contest. Outside of those 5 guys, don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.1 points or 2.8 rebounds per game. But for Creighton, they just sometimes get stuck with their starting 5, and they just keep playing these guys, and they've got a lot of guys like Fran Farabello, Frederick King, Isaac Trout, that can all really give a lot of contributions, but they just get glued to the bench. It is a Creighton team that they continue to be one of the most dominant offenses in all of college basketball, but when they're cold, they're cold, and this Providence team is going to be one of the toughest defensive tests that they're going to see all season. This is a Providence team that, with regards to a 3-point shooting defense, it is one of the strengths of this team. They're allowing opponents to shoot only 29.6% from 3-point range at home, 33% on the road, overall 30.5%. So they've done a solid job there. And credit where credit is due to Creighton. They're actually a top 50 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. You've got Ryan Kalkbrenner down low, is able to give you north of a block and a half per contest, as may able to hold it down there. And then you've got a top-heavy team that has had Baylor Shireman be able to do a little bit of everything. 4 assists per game out of him, while Trey Alexander chips in there 4.5 assists per contest. Shireman shooting about 36.5% from 3, but these 2 guys as a whole have been able to give you about 35 points per contest. And for Steve Ashworth, not a lot of scoring, but just has been relatively efficient in general. But we've just seen this Creighton team be very hot and cold with regards to their offense, so credit where credit is due. In terms of defense, this team has given up 72 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games, while you've got a Providence team that, in terms of games, have wrapped up in regulation. So this is out the overtime game that they did play against Butler. This team has given up north of 70 points just once this far this season, and that was another overtime game that they played against Kansas State. So I do think that for this Providence team, they're going to be able to hold up at the point of attack on defense, but I do think that both of these teams, they're going to be able to find a little bit more success from 3-point range. I think both these teams have been a little bit lucky with their perimeter defense, and Providence does enough to be able to hold in there. Did set my total at 144. I'm looking at the over. And when it comes to this Providence team, it's not them as an 8-point underdog, so I'm willing to take a look at the points. 649, 650 on the betting board. George Mason is going to be playing us to St. Louis, and St. Louis does find themselves as an underdog of 9.5 to 10 points. Your total is 144.5, and I did set my line at 9.5, so being able to get a 10, I'm going to be willing to take those points with St. Louis. With St. Louis, They've been dealing with all sorts of injuries. Sincere Parker going down very early on during the season was very hurtful for them, and they're going up against a George Mason team that does rank in the bottom 50 in the country in terms of total possessions per game, and for this George Mason team, they should be able to win the battle down low with Keyshawn Hall being able to give you about 8.5 rebounds, 15 plus points per contest. It's a George Mason team that ranks in the top 100 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and while the St. Louis team certainly has had their issues on defense, 74 plus points surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games, the offense, it is all of a sudden getting back and up and running. This is a St. Louis team that has been able to get to at least 69 points in now each of their last 6 games, and I believe they've gotten to at least 68 points in all but 2 of their games this far this season, so they've been a constant there despite all the injuries. Big reason why Gibson Jimerson, one of the best outside shooters that you're able to find at the mid-major level, shooting 37% from the outside, 16 points per contest, and now you've got the Georgetown transfer Bradley Izawairo, a 6'9", little bit of a combo player that's been able to give the team 16 points, 8 boards. That fortifies them down low, that gives them a little bit more of a chance against Mr. Keyshawn Hall. For George Mason, they just feel like they're pretty well connected in general. You've been able to have Darius Maddox along with Amari Kelly do a nice job from the outside. These 2 guys are combined to shoot north of 45% from 3-point range, 26 points per game between the 2 of them. Kelly has been able to chip in there 6.5 boards, a block and a half per contest, and then Ronald Play doesn't give you a lot of scoring at about 8.5 points per contest, but has been a 37% 3-point shooter. They themselves have a few 2-time transfers, are starting to get back in the fold as well, but it is a George Mason team that you do have to fear that this team is going to be a little bit more wobbly moving forward with regards to their defense. They have been able to really excel over the last few games as they have given up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 5 games, so do give a lot of credit where credit's due, but in these step-up games, they have had their issues on that front, and it is a George Mason team that while they do shoot 38% from 3-point range, I do think that St. Louis, with them being able to get in there some reinforcements, and with St. Louis doing a relatively solid job from the perimeter as well. This is a St. Louis team that, while they've got a lot of weaknesses, this is a team that, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they've allowed them to shoot about 33.8% from distance. I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively okay job on that front. And George Mason, they're 201st in the country with regards to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. So I do think that for George Mason, they get it done, but I think that once you get to 10, just gone a little bit too far. And I did set my total at 141.5. This is the St. Louis team that's been a pretty good constant with regards to their offense, but this is a George Mason team that as well has been a pretty good constant with their defense. I do think that things slow down in this game. So diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 10 plus here with St. Louis, 651, 652 on the betting board. It is Western Michigan on the road facing off against Buffalo. Buffalo does find themselves as 2.5 point favorites, and total on this game is 146. I did set my total at 144, so I'm going to be diving in on the under with Buffalo. I actually did set them as a 4-point favorite. This Buffalo team, metric-wise, if you look at them on offense, defense, turnovers, it's all been really bad, especially the turnover front, as this team in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, they're a bottom 25 team in all of college basketball. But the good news for Buffalo is that some of the injured pieces are back in the fold for this team, and the biggest of them is Isaiah Adams. Adams is a guy that is really able to just give you what you need at 6'6", just in there, 13 points, 3 assists, right around 5 rebounds per game. Last year shot 35.5% from 3-point range. This year just 22%, but ever since he has returned, the team has just had a little bit of a better effort about them. He has returned for 3 games, and they've given up 72 points or fewer in all 3 of them. So very much a defense elevator helping out Janavia Smith, who's been able to give you about 8.5 points, 9 boards, and is shooting 45% from 3-point range. He's really the only other top 4 scorers that shoots above 28.5% from 3-point range, but Anquan Bolden Jr. being able to do a nice job, give you about 2 assists, shooting 35.5% from 3 in the backcourt. That's been very helpful. And they go up against a Western Michigan team that has been dealing with injuries to beat Artis White all season long, and when he's been in the fold, only shoots about 30% from 3-point range. Western Michigan as well. In a tight game, they shoot 62% at the free throw line. That is very off-putting. For Western Michigan, out of your 363 D1 teams, 270th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, they should be able to do a relatively okay job down low, as you've got a pair of guys and Owen Lobsinger along Javante Brown, who've been able to combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game. Brown is a true 7-footer that comes in from the SEC, so that helps out the team. And Seth Hubbard has been able to give you 16.5 points, shooting 35.5% from 3-point range, but while Western Michigan not as bad at turning the ball over as Buffalo, they still are turning the ball over about 13 times per contest, and for Cy Chapman being able to pull in their 7 rebounds per game, I do think that Buffalo, with having 2 guys in Chapman along with Smith being able to combine for 16 plus rebounds per game, that'll allow them to win the battle down low. Both of these guys give you a combined about 3 blocks per contest as well. And this is a Western Michigan team that they have been getting just completely gashed on defense against D1 opponents. They have given up 74 plus points each of their last 4 games, and this Buffalo team has been able to give you a much better effort defensively. Offense has not really been there, 66 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, but I do think that the defense is going to allow Buffalo to be able to get the job done in a little bit of a lower scoring game. Did set my total 144, diving in in on the under of Buffalo. Made them a 4-point favorite, so going to be one to lay this number. 653, 654 on the betting board. The Quakers of Penn play host to Dartmouth, and Dartmouth is an underdog of 9.5 points with your total 133.5. And with Dartmouth, I did set them as an underdog of 13.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It's a Dartmouth team that has played just one of their games over the total this far this season. They can find absolutely no offense whatsoever. Now, the good news for Dartmouth is that they've been dealing with a few injuries, and Dusan Niskovic, their top scorers, back to the fold along with Brandon and Mitchell Day. These two guys, between the two of them, about 27.5 points per contest. They give you a combined as well about 11 rebounds per game, but this Dartmouth team is shooting 25.8% from three-point range. As a low-tempo team, they turn the ball over 13 times per contest, and you got a Penn team that certainly has been getting gashed on defense. They are well outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis, but they should be able to do a solid job down low with Nick Spinoso. Give you 10 points, 7 boards, 3.5 assists per game at 6'8", has good versatility. And then Clark Slager is by far the best scorer in this game, as he's been able to shoot 43.5% from three. And Sam Brown actually shoots 47% from the outside. Brown has been able to give you about 12 points per contest. When it comes to Slager, more in that neighborhood, about 17.5 points per game. And then Tony Perkins has been able to give you 15 points, right around 6 boards per contest. So do love what he's able to bring to the table. And they go up against a Dartmouth team that, when they've been on the road, they're allowing opponents to shoot north of 36% from three-point range. That is a big advantage for a Penn team that they themselves, as I was alluding to, they have not been tremendous on defense, 265th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but the big giant fall-off that you've seen out of Ryan Cornish has been very prevalent for the Dartmouth team. Was a double-figure scorer a season ago. It's fallen off the face of planet Earth thus far this season with about 6 points, shooting 9.4% from three-point range. It's a Dartmouth team that they're going to be able to lose the turnover battle. To their credit of Dartmouth, they have given up fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games, but this is a team that they've been able to really exceed that 70-point plateau, I believe, once against an E1 foe thus far this season, and I do think that they're going to be stuck in the mud once again in this one. So I did set Penn as a 13.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I did set my total at 137.5. I do think that Dartmouth can more or less approach about 60, 62 with the way that Penn has been playing defense, as Penn has now given up at least 73 points in 4 of their last 5 games. So going to be looking at the over, and going to be willing to lay with Penn, set them as a 13.5 point favorite. 655, 656 on the betting board. Houston plays those to West Virginia. West Virginia, a 21.5 to a 22.5 point underdog. Totals between 131.5 and 132.5. This is a lopsided game. There's no question about it. West Virginia's been dealing with an injury to Jesse Edwards, and for West Virginia, this is just a sad and pathetic year for them. I still did set my number at a 19. This is Houston's first conference game, so they're going to be juiced up for it. They're now in a new conference, but for West Virginia, being able to get back Raekwon Battle, being able to get back Kirk Reese and Noah Farrakhan, that does elevate the backcourt. Battle has been able to give you an average of 27.3 points per game in his 3 games being back. That does have to count for something, and you still have Quinn Slezicki. He's able to give you 5 boards at 6'9". He's actually a kid from Houston, Texas. He's been able to shoot about 32% from three-point range, so he's going to be motivated to give a good effort in this one. Now for Houston, when they've been north of a 16-point favorite, they have covered north of 65% of these games over the last 5 years, so you do have a little bit of trepidation there, but I do think that this number has gone a little bit too far, even with Houston doing what they're doing. 9.4 turnovers per game. They're a top 5 team in all of college basketball, actually number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. LJ Cryer, along with Jamal Shed, both shoot north of 38.5% from 3, with Shed giving you 2.5 steals, 6 assists per game. Cryer is your main scorer with 17 points per game. But this is a Houston team as well that they do play at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball. They play at a bottom 75 pace in terms of total possessions per game. And for West Virginia, ever since they have gotten their pieces back to the fold, they've bumped up their offense. 75 plus points in 3 of their last 4 games. They've been overall for the season a bottom 100 team in terms of total possessions per game, but they're playing quite a bit more quickly now. And has also resulted in them giving up at least 75 points in now 3 out of their last 4 games as well. But I do think that things are going to be a little bit more mild in this game because Houston, they've done such a good job of sticking teams in the mud all season long. I don't think they've given up north of 68 points all season long. I don't think that that's going to be starting here, but I do think that West Virginia getting a little bit disrespected, even though they are a little bit thin down low, and you certainly should be having the big men of Houston being able to win that battle. Did set my number at 19, so at north of 21, I'm going to be willing to take the points. At set my total 131, diving in on the under. 657, 658 on the betting board. It is CCU. They hit the road face-off against Kansas. Kansas, an 8 to an 8.5 point favorite. Total on this game is 150.5, and with Kansas, I did set them as a 9 point favorite, so here at the 8 to 8.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Now for TCU, if you look at them in terms of offensive efficiency, defensive efficiency, all these metrics, you're going to be finding them in the top 50 and darn near every single one of them. As a matter of fact, they're 26th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but I do feel like this is very much built on sand, and the reason why is that TCU has played a non-conference schedule that can be represented by a cupcake because they have played absolutely nobody thus far this season. You do have Emmanuel Miller who's been able to give you 16 points, 6 boards per contest on 36% three-point shooting, and the team has done a relatively solid job rebounding by committee. And you've got a Kansas transfer in Ernest Adu Jr., who I know is going to want to stick it to his old team. He's been able to give you 5.5 rebounds per game. Nobody can match up with Hunter Dickinson, though. Dickinson, 18.5 points, 12.5 boards while shooting 52% from three-point range. I don't think he's going to shoot north of 50% for the entirety of the season, but he's been incredible. And Kevin McCullough is just so versatile that I don't think anyone on TCU is going to be able to go up against him. 4.5 assists, 7 boards, 20.5 points per game. A lot of these guys are new look from a season ago, but Kansas lost on their own floor to TCU. I do think that that's a little bit of a motivation for the team to come out with some zeal. I know that Bill Self has not forgotten about that in Kansas. They're shooting 37% from three-point range. Offense has been a little bit clunky with having guys like a Johnny Furphy be a little bit up and down. Nick Timberlake has not been able to bring sexy back thus far this season, but the one thing that has really been the constant for this Kansas team has been their defense. They're 21st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. DeJuan Harris does a nice job being able to dish out the ball. Actually has more assists than points, 6.9 assists, 6.8 points per game with only about 2.5 turnovers per game. And with TCU, once again, tremendous overall stats. When they played against a real team like a Nevada, when they played against Clemson, they really met their match. This is a Kansas team that is very battle-tested. They've now been able to get to at least 73 points in each of their last 5 games. And for this Kansas team, I think that they have allowed north of 71 points just twice thus far this season, allowing 73 to Marquette, and then they had that harebrained game against Kentucky. So this is a spot where I do think that you're going to see Kansas be able to rise up with their defense. Did set by total out of 145. I'm going to be looking at the under, and with Kansas, one to lay up to 8.5 with them. 659, 660 on the betting board. NC State is going to be playing with Virginia. Virginia does find themselves as a underdog of 1 point to a 1.5 point, seeing a pick'em line as well. So it's like between 126.5 to 128. I did set my total at 128. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. It is an NC State team that they do a really good job of not beating themselves. Fewer than 10.5 turnovers per game. It is an NC State team that they don't necessarily just completely light you up from three-point range or anything like that, but it's an NC State team that has been quite effective of, just for lack of a better term, getting the job done. 67th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they do generate 19.6 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And this is a Virginia team that they shoot north of 40% from three-point range at home. On the road, this falls at darn near 30% from distance, with Isaac McKinney being a big reason why. With McNeely, he's been able to do a relatively solid job, as he's been able to give you about 11.5 points per contest overall, shooting 48.6% from three-point range, but that falls at 25% on the road. Virginia's lifeblood is being able to generate turnovers. They're a top 10 team in the country in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, but now they go up against an NC State team with just 8.8 turnovers per game, and then you got DJ Turn It Up Horn, so able to shoot 44% from three-point range, giving you about 14.5 points per game. So I really like what he's able to bring to the table, and other than Ryan Dunn, who's been able to get her done for this Virginia team, right around 9 to 10 points per contest. He gives you 6 boards. He's been able to chip in there north of 2 steals per contest. That's Reese Beekman, also 5 assists, north of 2 steals per game as well. Other than Dunn, though, you don't have a single guy that really gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and DJ Burns should be able to do a relatively solid job down low. This is a Virginia team that overall, in terms of their season results, 33rd in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but in a road/shoot-your-corner environment, they allow opponents to shoot 38.2% from three, just 24% from three-point range when they're at home. This is an NC State team that at home may allow opponents to only shoot 28.8% from three-point range, so I do think that things are going to be a little bit bogged down with that regard, and I do think that NC State has been a little bit fortunate with their outside shooting defense. I do think that this is a game that is probably going to be close enough, nip and tuck, for some late game following, and I do like what I'm seeing out of Casey Marcel, coupled with Jaden Taylor, being able to combine for about 24.5 points per game, shooting a combined 35% from three-point range. So I do think that NC State going to be able to win from within, get those second and third chances, and be able to put in there just enough points to be able to get this W. So this is a spot where I did set my line at a 2. I'm going to be willing to take this as a pick-em / NC State as a very slight favorite, and with my total did set it at a 128, so here at a 126.5, looking at the over to go along with NC State. 661, 662 on the betting board. It is Ohio. They play us in Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois, a 7-2 and 8-point underdog, with your total between 155 and 155.5. I did set Northern Illinois as an underdog of 8.5 points. So here at the 8, I am going to be willing to lay this number. It is an Ohio team that has been very prolific with their offense. They have been the lack of prolific with regards to their defense. So you've got some big-time issues there. And for this Ohio bunch, the biggest Achilles heel for this team is down low. You've got Elmore James, who's been able to give you 6.3 rebounds per game, and that's about it. But that's not going to be unearthed by a Northern Illinois team that they do have a trio of guys that give you north of 5 rebounds per game, but nobody that gives you really north of 5.5 rebounds per game. Xavier Amos, Villanova, Tariq Nutter, along with Yannick, Kona, and Niederhauser have all been able to give you between about 5 to 5.5 rebounds per game, and David Coit shoots about 37.5% from the outside, chipping in there 18 points per game, but this is a Northern Illinois team that ranks well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's not to say that this Ohio team, by any stretch of the imagination, has been amazing with their defense either, as of your 363 D1 teams, they are clocking in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis at 197th, but with this Ohio team, you should be able to get a little bit more moving forward out of this bunch with Miles Brown now back to the fold, shooting 40% from three as he did a season ago. You've got a backcourt that I trust in Jalen Hunter, coupled with Sharif Mitchell, giving you combined 27.5 points per game. Neither of these guys shoot it well from three, but still, Ohio shoots about 34% from the outside. They do a nice job of being able to get the guys the ball as well, as they're only turning the ball over about 10.5 times as a collective per game. And then when it comes to this Northern Illinois team, they're just not a team that is really going to be putting the pressure on you. They don't necessarily generate a lot of steals, and they themselves have been turning the ball over about 13 times per contest. I do like what you've been able to get out of the DePaul transfer and Philman Gibberwhite, who's been able to give you about 9 points per contest, but with this Northern Illinois team being in really rough form with regards to their defense, and the offense just not taking off the way that they were towards the beginning part of the season as well. This is a Northern Illinois team that they horribly need their offense to be able to hang in these games. They've now scored 71 points or fewer in 6 out of their last 8 games. You've got an Ohio team that they themselves have just been able to be a constant with regards to being able to find ways to score. They've gotten to at least 69 points so far in their last 5 games. I do think that for Ohio, they're going to be able to do just enough to be able to get the job done and be able to cover this game in one where I don't think we're going to see a lot of defense played. I did set my total at 162.5. I'm looking at the over. After Ohio, want to lay it up to 8 with them. This is going to be my DK Network Wright pick. This is 663, 664 on the betting board. Nebraska is on the road facing off against Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is a 6.5 to a 7-point favorite. Total on this game is anywhere between 144 and 144.5, and my write up here is going to be on a total. We're going to be taking a look at the under, and I really do like what I'm seeing on this Wisconsin team in terms of the way that they just bog things down. They are once again playing at one of the slowest paces in all of college basketball, 328th in the country, but the team with the better defense in this one is Nebraska. For the first time in over a decade, this team is in the top 60 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis overall for the season. They're clocking in 34th, but you take a look at what they've been able to do in a roadside shoot court environment. 3rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. A big reason why is Rink Mass, the masked man, has come in for Bradley, and he's been able to do a relatively solid job down low as he stands right around 6'10", gives you good versatility, 12.5 points, 9.5 boards per contest. This is a Nebraska team that they shoot about 33% from three-point range. It's a Nebraska team that could be a little bit hit or miss with that regard, but for Nebraska, they have really cranked down their tempo, and they've done a nice job of holding up at that end, and really both of these teams who have their rough goes of it from three-point range. As Wisconsin at home, they're only shooting about 29.7% from three-point range, despite the fact that you've been able to have John Blackwell just absolutely explode to 46% from three-point range, 9 points per contest, but has been cooling down a little bit recently. Feels like he's starting to hit a little bit of a freshman wall. Now, when it comes to Wisconsin, this team has been able to do a very solid job of not allowing second chances. As for this Wisconsin team, they are 16th in the country in defensive rebound rate, just 21.2% of missed shots by opponents result in an offensive rebound. Neither of these teams necessarily generate a lot of turnovers, but Nebraska, they really hold you down from 2-point range. You've got Stephen Krull alongside the wall, pair of guys that really excel on that front, combined about 24.5 points per game, but with Nebraska being able to do a relatively solid job down low, Chucky Hepburn being a little bit of a roll of the dice as well. I do think that this is going to lend for a very low-scoring game. Meanwhile, Casey Shomanaga for this Nebraska team, he's done a solid job with 14 points per contest, shooting in that neighborhood about 34% from 3-point range. Bryce Williams is able to shoot 37.5% from the outside as well, and with this Wisconsin team, do like what I've been seeing out of them defensively as well. 72 points or fewer surrendered, and now pretty much 11 out of their last 12 games. They had that harebrained game against Arizona, actually tying out their last 11. They've given up 72 or fewer, but I do think that this is going to be a low-scoring slog, and Wisconsin does have one of the best home court environments in all of college basketball, so I do have to give a lot of respect for that. Did set my line at 7, so here at a 6 to 6.5, could be one to lay it with Wisconsin, but my DK Network right up here, that's going to be on the total, and that's going to be on the under. 665, 666 on the betting board. It is Wake Forest, and they play us to Miami. Miami's an underdog of 4 to 4.5 points, and your total on this game is between 160 and 161, and I said Miami is a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. This is a Miami squad that certainly has been lacking quite a bit defensively, but on offense, this is a team that they're just full steam ahead. I do think that they're going to be able to take it to a Wake Forest team that still doesn't have a ton of depth. Wake Forest is a team that ranks in the top 25 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so they're much on par with what we've been seeing out of Miami thus far this season. It was 20th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but with Miami being able to get what they did out of Nigel Pack, who was dealing with a little bit of injury concern going to the last game. It does make you feel very secure on that front, as it's a Miami team that they've got 4 separate guys giving you at least 13.7 points per contest. Wooga Poplar, Matthew Cleveland, Nigel Pack, along with Nochad Omier, with having Pack be your main facilitator as he and Bentley Joseph have combined for about 8 assists, 3.3 steals per game, and that's a big thing with this Miami team. They don't do a lot great on defense, but they do generate steals, about 8.2 per contest, and I do think that Miami is going to see inevitable regression to their 41.5% three-point shooting, and they do go up against a Wake Forest team that they themselves shoot about 38% from three-point range. They've been dealing with the injury to Damari Monsanto, has yet to be able to return for this team, but Efton Reed just helped this team out down low, as Austin Carr, prior to his arrival, was the only guy on the roster that was giving you north of 4 boards per contest. Now you do have Efton Reed, who's been able to give you about 9 points, 9 rebounds per game at 7 feet tall. He's able to pop some threes. Doesn't necessarily pop them at the world's greatest clip, but that does help this team out quite a bit. And it is a Wake Forest team that they rank about 135th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but Miami's actually 10th. The one thing that Miami does do on defense is they guard you from the arc. Inside, they're a little bit more, shall we say, suspect, even though you do have no Chad Omier. They can be hurt from the inside, but this is a Wake Forest team that they do like to always sit up from three-point range. Hunter Salas, Kevin Boopy Miller both shoot 36% from three. With Miller, he's been able to give you about 4.3 assists per game, and then Cameron Hildreth had a triple-double in a game against Western Carolina a season ago, 16 points, 4 boards, 3 assists per contest. Do like what he's able to bring to the table, but I do think that stylistically, this is a little bit of a rough matchup for this Wake Forest team, as it is a Wake Forest team that does take a good fair share of outside shots, so I do think that with Miami being able to lock things down from the outside, that's going to be able to help them out quite a bit, and we have seen this Wake Forest team just not be able to get a lot out of the bench. Credit where credit is due. They were able to get a little bit more in that win against Boston College on the road a few days ago from Parker Fredrickson, who's coming as a freshman. He's been able to give the team 6 points per contest, but with the way that Miami has been able to operate in the backcourt and the way that Miami has just been able to just be a constant on offense, 84 plus points each of their last 4 games. You're able to say that for Wake Forest as well, 83 plus points in every one of their last 5 games. And for Wake Forest, if you want to date it back a little bit further, this team has gotten to at least 76 points in each of their last 7 games. So you should see a relatively up and down affair here, but I do think that for both of these teams, you're probably going to see a little bit of Coolidge. Did somebody told him 157. It's a Miami team that they play fast. They don't necessarily play at warp speed, and feel the credit of Wake Forest. 68 points of fear surrender in 4 out of their last 5 games. Miami has given up fewer than 60 points in 2 out of their last 3 as well. So going to be diving in on the under, and with Miami taking them out right on the money line. Southern Miss are 30-point favorite, 667, 668 on the betting board. Southern Miss plays us to James Madison. James Madison does find themselves as a favorite of 9 to 9.5 points. Their totals between 156.5 and 158. Really did like what I saw at James Madison a few days ago. They've scored fewer than 25 points in the first half against Louisiana. Were unable to get anything going whatsoever. They held in there with their defense. They were still able to get the win and cover, and I feel even more bullish about them. I'm going to be willing to lay it, set them as an 11-point favorite. It's a James Madison team that certainly is a bit better offensively than defensively, but don't sleep on this team defensively. They're 46th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and it's a defense that travels. They're a team that ranks in the top 15 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis in a road/neutral court environment. And while everyone's buzzing about the fact that Andre Curbelo had a triple-double a few days ago, well, you forget what that triple-double is, that Andre Curbelo still had 4 turnovers and he needed 21 shots to get to 13 points. That's not necessarily efficient, and this is a James Madison team that's going to eat them alive. This is a guy in Andre Curbelo that he is allergic to not giving up turnovers, and this is a James Madison team that they're forcing about 9.5 steals per contest. You've got Terrence Edwards, who's been able to give you about 17.5 points per contest, and this is just a James Madison team that up and down in the boulevard, you've got a bunch of guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range as a collective. They do shoot about 36% from three-point range. This is a Southern Miss team that has really taken a step back with their defense as well. With Andre Curbelo in the fold, they have now given up north of 75 points in every one of these games. It has been a team that's really been on the downturn there now. For Southern Miss, they are cranking up their tempo with Andre Curbelo in there as well, and that's just what you're going to expect. That's the Andre Curbelo experience, ladies and gentlemen. But for Southern Miss, 268th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and when it comes to the Southern Miss outside shooting defense, they certainly have been giving it up, 233rd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue. And when it comes to this James Madison team, they are are going to allow a few threes themselves. That is a little bit of a lack of a forte for this team, but with James Madison, they're much better down low this year than they were a season ago as well. With TJ Bickerstaff coming in, being able to give the team 8+ rebounds per game, and don't have really anyone on Southern Miss that's able to give you north of 6 rebounds per game. Victor Iwakor is able to give you a little bit over a block per contest, comes in from UNLV, has been able to do a relatively solid job, but for James Madison, they're actually doing a much better job on the road rather than at home with their three-point shooting defense as well, going back to the point of them traveling well with their defense, allowing opponents to shoot just 27.3% from three-point range when they are on the road. And for the Southern Miss team at home, they allow opponents to shoot 37.8% from the outside. So I think that this is a really bad matchup for them. I think that Andre Cabello going to get quite a bit exposed in this one. I did set my total at a 155. You're at a 156 after a 158. I'm going to be willing to dive under because I do think that for James Madison, that defense is going to continue to travel, and I'm going to be willing to lay with James Madison, set them as a favorite of 11 points. 669, 670 on the betting board. Louisiana Monroe plays us to Georgia Southern, and Georgia Southern is an underdog of 3.5 points. Your total is between 139.5 and 140, and with Georgia Southern, I did set them as an underdog of a 1.5 points. So you're at 3.5. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Georgia Southern. It's been a really brutal start to the season for them, 1-13 straight up, but this is a Louisiana Monroe team that they just don't know what they are on offense. You've had Nika with the guy with about 15 letters in his last name, giving you 10 points, 6 boards per contest. Gentleman from Georgia has been able to do a solid job of being able to pump in there some points, but past that, you don't have anyone else that really gives you north of 9.2 points per contest. It's a Monroe team that ranks in the bottom 45 in terms of total possessions per game, yet they turn the ball over 13.7 times per contest. It is a Georgia Southern defense that certainly is going to oblige a little bit more in terms of giving up points than most of the opponents that they have faced. As for Georgia Southern, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, clocking in 340th in all of college basketball, but Tyron Moore has been able to give you more for this Georgia Southern team, shooting 43% from three-point range now, has been all over the place with regards to his scoring. As you take a look at what he's done in the last 6 games that he's played, he has scored 10, 3, 34, 27, and 11 points. So you don't know what you're going to be able to get out of him night in and night out. And for this Georgia Southern team, they have been dealing with quite a few injuries, as Dustin has not been seen since really the middle of December. You've been having in and out of the fold guys like an Aaron Banks as well, but now you get Eugene Brown, the transfer from Ohio State back, and he should be able to elevate this team. As for Eugene Brown, he was a former top 200 recruit, has just not been able to take off in general throughout his career, but he's someone that's saying 6'8". He's able to pop some threes, shooting 40% from the outside. Has logged just 6 points per contest thus far this season, but I do think that he's going to help out a Georgia Southern team that really doesn't have anyone that's giving north of 5 rebounds per game other than Nika. You don't have anyone else for Louisiana Monroe who's been able to do that as well. And for this Georgia Southern team, to their credit, they at the very least went out there, they challenged themselves in the non-conference. You've got a Louisiana Monroe team that is alluding to the Georgia Southern defense being so bad. Well, they're 235th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's a good old situation of something you've got to give, because Georgia Southern is a little bit stronger on offense. I'm not saying it's amazing, but they're about 277th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, this Louisiana Monroe team, 345th. I did set my total at 137.5. I do think that you get a game where both of these teams are going to have a rough time executing. So at the 140, I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and with Georgia Southern being able to get 3.5, going to be taking the points at my line at 1.5. 671, 672 on the betting board. It is Rice. We give our O'Delane Kiffin go Owls. They play us UTSA. Meet for the Roadrunners, who find themselves at 7 to 7.5 point underdogs. So it's between 153 and 154.5. And with Rice, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. I do think that Max Fiedler is going to be the most versatile player out there on the floor. As for Fiedler, he's been able to do a really nice job of being able to just make defenses uncomfortable, because he's someone that stands in that neighborhood about 6'10", 6'11", but he gives you nearly 5 assists per contest, chips in there 9 points, 8 rebounds per game. He's one of the best facilitators north of 6'9" that you're going to find in all of college basketball, and I just don't think that UTSA is going to have any response for that. And it's not like UTSA to start out with, when they get a normal matchup, they're able to do much of anything on defense, as they rank right around 259th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now for Rice, they've actually cranked down their tempo a little bit more. This has been more of a mid-tempo team this season after last year. They were a top 75 team in terms of total possessions per game, 236th in the country for them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but have been significantly better at home, giving up right around 17 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And for this UTSA team, it is a bunch that has Christian Tucker doing a nice job, giving you 5 assists, 13.5 points per contest, while this Rice team has been having their difficulties from three-point range. They're only shooting 38.5% from three-point range. Makai Mason, Travis Evie have combined for about 28.5 8.5 points per contest, but Mason's only shooting about 26% from three-point range. Evie, who's a traditionally 35 to 36% three-point shooter, he's only been able to shoot 32% from the outside, but you have to think against this UTSA defense that they're going to be able to find a way to get it going. Carlton Lingard has been solid for this UTSA team down low, being able to give you about 6 to 7 rebounds per game. They've got quite a bit of low post play, but for UTSA, they rank 258th in all of college basketball opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot 38.8% from the outside in a road/short environment. Rights, they themselves 296th in the country with this regard as well. So I do think that you're going to get a nice little bit of an up and down game in this one. I did set my total at a 154, so you're at the 153.5. Looking at the over, but for Rice, having that combination of Fiedler and guards that are able to put the ball in the basket while not turning the ball over, that's going to allow them to get it done. One to lay up to 7.5 with Rice, and going to be taking a look at 153.5 or less over 673, 674 on the betting board. Arkansas State plays us at Old Dominion, and Old Dominion does find themselves as an underdog of 8.5 points. Totals between 151 and 152, and with Arkansas State, did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. When you think Old Dominion, you think of a team that plays relatively slowly and is able to hold up on defense while their offense leaves a little bit of something to be desired. Well, they are still playing relatively slowly in terms of their tempo, but its defense has completely fallen off the face of planet Earth. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, Old Dominion 294th in all of college basketball. Not to say that Arkansas State is all of a sudden the 85 Bears or anything like that, but Arkansas State, they're clocking in more around 287th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Interestingly, Arkansas State giving up right around 4.3 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home rather than on the road. But for Old Dominion, this team is just getting sliced and diced. They don't really have anyone that gives them north of 6 rebounds per game down low. When it comes to their outside defense, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, 324th in all of college basketball as well. So you've got issue upon issue, and this is not a Old Dominion team that necessarily shoots it well from the outside as well. So that's really a place where you're able to exploit this Arkansas State team. At home, they're allowing opponents to shoot 34.8% from three-point range. As for this Old Dominion team, you've been able to have a pair of guys be able to contribute about 15 points per contest in Vincent Alouette along with Chauncey Jenkins, but past that, you don't necessarily have those number 3, number 4 scorers that have really been prevalent for the team. Meanwhile, for Arkansas State, DeAndre Dominguez is a 6'9", little bit of a combo player, is able to shoot in the mid-30s from three-point range, to be able to give the team 7+ rebounds per game. So I do think that he's going to be able to win that battle down low. And just take a look at the recent form of Old Dominion. Man, they just have not been able to find it. They had that one game where they gave up 63 points to Temple. So, I mean, a little bit of credit where credit is due, but you just take a look at the way that things have spiraled out of control for them. This is now a squad that has given up at least 80 points in 6 out of their last 9 games. It's an Arkansas State team that the offense has certainly been there for them. They have scored at least 75 points in 4 out of their last 5 games, and for this team, they have scored at least 70 points in every one of those contests as well. They gave up the 105 points to begin the season against Wisconsin, but after that, have been able to hunker down a little bit more. Arkansas State shoots about 34.5% from 3, and despite being an up-tempo team, they only turn the ball over right around about 12.5 times per contest, while Old Dominion still not getting RJ Blank, the transfer from Dayton going, who's only giving you about 7 points per contest. And for Old Dominion, shooting just 66% of the free throw line, 31.5% from three-point range, not going to cut it with this defense. So for Arkansas State, I did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. And in terms of the total, did set mine at a 149.5. I do think that this is still going to be a rather slow and controlled game. And for Old Dominion, they themselves just not doing a lot to be able to help out with these totals, as well as they have been held at 65 points for 4 and 2 out of their last 3 games. So looking at the under, and I'm going to be one to lay with Arkansas State, 675, 676 on the betting board. UW Green Bay is the road face-off against Oakland, and Oakland does find themselves as 6.5 to 7-point favorites. So your total is between 140 and 141.5. Did set my total at 136. I'm going to be looking at the under. You've got a UW Green Bay team that once again finds themselves in the bottom 75 nationally in terms of total possessions per game. As a matter of fact, they're clocking in right around 339th. And for Oakland, they've really dialed things back as well. It does feel like we've seen a little bit of an uptick ever since conference play has began, but 267th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Oakland is improved on defense, but still a team that does rank outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the UW Green Bay team that they certainly are centric around their main man in Noah Reynolds. Reynolds has been incredible with 18.5 points, 4.5 assists on 35.5% three-point shooting. And for UW Green Bay, when you're in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game, 13.3 turnovers per game, it's not necessarily ideal. You've got an Oakland team on the flip side that they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Trey Townsend, 17 points, 7.5 boards, shoots 38.5% from three-point range. Love what he's been able to bring to the table. And then you've got DQ Cole, who's been able to shoot shoot north of 40% from the outside, but has been playing quite sparingly recently. Has only been able to see 16 minutes or fewer in each of the last 5 games, so I'm not sure what's happening there, because for Oakland, this is a team that also still rosters Rocket Watts, who's been a big disappointment over the last few years. Does give you 9 points per contest, but still is a suspect 3-point shooter, while Elijah Jones probably not going to be able to win that battle down low against Trey Townsend, but he is able to give you right around 6.5 or so rebounds per game, so it is a little bit of an interesting circumstance, one that I did set Oakland as more of an 8-point favorite in, because I do like the way that Oakland has been able to rise up a little bit more with their defense. And for UW Green Bay, it does feel like a little bit of a smoke and mirrors team. They've been able to see a little bit of a boost since Clarence Cummings has come back in the fold, as he's been coming around with about 7 points, 4 rebounds per game. But outside of Jones and outside of Noah Reynolds, you don't have anyone else on the roster that really gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. You don't have anyone else that really gives you north of 7 points per contest as well. And Oakland, having those guys that are able to do a relatively solid job from the outside. And this being an Oakland team that really their bugaboo is being able to guard the 3-point arc. At home, they're allowing opponents to shoot 40.2% from 3-point range. That always has been their issue. And this is a UW Green Bay team that they themselves, they don't necessarily shoot at the world's greatest from 3-point range. And they themselves allow opponents to shoot from 3-point range about 33.3% on the road. I do think that Oakland going to be able to do enough from within to be able to get the job done. I did set my total at a 136 with UW Green Bay. I just don't think they're going to exploit that main weakness of Oakland, that 3-point shooting defense. So looking at the under and going to be willing to lay with Oakland. 677, 678 on the betting board. Morehead St plays us at Tennessee State. Tennessee State is a 9 to a 9.5 point underdog with your total between 145.5 and 146. And I did set Tennessee State as an underdog of 7 points. I'm going to be one to take Tennessee State in this spot, being able to get 9, because it is a Morehead State team that they've done a really good job of being able to mix and match with Mark Freeman being out of the fold. He was their top scorer 8 seasons ago. He went down before the season even started, so credit where credit is due there, but this is still a Morehead State team that they do get loose with the ball. They still do turn the ball over right around about 13 points per contest. Riley Minix, who's right around a 6'7", 6'8" combo player, has been terrific for the team. 18 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, and for Tennessee State, they're going to be up against it down low, but they do have a reinforcement on the way. Jason Thibodeau, he was over at Florida the last few seasons, a former top 200 recruit that just really couldn't crack the rotation, but able to give the team 5 boards and 2.5 blocks per game. He's going to be the best eraser in this game. And then when it comes to the backcourt, E.J. Bellinger, Christian Brown, coupled with Jalen Jones, three guys have been able to combine for about 39 points per contest. Bellinger is able to give you 6 boards. Jones gives you about 3 assists, 1.3 steals per game. And between this trio, they shoot about 37% from 3-point range, and I do expect a little bit more moving forward out of Marcus Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald has been a little bit of an underachiever, is dealing with a little bit of an injury as he went out of that Southern Indiana game early, so if he does play in this game, he's going to be a little bit less than effective, but I mean, overall for the season, when he's been out there, he's only been able to give you 9.8 points per contest after last season was giving you about 13.5 points per game, so even if he is indeed out of the fold, like I'm thinking he's going to be for this game, it's a little bit less of a loss than I think a lot of people realize, and when it comes to this Morehead St team, they've been able to have Jordan Lathan, Khalil Thomas be able to combine for about 27.5 points per game, and they both shoot 42+% from 3-point range. But this is a Morehead St team that they themselves, while they've been able to do a solid job with their offense when they're not turning the ball over, they're able to can quite a few threes. They are going to be open to giving up a few threes themselves. This is a Tennessee State team that ranks right around about 220th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for Tennessee State. Not that they do an amazing job of being able to shut teams down from 3-point range, but this is a squad that I do think is going to be able to hold up there as they're about 280th with that regard. Meanwhile, you do have a Morehead State team that they themselves, in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, they're clocking in right in that neighborhood of about 100th, but they allow opponents to shoot 36.2% from 3-point range at home, more like 30% on the road. So I do think that this is going to be a closer game than a lot of people expect. While Drew Thelwell does give you 6.5 assists per contest, needs a little bit more help out there in the backcourt as Morehead State gets a little bit sloppy with it, and other than Minix, don't necessarily have a ton down low for this Morehead State team. So I'm going to be willing to take the points with Tennessee State with Thibodeau back to the fold, and I did tell my total 143. I do think that both of these teams rise up a little bit more with their defense, and Morehead State well outside the top 270 with regards to total possessions per game. So taking a look at the under and going to be taking a look at the points with Tennessee State, 679, 680 on the betting board. Oklahoma State plays us Baylor, and Baylor does find themselves as favorites of 5 to 5.5 points. Totals between 148 and 149.5. Did set Baylor as a 6.5 point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay this number. Baylor actually finds themselves in the top 5 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and this team has throughout much of the season been number 1 in the country in terms of 3-point shooting percentage. I think that there might be a little bit of Coolidge moving forward for them, but the likes of Jacoby Walter, who's able to shoot 41% from 3-point range, has been massive, and as a matter of fact, this takes easy to see out of the fold because he has yet to hit a 3, but among players that have hit at least 1 3 on this team, other than the 0.9 points per game game that you get out of Austin Sachs. Everyone that has hit at least 1 3 outside of him is shooting at least 40% from 3-point range. I mean, that is one of the most ridiculous and bonkers things I've ever seen. Ray J. Dennis has been turning the ball over about 3.5 times per contest, but he gives out 6.5 assists per game. You've had Langston Love be able to chip in their 10.5 points. He shoots 46% from 3-point range. So this Baylor team is doing an absolutely tremendous job on that front. Now, Baylor, for everything that they do tremendously on offense, they do leave a little bit of something to be desired on defense. 93rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and in a roadside-neutral court environment, they are allowing about 17 points more per 100 possessions than they do at home. But this is not your traditional Oklahoma State team. Typically, Oklahoma State really does a great job barreling down low. They're typically a little bit vulnerable from the outside, but on the inside, they're pretty stout. This is an Oklahoma State team that's still clocking 38th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you're just not getting the same amount of rebounding with this team, with having Musa Cisse and company being out of the fold, and now they become a little bit more of an outside team with having Bryce Thompson shooting north of 36% from 3-point range. He's been able to supply the team with 13 plus points per contest, and Javon Small has come up very big for the team. 15 points, 5 boards, 5 assists per game, as it is the Daily Show, Eric Daly, who's been able to lead the team down low with about 6.2 rebounds per game. And when you take a look at this Oklahoma State squad, it has been a team that has been a little bit vulnerable from the outside. I do think that once again we are going to see a little bit of a fall off with this Baylor team in terms of their outside shooting, which is why I did set my total on 146.5. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under, but this is an Oklahoma State team that they're around 160th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot about 34% from 3 at home. So it is a spot where I did set Baylor as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I do think that Oklahoma State, who they themselves are shooting in that neighborhood about 37% from 3, is going to see a little bit of a fall off as well. And this is an Oklahoma State team that's also turned the ball over 14 times per contest. So looking under and going to be willing to lay with Baylor. 681, 682 on the betting board. North Dakota, it's ready to face off against Northern Arizona. Northern Arizona, a 1.5 to a 2-point favorite with your total between 144 and 144.5. And with Northern Arizona, made them a favorite of 4 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number with North Dakota. It's been a team that's done a solid job of being able to take care of the ball. They only turn the ball over right around about 11.5, 12 times per contest, with BJ Omot leading the way with 16 points per game. But I do think that Carson Basham going to be able to do a solid job down low against Amar Kulojovic. Kulojovic, the only guy for North Dakota that's really giving you 5.5 rebounds per game with 6.4 boards. And Basham began his career over at Pepperdine. 8 points, 5 boards, a block per contest. Has been a little bit hit or miss with regards to his production, but still giving you a block per contest over the last 4 games. Has been able to contribute in that time span right around about 8.5 points per game. Big thing for Northern Arizona is that they were supposed to have Carson Tout be able to give them a lot of production. Has not been seen thus far this season, but they've done a good job of mixing and matching without him, with having Trent McLaughlin be really headlining this team in terms of a scoring standpoint, 37.5% 3-point shooter with 15 points per contest. They get to go up against a North Dakota team that year in and year out, this is one of the more brutal teams in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this year is no exception. 277th in all of college basketball, and really interesting for the North Dakota team, they're actually giving up 9.3 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than when they are at home. And Northern Arizona leaves tons to be desired with their defense as well, but they do give up 13.3 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And even though they don't necessarily have that one primary rebounder among their top 5 scorers, you do have 3 of them give you at least 4.3 rebounds per game. You've had Liam Lloyd be able to give you about 4 assists. At 6'6", he's a nice little point forward. And you've had Oakland Fort be able to step it up, shooting about 35.5% from 3-point range for a Northern Arizona team that they've been able to do a better job recently of being able to get the ball in the basket, 76 plus points in 4 of the team's last 6 games. Meanwhile, this North Dakota defense is just getting absolutely cooked right now. 80 plus points surrendered in 3 of their last 4 games, and it's not even like this offense has been really cranking it up. They scored 45 points against St. Thomas, 61 points against South Dakota State, so I do have my serious question marks there. I did set my total at 146. This is a North Dakota defense that is in very, very bad form. This is a pair of teams that they don't necessarily play super duper fast, but very inefficient on defense on both fronts. So looking at the over of a Northern Arizona 1 to lay up to 3.5 with them. 683, 684 on the betting board. Stephen F. Austin plays those to UT Arlington. Stone Cold Stephen F. Austin is a 6.5 point favorite, and your total on this game, finding it between 145 and 146, and I did set my total at a 148. I'm going to be willing to take a look at this total over as a UT Arlington team that now they've got Philip Russell in the fold. He was the top scorer over at Southeast Missouri State when they were able to make the NCAA tournament a season ago. He was able to average in that season in that neighborhood of about 17 or so points per contest, giving out 5 assists per game, and that's big for a UT Arlington team that that I just feel like they're in a bad matchup. UT Arlington, they turn the ball over north of 15 times per contest in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. A bottom 25 team in all of college basketball going up against the Stephen F. Austin team that, while they themselves turn the ball over north of 16 times per contest, they're a top 20 team in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. The Stephen F. Austin team, they live to be able to generate turnovers. And with UT Arlington having had too much popcorn as having butterfingers in terms of holding onto the ball, I'm going to be willing to lay with Stephen F. Austin. If you look on a points allowed on a per possession basis, Stephen F. Austin is 25th in all of college basketball, and at home they're giving up 14.2 points fewer per 100 possessions rather than in a road/neutral court environment. Meanwhile, for this UT Arlington team, 264th in all of college basketball. And for UT Arlington, they do have some solid players down low that should be able to win the battle there. This is a Stephen F. Austin team that, other than Day Hall, don't have really a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, as DeJuan Gordon along with Shamar Wilson have both been able to give you 7.5 plus rebounds per game. It is a UT Arlington team that has been able to get out of these two guys in terms of a scoring perspective right around 23 points per game for a UT Arlington team that does shoot about 34% from three-point range. And after Stephen F. Austin a season ago was a really good three-point shooting team in the top 20 nationally. With that regard, they're not shooting more in that neighborhood, about 33% from distance. So we have seen a little bit of Coolidge here, but you still have Nana Atibu-Osiku, who's been able to give you about 43% three-point shooting. He's chipping in there a block per contest, and this is a Stephen F. Austin team that they're able to go 10 plus deep. They've got a relatively good stable of guys. They're able to do a nice job, give you some nice facilitation. And I do think that that is going to be able to take you to a bunch in UT Arlington that they just have such a tough time holding on to the ball in general. So this is a circumstance where I did set Stephen F. Austin as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and I do think that for this Stephen F. Austin team, they're going to do a nice job turning defense into offense. I did set my total at 148, so I'm looking at the over, and I'm willing to lay it with some cold Stephen F. Austin. 685, 686 on the betting board. Kent State, they're facing off against Eastern Michigan, and Eastern Michigan does find themselves as a home underdog of 8.5 to 9 points, and your total on this game is between 145 and 145.5, and I did set Kent State as a favorite of 10.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It's a Kent State team that has seen a little bit of a drop-off with their defense thus far this season, as last year they were a top 30 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis thus far this season. They are clocking in well outside the top 75, but at the same time, they now go up against an Eastern Michigan team that is completely one-dimensional. They've got Ty Acuff, who's been able to give you north of 20 points per contest. He has been tremendous, and nobody else on this roster is able to give you more than double figures. And when it comes to this Eastern Michigan team, they also just don't have anything down low for this team as well. Legend Geeter has been able to Geeter done with, in that neighborhood, about 4.5 or so rebounds per game. But Chris Payton, the transfer from Pittsburgh, should be able to take over this game. He's been able to do a very solid job of being able to supply the team with 9 plus rebounds per game, is able to pop some threes. And you've got a Kent State team that's been in a little bit of transition, losing Sincere Carey from the season ago. So Giovanni Santiago, who's playing off the ball, he's now had to take over a little bit more of a facilitation role after last year shot 38% from three and wasn't really much of a facilitator, about 4 assists per contest. That's been a little bit rough for the team, but for Eastern Michigan, they're having to rely upon Julius Ellerby to really be doling out the ball with about 3 assists, 5 boards, 5 points per game. It's been really a lot of mixing and matching for the team. They have been able to get Orlando Lovejoy back to the fold, who's now giving you about 10 to 10.5 points per game, and it is an Eastern Michigan team that they do shoot about 33% from three-point range, but this team just really, if you look at their defensive metrics, 2-point shooting defense, 3-point shooting defense, overall defense, it's just a whole bunch of red. As for Eastern Michigan, 336th in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, even though Kent State has fallen on some tougher times with that regard, having Sileron Hornbeek and company be able to take over down low. And this is a Kent State team that has been able to rise up a little bit more recently, giving up fewer than 70 in each of their last 2 games, and this has been a Kent State team that has been very good to the over, as their offense much more explosive than it was a season ago. This team has been able to get to at least 70 points in 7 out of their last 8 games, and they go up against an Eastern Michigan team that, well, they did a solid job having their stretch against Hampton and a non-D1 team of giving up fewer than 70 points. You take a look at them overall, and this team has now given up 77 plus points against D1 competition that needs to be stressed in 4 of their last 5 games. So it is a circumstance where I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Kent State, and I did set my total at a 146.5, so want to lay it with the Golden Flashes, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total over 687, 688 on the betting board. It is Alabama, and they hit the road face-off against Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt does find themselves as home underdogs of anywhere between 13.5 13.5 to 14 points. And total on this game is 160. Seeing a lot of 14 out there right now. And at 13.5 or less, going to be willing to lay at 14.5 or more. I'm going to be willing to take the points. And personally, if I were to pick between those two numbers, I'd probably rather take 14.5 just because when you do get into conference play, I do think that there's a little bit more value with the points. And when it comes to this Alabama team, they certainly have been a little bit of a wreck defensively, as this team does rank outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And when this Alabama team is in a roadside shoot court environment, they are giving up right around 21.2 points more per 100 possessions rather than what they do at home. When it comes to Alabama, you certainly are having a lot of explosive players helping you out. Grant Nelson has really been the only guy giving you north of 5 rebounds per game, but he does a nice job being able to space out the floor. He's able to pop some threes as a big man. That's something that Vanderbilt, I just don't think is going to be able to account for. And Vanderbilt has been dealing with injuries all season long, but you've got Ezra Manjon, who's able to give you 16.5 points, 4 assists, shooting 41% from three-point range for a team that they only shoot in that neighborhood about 30% from three-point range. But Ben Allen Lubin, whenever he's been out there, has been able to give you about 5.5 boards per contest. He's now dealing with a little bit of an injury. You've had Colin Smith being in and out of the fold all season long as well, so that has been rather rough for this team. He's probably not going to be able to go in this game as well, so those both have been accounted for. But you still have someone in Tassos Camateros who comes over from South Dakota. He's been able to give you about 7 points per contest on 40% three-point shooting. It is a Vanderbilt team that they themselves outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do a nice job of being able to keep things clean. They only turn the ball over about 11 times per game, and for this Alabama team, they push the tempo, but they're outside the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. They just are playing at a very harebrained style. They're shooting 39% from three-point range, and as we know, that can be very touch and go when you do hit the road. Mark Sears is shooting 45.5% from three-point range with 19.5 points per game. Aaron Action Estrada, 5 boards, 4 assists, 14 points per game. He's been able to make right around about 38.5% of his three-pointers, along with Rylan Griffin as well, but you do have to wonder how long they're going to be able to keep that up. Vanderbilt, it does have one of the more unique home courts in all of college basketball with a setup that always does throw teams off a little bit. It's an Alabama team that in a roadside shoot court environment is allowing opponents to shoot 35.7% from three, while at home that's less than 30%. And for this Vanderbilt team, while they're getting destroyed with regards to three-point shooting defense, they are 352nd in the country. They allow opponents to shoot more like 36% from distance at home, 44% on the road. And I do think that we should see a little bit of positivity there. I do think the points are going to be very plentiful. I do think that this is going to be an up and down game involving two teams that are really lacking defense. So here in this spot, would rather take a 14.5 with Vanderbilt rather than lay 13.5. So a little bit of wait and see mode on the side, but with this total did set mine at a 160. So here at the 158, looking at the over 689, 690 on the betting board, Bradley is going to be playing against Missouri State. Mizzou State is finding themselves as an underdog of 4.5 points. Total on this game is 137.5. Seth Bradley is a 3.5 point favorite, and honestly, I thought I was being generous with that number. I'm going to be willing to take it with Missouri State. This team ranks in the top 60 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this Missouri State team always does such a supreme job of being able to lock you up from the outside. They rank 12th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. At Bradley last season, they were able to do such a tremendous job with their defense, but I do think we're seeing the trickle-down effect of having Rink Mass transfer over to Nebraska. It's been a Nebraska defense that has really been able to elevate, and without having Rink Mass in the fold, Bradley now ranking outside the top 115 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And as a matter of fact, for Bradley, they're allowing about 1.6 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, and they allow opponents to shoot 36.6% from three-point range when they are at home. They're going to have a tough time matching up with Donovan Clay. He's a 6'8", do-it-all player for this Missouri State team that's been able to contribute 15 points, 6+ boards, 3+ assists per contest, and then you've got Chance Moore who's been able to give you more, being able to put in their double figures, even with Jonathan Mogbo on the fold. This team has still been able to do a relatively solid job down low, and for Bradley, they've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to Connor Hickman. Hickman has been able to do a very solid job throughout his college basketball career, being able to get this Bradley team right around 9 to 10 points per contest, a little bit of facilitation as well as Duke Dean has been your main man with about 3.5 assists per game. Now, I will say with Malevi Leons being able to contribute about 14 points per contest at about 6'10" and is able to pop threes, that's going to make it a little bit of a hard guard, and do expect Hickman to be back in this game as well. He was able to go in that game against non-D1 Truman, and I think that he was in that game against Valparaiso as well, but just still doesn't compare to Alson Mason on the flip side for this Missouri State team. Give you about 18.5 points, shooting 40% from three-point range. The one thing that Missouri State doesn't do a great job of, they turn the ball over 13 times per game, but Bradley, they themselves have been having a couple too many turnovers. Credit where credit is due to Bradley. It feels like their defense is getting back online. They have given up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 4 games, but for Missouri State, they're doing a really nice job of being able to pound teams into oblivion, as well as this team has now given up 64 points or fewer in 4 of their last last 5 games, 73 points or fewer in every one of them as well. So I do think that this is going to be a slower, more defense-oriented game. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Missouri State, and with this total, I set mine at a 135.5. So we'll take the points and take a look at the under. 691, 692 on the betting board. It is Loyola Chicago. They play us to Duquesne. Duquesne is finding themselves in a pick'em game, and your total on this game, it is 142, and I set Duquesne as a 3-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to ride with them outright on the money line. When it comes to this Loyola Chicago team, I just have absolutely no faith in them whatsoever right now, as this team has been very much disappointing on the glass. They don't have a single guy on the roster that is able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, you've got a Duquesne team that, while they're a little bit top-heavy with their rebounding, as it's been up to Fusani Drame, who's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. At the very least, they do have someone that's able to hit the glass. It is a Duquesne team that's a little bit top-heavy in the backcourt. You've had Nader Grant and Jimmy Clark II have to really facilitate everything. They combine 35.5 points. Clark gives you 4 assists, 2.3 steals per game, and Grant shoots 94%. The charity stripe, 33.5% from 3-point range for a Duquesne team that is good but not great with regards to their defense. It's a Duquesne bunch that, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, is in the top 50, and for the Loyola Chicago, this team has been a little bit better recently with their defense, giving up 64 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games, but it is a Loyola Chicago team that as well can be just all over the place with regards to their offense. They do have back in the fold Philip Olsen, who's been able to do a nice job being able to contribute about 14.5 points per contest with dealing with injury towards the beginning part of the season, and now of your top 5 scorers, 4 of them are shooting at least 42% from 3-point range, but I do think that Duquesne is going to be able to match up relatively well against the Loyola Chicago team that they just have been having a tough time taking care of the ball in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. This team is well outside the top 225 with that regard. It is a Duquesne team that from 3-point range, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 32% on the road. They've actually been getting gash at home from 3-point range, while in a roadside-shoot court environment, they've done a good job of hunkering down Loyola Chicago, 275th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, and with this Loyola Chicago team not being able to find a whole heck of a lot down low, I do think that it's going to allow this Duquesne team to be able to get the job done outright on the road. I did set my total at 141, both of these teams outside the top 175 in terms of total possessions per game, and Loyola Chicago does seem to be slowing down with their tempo a little bit more as well, so diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take Duquesne outright on the money line. 693, 694 on the betting board. Eastern Illinois hits the road, and they're going to be playing against Little Rock. Little Rock does find themselves as 8.5 to 9-point favorites. Their totals between 146 and 146.5, and Little Rock, I did set them as a favorite of 9 points. So here at the 8.5, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Little Rock. They've been able to do a very solid job of being able to crank up the tempo. They've got a lot of transfers that have come in, and they've been able to be much more efficient than they have been in past seasons, as this is a team that typically has been a little bit all over the place, but credit where credit is due as well. The Eastern Illinois, you may recall they played a game that they were down by like 3 points with 4 minutes remaining in against Kansas on the road. Cooper Jacoby has been able to do a nice job elevating this team down low with 11 points, 8.1 rebounds per game, but after that Kansas game, it felt like they got a little bit of boost for 1 or 2 games, and now it's been a little bit rough for them once again, coming off of a nice win against UT Martin, but the offense has been sputtering a little bit more against D1 competition. They have scored 70 points or fewer, and now 3 out of their last 4 games. It is a bunch in Little Rock as well that you take a look at their offense, and they're just absolutely gunning it at this point. 80-plus points in 4 out of their last 5 games. They've got KK, a.k.a. Kalen Robinson, back in the fold as he's been able to give the team 17.5 points, and when it comes to the best rebounder in this game, it might be Jacoby, but you've got for Little Rock just more depth of rebounding. Each of your top 4 scorers have been able to give you at least 5.3 rebounds per game. It's a Little Rock team that has been able to hone it in a little bit more with about 11.9 turnovers per game, and one of the lifebloods for the Eastern Illinois team has been able to be generating turnovers, and I don't think that they're going to have as much success in this one. It is a Little Rock team that they leave themselves a little bit exposed for the outside. They should allow opponents to shoot at a clip of right in the neighborhood of about 34% or so from 3-point range as far as the season, but that goes down to 31% when they're at home, so they've been able to do a nice job on that front end for this Eastern Illinois team. They're 224th in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, when you've got Jameer Chaplin shooting 40% from 3-point range, when you've got a lot of depth on this team. And on the flip side, for this Eastern Illinois bunch, a good point guard in Tiger Booker was able to do a nice job being able to generate some turnovers, turn that defense into offense. It does lead to a really nice stylistic matchup there, and I do think that because Eastern Illinois is going to be able to force a few turnovers, that's going to be able to help them out a little bit here. But with this Eastern Illinois team, not a supreme team with regards to their shooting. They're well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, and they're only shooting about 32% from 3. And with this game, I do think that it's going to be bogged down a little bit by the tempo of Eastern Illinois, but with Dan Lewis, who shot 50% from 3 2 seasons ago, shooting out just 32% for distance. I do think that Little Rock is going to be able to hold Eastern Illinois to a lot of one-and-done opportunities and be able to get the job done. I'm willing to lay up to 8.5 points with Little Rock and did set my total 145. So also looking at the under 695, 696 on the betting board. Wofford hits a road face-off against Western Carolina. Western Carolina just find themselves at 6.5 to 7-point favorites. And your total on this game is varying between 150.5 and 151. And I did set Western Carolina as a 10-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Wofford has been a little bit better recently with their defense, but they're still a team that's clocking in well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis for this Wofford bunch. You have been able to get a little bit out of the backcourt. Corey Tripp has been your main man, being able to supply 16.5 points, 3.5 assists per contest, while the main outside shooter has been Dylan Bailey, shooting about 36% from the outside, 14 points per game, while Kyler Feil, which does give you about 9 or so rebounds per game, but for this Wofford team, they just continue to get smoked time and time again on the defensive front, and you've got a Western Carolina team that they do have to play very slowly because Vontravious Woolbright has to do a little bit of everything for the team. He's averaging a double-double, 10 plus rebounds, 21 points per game. He also throws in there north of 4 assists per game. It is a Western Carolina team that does leave them exposed from the outside. They're allowing opponents to shoot 43% from three-point range at home and just 31.5% on the road. So I do find that to be very unique. Meanwhile, Wofford, 299th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So I do think that both of these teams are going to be able to drill some shots, but I do think that home three-point shooting percentage for Western Carolina is just a little bit of a matter of circumstance and a little bit of bad luck in general. So I do think that that's going to bog down. And while you do have a Wofford team that's playing a little bit more up-tempo, I don't think that you're going to be able to get a lot of pace in this game. Wofford is a team that is used to playing a little bit more slowly, so I'm going to be taking a look at the under end. When it comes to this Wofford team in regulation, because their VMI game, that one went to overtime, they've been able to do a little bit of a better job of holding teams down defensively. If you toss that one out of the fold, they have given up now 55 points or fewer in 2 out of their last 3 games. So I don't think that that's necessarily going to be a mainstay in this one. But for Western Carolina, along with Woolbright being able to headline things, you've got some nice ancillary scores. 3 other guys have been able to give you between about 11 to 13.5 points per contest. Trey Jackson has been your main guy with about 13.5 points per contest. But like what I'm seeing out of Russell Jones with his 42.5% three-point shooting, all in all, Western Carolina only turns the ball over about 11 times per contest. Wofford a little bit sloppier with the ball. And with Western Carolina, they've actually been able to do a really nice job in terms of their defense as well. As this team has now given up 71 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 5 games. So I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. And with Western Carolina, did set them as a 10-point favorite. So I'm going to be willing to lay this number, 697, 698 on the betting board. It is UC Davis, and they have the road they're facing off against UC Irvine. So it's off for the Anteaters, who do find themselves as 9.5-point favorites. With your total on this game, 141, and with UC Irvine, I'm going to be willing to ride with them. I did set them as a 12-point favorite with UC Davis. I have to love what Elijah Pepper has been able to do for this team, as he's supplying 20-plus points per contest, a top 20 player with regards to just overall scoring in all of college basketball. But now you have to go up against a UC Irvine team that's getting Bent Lutken back in the fold, someone who's 7'1", comes in from Germany, he's able to pop some threes, and this team has become much more efficient on the offensive side of things ever since Pierre Cockrell has come into the fold. But Cockrell, not too much of a scorer with about 6.5 points per contest, but 6.3 assists per game, does a really nice job of being able to dole it out, 5+ assists in 4 of the team's last 5 games, and really doesn't turn the ball over much either. 3 turnovers or fewer in 4 of the team's last 5 games, going up against the UC Davis team that they're not one for necessarily going out there and getting a whole bunch of pickpocketing. Your main 2 guys on Elijah Pepper along Ty Johnson do combine for about 3 steals per game, but past that, you don't get a lot of support there. And for Johnson, he has been able to give the team right around 15 points per contest. Credit is due to the Nevada transfer in Kane Milling as well. It's become a little bit of a number 3 option for the UC Davis team, being able to supply in that neighborhood about 9.5 points per game, but it is a very top-heavy UC Davis team, and a UC Davis team that last season was in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, while outside the top 225 thus far this season. To the credit of UC Davis, they're about 94th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and as a collective, they do shoot 36.5% from three-point range, but they're pretty sloppy in terms of being able to take care of the ball. To be able to get those threes, they do turn the ball over about 14.5 times per contest, and now they go up against a UC Irvine team that they still have been pretty stout defensively. UC Irvine, 80th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is an Irvine team that they've got guys like Justin Hone who are able to do a solid job down low. Devin Tills, 6'4", 13 points per game, shoots it well from three-point range, and when it comes to this UC Irvine team, they do leave themselves a little bit exposed from the outside. They're about 190th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. UC Davis, more around 130th, but even though UC Irvine, they do have a lot of guys who are able to bomb it from three-point range. They still do a relatively solid job down low, with Niko Rokac being the only guy for UC Davis, giving you north of really 5 rebounds per game outside of Elijah Pepper. I do think that UC Irvine going to be able to win from within. I do think that Davis's turnovers going to cost them in this one. I did set my total at a 138, diving in on the under and one to lay double figures with UC Irvine. 699, 700 on the betting board. South Alabama is going to be playing us to Georgia State, and Georgia State does find themselves as 4 to 4.5 point underdogs. with your total 143.5. And with Georgia State, I did set them as an underdog of just 1.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Alabama. This is typically a team that does a really nice job bearing down defensively. They just have not been that this year. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, the South Alabama team is hardly within the top 275 right now, as it's been a really rough state of affairs for them. They lost darn near everything from a season ago, and for South Alabama, they're actually giving up 4.1 points more per 100 possessions when they're at home, rather than when they are on the road. And then got a Georgia State team that has been much better at being able to take care of the ball than they were a season ago when they were one of the worst cover teams in all of college basketball. As you've got Dwan Odom, who's just a Swiss Army knife guy, comes over with his coach in Jonas Hayes from Xavier, 4.5 assists, 5.5 boards, 11.7 points on about 33% three-point shooting. This is a Georgia State team that they are very much having their liabilities when it comes to their three-point shooting percentage. They're only shooting about 33.3% from three-point range, but they do get to go up against the South Alabama team that has been having their struggles defensively, as well as Isaiah Gator has been able to do a solid job being able to supply the team with about 15 points per contest. But really, other than Tom Sowell's has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game, they don't have a ton down low, and that masks one of the deficiencies of Georgia State, as right now Jaden Turner, who comes over from Queens NC, is the only guy that really gives you north of 6 rebounds per game, but they're going to be fine on that front end for this Georgia State team. They're a top 100 team in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. They've been able to do a nice job of locking it down there in the South Alabama team. They just don't have a lot down low, so they do rely a lot more on the three ball than they have in past years. And for South Alabama, interestingly enough, they allow opponents to shoot just 26.5% from three on the road. That expands to about 33.5% at home. So I do think that this Georgia State team is going to be able to find some room to operate, as their top 2 scorers are not necessarily guys that bomb it from three-point range, but you've had someone like a Lucas Taylor be able to give you 2 assists, a double-figure amount of points per contest. Leslie Incarium, who comes over from the Big South, he's been able to do a nice job chipping in there right around 7.5 points, 5 rebounds per game. So I do think that Georgia State going to be able to hold up against a South Alabama team that has not been too great on the glass, and this is a Georgia State team that all of a sudden is getting it going on offense, 73-plus points in each of their last 3 games. Meanwhile, you've got a South Alabama team that has been all over the place in terms of their defense with no consistency and has really warped their numbers based on games against non-D1 competition. So did set my line at 1.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Georgia State, and did set my total at a 143.5. Right now we're seeing across the board about a 143.5. I was seeing some 143s a little bit earlier. If we can get back to a 143 or less, looking at the over 144 or higher to the under to go along Georgia State. 7-1, 7-2 on the betting board. Georgia Tech plays us at Boston College. Boston College does find themselves as a 1.5 to a 2-point underdog. So it's between 146 and 146.5, and with Boston College, I did set them as an underdog of 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Georgia Tech. I have to hope that Georgia Tech doesn't give up north of 50 points in the second half, much like they did the Cash RDK Network right up a few days ago, but I do like what I've seen down low out of this Georgia Tech team, and I do think that they're going to be able to match up with Quentin Post. Quentin Post has been absolutely amazing for Boston College, and he's going to be the best player in this game. 18.5 points, 8 boards, 3 assists, 2 blocks. He's able to shoot 47.5% from three-point range. Have to feel like there's going to be a little bit of regression there, and for this Georgia Tech team, they do a nice job of being able to generate second chances. Top 35 team in the country in terms of opponents' missed shots that do result in an offensive rebound, as for Bay Ndongo, he's been able to give you a steal, 1.6 blocks, 11.5 points, 7 boards per game. This is a Georgia Tech team that they very much have their liabilities in terms of three-point shooting just 28.3% from three-point range. Miles Kelly has been able to supply, though, 6 boards, 15 points per game, and by committee, you do have 4 separate guys on the team that do give you at least 4.8 rebounds per game, going up against a Boston College team that certainly has been able to get some production from the outside. You've got Claudel Harris, who's giving you 14.5 points, shooting 42% from three-point range, and credit where credit is due for Boston College. The reason why they've been so efficient is that Jaden Zachary, who was a north of 45% three-point shooter 2 seasons ago, he's down to about like 30% three-point shooting this year, but has been going out about 4.5 assists to 1.5 turnovers per game. Boston College, fewer than 10 turnovers per contest. That's terrific. What's not terrific? Boston College, 292nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Georgia Tech, they're really shutting teams down. They're in the top 30 with this regard, and I do think that that's going to be a little bit of a rough matchup for a Boston College team that they do shoot about 35.5% from three-point range. You've had quite a few guys being able to step up from the outside. Mark Madsen has been able to shoot 46% from three-point range, so I do think that Georgia Tech going to be able to get it done in this spot. I did set Tech as a 4.5-point favorite, so I'm going to be one to lay the number, and I did set my total at 142.5. I think that because Boston College is going to see some regression with their three-point shooting, I think that Georgia Tech wins from within. That's going to cause for a lower scoring Georgia Tech win. So one to take the under and one to lay with Georgia Tech. 703, 704 on the betting board. It is St. Bonaventure on the road facing off against Richmond. Richmond, the itsy bitsy Spiders, find themselves in a pick'em game, and your total is anywhere between 140.5 and 141. set Richmond as 1.5-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Richmond, whether you're taking a look on Friday or Saturday, they're either in the top 3 or they're number 1 in all of college basketball in terms of turnovers on a per possession basis. They do a really good job of being able to take care of the ball. Now, with this Richmond team, they certainly do have their deficiencies with regards to defense. At St. Bonaventure, they're going to be able to win that battle. At St. Bonaventure, a top 100 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Richmond team that they do leave themselves a little bit open to being a bit crushed down low, but with this Richmond team, they've actually been able to rise up quite a bit more with their defense, and they are far better at home rather than on the road with regards to their defense, as this Richmond team is actually giving up about 25 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, and this team has been able to do a little bit of a better job with Neil Quinn, Isaac Bigelow being able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game. They're able to supply the team with about 25.5 points per game, and they both shoot north of 37.5% from three-point range. Richmond as a whole, they turn the ball over 8.4 times per contest. They shoot 35.5% from three-point range. You've had Jordan King be able to supply 18 points per game. Now, they go up against the St. Bonaventure team that is one of the most veteran-laden in all of college basketball. So if there is a team that's going to be up for a road test, it is going to be this Bonnie's bunch. Micah Adams-Woods has been around college basketball for seemingly 500 years, shooting 50% from three to be able to supply the team with 4 assists per contest. And for that matter, this is a St. Bonaventure team that among their top 3 players that have made at least 1 3, they are all shooting at least 44.6% from three-point range, with Moses Flowers, Lon Charles Pride being able to combine for in that neighborhood about 22 points per game. Chad Venning has been able to step up a little bit more down low for the team, as well as he's been able to do a solid job being able to chip in there in that neighborhood of about 5 or so rebounds per game. So I do like what he's able to bring to the table, but I do think that a lot of this is going to come down to three-point shooting defense. Both of these teams have been rock solid in terms of being able to bomb it from the outside, but this is just a Richmond team that they have been quite a bit different when they've been in Virginia. Richmond 22nd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. The Bonnies, they're more around 64th. So both of these teams are relatively solid with this regard. Both of these teams well outside the top 200 with regards to total possessions per game, and I do think that both of these teams are going to see a little bit of coolage with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. It's a Bonnie team that has given up 70 points or fewer in 8 out of their last 10 games, so I do think that this is going to be a little bit more of a defense-oriented game. Semi-total 135.5, diving in on the under, but I do think that with Richmond just having a little bit more down low, with having what was formerly known as Jan Farrell, it's now like Isa Musaveras, having a little bit of regression this season, that it allows Richmond to be able to get the job done, setting Richmond as a 1.5-point favorite, so taking them on this pick'em line and going with the under. 705, 706 on the betting board. Florida Atlantic is going to be on the road facing off against Charlotte, and Charlotte does find themselves as an 8.5-point underdog, seeing some 9s out there as well. Total setting between 137.5 and 138, and when it comes to this Florida Atlantic team, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points, so here at the 8.5 to a 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Charlotte. Charlotte, as they always have, is playing at a super slow pace. They are once again in the bottom 50 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, they are very much based around what Igor Milicic is able to do. Down low, he's been able to do a nice job giving you about 8.5 rebounds per game, has some stretchability to be able to pop threes, and for Florida Atlantic, this offense has been tremendous. They're in the top 30 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. We've seen them have a few clunkers that has resulted in their losses against Bryant along Florida Gulf Coast, but all in all, they've been able to do a relatively solid job there, and they go up against a Charlotte team that certainly has had their fumbles with regards to both offense and defense, but this team is far better at home. They are giving up about 12.7 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than on the road, and this is a Florida Atlantic team that they have fallen outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 13 more points per 100 possessions when they leave home, going up against a Charlotte team that, much like themselves, they've been a pretty efficient bunch. They're only turning the ball over about 9.8 times per contest. Lucille Patterson has been able to do a solid job of being able to lock it down as well. And then you take a look at John L. Davis along with Elijah Martin on the flip side for Florida Atlantic. They're combining for 30 points per contest. These two guys are combining to shoot in that neighborhood about 40% from three-point range. But Charlotte, they're doing a nice job of cutting off the three-point arc. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 31.4% from three against them, 115th in all of college basketball in terms of home three-point shooting percentage, while Florida Atlantic, they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.5% from three-point range. And when it comes to the Charlotte team, Robert Braswell has missed quite a bit of time this year, and he's allergic to rebounding despite being like 6'7", 6'8", but the Syracuse transfer has been able to shoot about 38% from three-point range. That's going to be a little bit of a hard guard for Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic, even though they've been very prolific with their offense, they're not necessarily super up-tempo. They're right around about 200th in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think that this game is going to be bogged down a little bit. I do think that Charlotte's three-point shooting defense keeps them lively, so won't take anything north of 8 with Charlotte, and did set my total 136. So looking at the under and the points with Charlotte. 707, 708 on the betting board. It is San Diego State playing us to UNLV, and UNLV does find themselves as 9.5 to 10-point underdogs with your total 140. And with UNLV, I did set them as an underdog of 9.5 points. Being able to get 10 plus, I'm going to be willing to take these points with having both of the Boone brothers now in the fold for UNLV. I do think that that's going to be a difference maker against a San Diego State team that they're getting back to happy. San Diego State was trying to play up tempo in like the first 5 to 6 games of the season, and we saw that from them last year as well. I have no idea why they decide like year in and year out, oh, we're going to try to play fast, and then they just completely abandon ship. But for the San Diego State team, now they've really been able to hunker down, giving up 68 points or fewer in 7 out of their last 9 games. They still have Jaden Ledee being one of the better scorers in all of college basketball, 21.5 points, 8.5 boards per contest while shooting 40% from 3-point range. But where's Darion Trammell along with Lamont Butler? Two guys that were so key for this team being able to make the national title game. Both are giving you about 8 points per contest between the two of them, and then Abraham about 6 assists per game, and they're both shooting sub 30% from 3-point range. Jay Pallas not necessarily giving you much of an impact down low, which is why Jaden Ledee is the only guy that's giving you north of 4.6 rebounds per game. Now, I will say, another Jalen Thomas, who comes over from Oklahoma, him being out of the fold for UNLV has been hurtful for the team, but at the same time, they have unearthed a really good point guard in Dedrin Thomas, who has been one of the best freshmen in all of college basketball. 6.3 assists, 12.5 points per game on north of 40% 3-point shooting. I absolutely love his game. He does turn the ball over a little bit too much, but all in all, UNLV only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest. It is a UNLV team that can be a little bit suspect on defense, but I mean, we're seeing this backcourt of San Diego State having their issues. Their front court has really been their forte. As for UNLV, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 207th in all of college basketball, but Luis Rodriguez is able to generate some turnovers, 2.1 steals, 12.5 points per contest. Caleb Boone, who's been out there for the entirety of the season, 5.5 points per contest. And now Keelan Boone has now been able to give you right around 8 rebounds per game. So this team is much more equipped to being able to match up with San Diego State down low now that he's back in the fold. I do think that for UNLV, it's made a big difference for them as they have now given up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games. This team is just very much different in the city of Las Vegas as well. So I do think that when it comes to this UNLV team, they're going to see a little bit of a drop-off with their defense going to the VAR center, but both of these teams putting a little bit more impact on that side of things. Did set my total 140, both of these teams now well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so diving in on the under end at 10 plus, going to be willing to take the points with UNLV. 709, 710 on the betting board. It is Utah Valley, and they're going to be playing us to Southern Utah, and Southern Utah does find themselves as a favorite of 6.5 to 7 points, and your total on this game, you're going to be getting at 147.5, and when it comes to this Utah Valley team, I did set them as a favorite of 8 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It is a Southern Utah team that has been having their deficiencies throughout the season, especially on the defensive side of things. Rob Jeter has taken over a team that has not really been able to do a solid job with regards to both their 3-point shooting and their 3-point shooting defense. Southern Utah 3 are in 7th at all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, the good news for them, they're going to be able to catch a break with regards to their lack of perimeter play because they are going up against a Utah Valley team that is very much a new look in the backcourt. They've been shooting sub 32% from 3-point range. Caleb Carwell has really been the top scorer for the team, coming in for Boston P with about 11.5 points per contest, but this is a Utah Valley team that should be able to win the battle down low. Trayvon Doris, 9.5 points, 7.5 boards, block and a half per contest for a Utah Valley team that they only shoot 25% from 3-point range. I think that that's a little bit of bad luck. That should be able to rise up a little bit more here, and they go up against the Southern Utah team that they themselves shoot about 30.5% from 3-point range, as you've had Persaf, the law, be able to give you about 15 points, 6.5 boards per contest, and he's the only guy on the roster that's able to give you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. Jamari Sibley coming over from Georgetown along with UTEP should be able to help this team out. In 4 games, he's been able to give them right around about 7 points, 4 boards per contest, but for everything that has gone wrong for this Utah Valley team with regards to their offense in terms of the perimeter, they've been able to do a relatively okay job of being able to hold things down on defense, despite the fact that their perimeter defense, it can be a little bit hit or miss. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range, and for Southern Utah, Dominique Ford has been able to give you about 35% 3-point shooting, 15 points per contest, but that lack of rebounding, I do think it's going to be costly for a Southern Utah team that they've been getting cooked on defense. 76 plus points surrendered in 4 out of their last 5 games, so that's a little bit of an issue, but you've got a Utah Valley team that they've had a tough time scoring themselves, 65 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Good old situation of something's got to give. I do think that the Utah Valley defense is going to be able to rise up in a game where you've got a pair of backcourts. They're in very much transition, and that's going to lead, in my opinion, to a little bit of a lack of scoring. So I did set my total 144, diving in on the under with Utah Valley. Going to be willing to lay up to 7.5 with them. Set them as an 8-point favorite. 7-11, 7-12 on the betting board. UNC Greensboro plays us at East Tennessee State. ETSU is a 7 to a 6.5 point underdog. Totals between 139 139 and 139.5. And when it comes to ETSU, I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points. So here at a 7+, I'm going to be willing to take the points. When it comes to Michael Brown-Jones, him being back in the fold for this UNC Greensboro team, it's absolutely massive as he's shooting darn near 50% from three-point range as far this season, but he certainly has been someone that has been hurting this team a little bit more defensively as Mike Jones. You ask who, and I say Mike Jones as a coach typically has this UNC Greensboro team in the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and that's just not the case this season as we have seen both of these teams have their ups and downs with regards to their defense. ETSU has had so many different coaching regime changes that it's hard to keep track of, but for ETSU, right around about 147th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They've been able to do a solid job with Jaden Seymour being able to give you about 7 rebounds per game down low, and when it comes to this UNC Greensboro team, they're clocking in right in the neighborhood about 213th in the country with this regard, and they're only giving up about a point less per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. For Greensboro, they've been able to amp up their offense with the Langley brothers being able to amplify it. Kobe Langley, 9.5 points, does a little bit more of the dirty stuff, 5.5 assists, 2.2 steals per game while shooting 37.5% for three. Kobe has to his disposal his brother Keyshawn, who's able to shoot 38% from three with his steal and a half, 3 assists, 14.5 points per game. And now you're getting Donovan Atwell going as well. He's been able to shoot about 40% from three-point range for a Greensboro team that they only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest. They shoot 39% from three-point range, but they don't have a ton down low. So on top of having Jaden Seymour, you also have E.B. Asamoah, who's able to give you about 4.5 rebounds per game. Karen Boyd has really been able to step up as well. 8.5 points, 7.5 boards out of him. And this is an ETSU team that they only shoot about 30% from three-point range, but they do a much better job of being able to guard the perimeter than this UNC Greensboro team as well. For Greensboro, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they're currently clocking in right around about 192nd, and for UNC Greensboro, they're going to have a tough time being able to make threes against an ETSU team that they rank about 80th in the country with this regard. So I do think that ETSU going to travel relatively well in this game, and I do think that ETSU is going to be looking to play a little bit more of a defense-oriented style game. Both of these teams are outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, so I did set my total at 136 after having it on the under, and at 7+, looking at ETSU. 713, 714 on the betting board. VCU, they play us to George Washington. Our nation's first president is finding himself as an 11 to 11.5 point underdog. Totals between 148.5 and 149. Second time in this week that George Washington, our nation's first president, all by himself is going up against a pack of Rams. It was Fordham the last time around, and now it's VCU, but I could only set this number at 5. And with VCU, I do like the fact that they've got back to the fold a pair of guys I think are going to be very big. Joe Beshmele, I love his game. He's been able to do a solid job of being able to supply the team with double figures since he's returned, and you've also got Sean Bearsell. He followed his coach Ryan Odom over from Utah State, and these two guys are big-time elevators, but at the same time, this is still a George Washington team that has one of the more explosive players outside the Power 6 in all of college basketball, and James Bishop. He's been able to do a very good job giving the team 19-plus points, right around 5 assists per contest for a George Washington team that they do turn the ball over about 14.5 times per contest, but they're very demonstrative in the way that they play. Top 20 team in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And now you've got Maximus Edwards coupled with Garrett Johnson, both shooting north of 41.5% from three-point range. They combined for about 14 rebounds, getting 27 points per game out of them. And unexpectedly, 6 boards and 15 points out of Darren Buchanan as well. It's a little bit of a top-heavy George Washington team, but a team that is able to bomb it at about 38% from three-point range, going up against a VCU team that they themselves have their turnover woes, right around 13 turnovers per contest. They've been much more efficient on offense ever since they've gotten Bearsell along with Beshmele back in the fold. And Max Shoga has been a constant for this team all season long, shooting about 37.5% from 3, 4 assists per contest. And if you just take a look at what this VCU team has been able to do over their last 5 games, they've gotten to at least 75 points in every one of them, but they've now given up at least 73 points in 3 of those contests as well. You've got a George Washington team that prior to their 3 overtime game against Fordham, which, yeah, that was an absolute calamity, and that was very much fun to watch, to say the least. But prior to that, this team had allowed 73 points or fewer in regulation, so this throws out overtime in 4 of their last 6 games as well. So it does lead to a very interesting circumstance. I think that George Washington is going to be able to have some success on the glass, and I do think that for George Washington, they're doing a little bit of a better job defensively. I do think that for VCU, they're finding their bearings with their backcourt coming back, and VCU should be able to get the job done, but double figures to me just feels way too lofty. So this is a spot where I'm going to be taking a look at the points with George Washington. Did set my total at a 147, do have to wonder if George Washington is going to be dealing with a little bit of a lack of, shall we say, turbo with them having played a 3 overtime game just a few nights ago. So I'm going to be taking a look at the points with George Washington and set by total 147, looking at the under 715, 716 on the betting board. Florida State is going to be playing against Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech does find themselves in a pick'em game. Your total on this game is 144 to 144.5, and I'm going to be taking a look at this total under. I did set my total 144. You do have a Florida State team that does rank in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Virginia Tech team that, as per usual, they're playing relatively slow and controlled, 275th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. And for Virginia Tech, they've been a little bit better on defense and a little bit worse on offense thus far this season. You still have Sean Badula being able to contribute double figures. You still have him doing a relatively rock-solid job in terms of getting this offense going, but at the same time, for Virginia Tech, they're now a top 75 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Florida State team that, as we saw on full display a few nights ago against Georgia Tech, they're a bit all over the place. You do have some good rebounding with the team, with Baba Miller along with Jameer Watkins being able to give you a combined about 11 boards per contest. Watkins has been able to shoot 37% from three-point range, and for Florida State, I do think that they're going to be a better offensive team moving forward, but a little bit worse on defense with Primo Spears coming into the fold, averaging about 12 points per contest after last season at Georgetown. He was able to give him about 15 points per game, but this is a Virginia Tech team that I do think that they're going to have a tough time down low with all the size that Florida State has. Even though Florida State isn't an amazing rebounding team, they still have a lot of guys with length that is going to cause for some issues, with Lynn Kidd really being your main rebounder for Virginia Tech. 7.5 boards, 16.5 points per game. You've only got one other player on the roster, that'd be Sean Badula, giving you north of 3.8 rebounds per game. Of Virginia Tech, just not the same three-point shooting team that they were a season ago. You've got Hunter Couture shooting about 38% from three-point range for a team that only shoots about 33.5% from the outside. It's a Virginia Tech team that, to their credit, they've been much better on defense recently, as this team has now given up 68 points or fewer in 5 out of their last 6 games. Meanwhile, it's a Florida State team that, it doesn't sound like much, but they've been able to do a little bit more defensively, as well as they've now given up 71 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. I do think that for Florida State, they're going to look to dial it back a little bit more. This just feels like a tempo that has gotten away a little bit from the system in general. It's a little bit faster than how Florida State likes to play. So I did set my total 144 here at a 144.5. I'm going to be looking at the under of Florida State on their home floor. I do think that they get it done on a pick'em line. 717, 718 on the betting board. It is USC. They play us at Samford. Samford is a underdog of 3.5 to 4 points. Total on this game is 150.5. I did set USC as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm actually going to be willing to lay this number. It's a USC team that's been one of the biggest disappointments in all of college basketball, but do have to wonder if Samford is going to be feeling themselves a little bit. They go on the road, they knock off UCLA, they have that 100-point performance against Arizona, and the guy that has really been able to take off is Cannon Carlisle. In both of these performances, he was really the top guy for Samford. He's been averaging north of 20 points per game in this 2-game run, shooting it absolutely amazingly from three-point range. And Samford in that game against Arizona, they went 16 of 25 from three-point range. This is actually a pretty solid Samford team. They've been playing with much more tempo. They're now in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game. You do have to wonder if things are going to start to fizzle out just a little bit more for a Samford team that they see a lot of their offensive success when they are at home, as this team is averaging 27.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're on the road rather than when they are at home. And this is a USC team that they still have a really nice backcourt. You still have Boogie Ellis, you still have Isaiah Collier, a pair of guys that are able to give you double figures, and down low, you're able to get 2.5 blocks per contest out of Joshua Morgan. This team does need to do a better job of rebounding. Vincent Iwuchukwu has been a little bit of a disappointment for the team, and her top rebounder in this game is actually on the Samford side, with Maximine Raynaud being able to give you 14 points, 9.5 boards per contest. So that's going to be a little bit of an issue for a USC team that they certainly do leave themselves exposed on the defensive side of things. 257th in the country in terms of opponent three-point shooting percentage, but allowing opponents to shoot 32.9% from the outside at home, more like 36.5% from three-point range on the road. And this is a Samford team that actually right around about 155th with this regard. So they've been a little bit better on that front. They've been dealing with some injuries with the likes of Spencer Jones and company, but they're getting back to relatively full health, and I do like the way that Jared Bynum has been able to take care of the ball. He's giving out 7+ assists with fewer than 2.5 turnovers per game for Samford. So now you're starting to see Bronny James finally become a little bit more of an impact guy. It took him a little bit of time to get going, but now he's been able to heat it up. He's starting to pop a few threes as well, and I do think that for USC on their own floor, they're going to get it done against a Samford team that you have to wonder if this is a little bit of the sell high spot on them against a USC team that they themselves have been able to amplify their offense, getting to at least 70 points at each of their last 5 games. So this is a Samford team that they themselves have really fizzled with their offense when they've been on the road this season. So I did set my total 149.5, diving in on the under of the USC, willing to lay up to 5 with them. 719, 720 on the betting board. It is Troy. In the men of Troy playoffs, Appalachian St. App State is a favorite of 4 points. Total last game is between 146 and 146.5. Now for Troy, if you look at their raw possessions per game, this is a top 75 team in all of college basketball, but Troy has played a lot of overtime games, including that double overtime game against Oregon State. That has very much warped their numbers. They're not as fast of a team as those raw possessions would indicate, so that actually leads me to the under in this spot. I did set my total more around 141, as you still have an Appalachian State team that has done a pretty stinking good job of being able to defend. Appalachian State, 87th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're giving up about 11.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than on the road. And for this Appalachian State team, they're not really bombing it from three-point range. They're shooting in the neighborhood about 30.5 to 31% from three-point range, but you do have Donovan Gregory. Scott good versatility, 3 assists, 4.5 boards, 14 points per contest on 38.5% three-point shooting for an Appalachian State team that they're pretty efficient with the ball. They only turn the ball over 9.8 times per contest. They should be able to win the battle down low with Justin Abson being able to give you 6.3 boards and 2.5 blocks per contest. And they go up against a Troy team that they have been getting gashed from the outside, 313th of the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. So that should be able to help out this Appalachian State team a little bit, but they really don't thrive on being able to shoot a bunch of threes. And this is an Appalachian State team that at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 24.7% from three-point range. And really the lifeline of this Troy team has been able to bomb it from the outside. Christian Eugene has been really the headliner for this offense, main facilitator, who's able to give you 4+ assists per contest, chipping in there 14 points, shooting north of 40% from three-point range. And then you've had Amir Muhammad do a solid job as a nice little off-the-ball scorer who's been able to give you about 10 points on the mid-30s three-point shooting. But he, along with your other, I guess you call it backup scorer, Seton Conaway, these two guys both give you about 2.5 assists per contest, and Conaway is actually shooting well north of 40% from three-point range. But with this Troy team, they do turn the ball over right around about 15 times per contest. That's a little bit of an issue against an Appalachian State team that, while they don't generate a lot of turnovers, they do a nice job of just being able to keep things clean in general. It is a Troy team that they themselves have risen up a little bit with their defense. It doesn't sound like a whole heck of a lot, but this is a Troy team that they're now giving up 74 points or fewer in essentially 5 out of their last 8 games. And I do think that for Troy, their up-tempo numbers are warped just a little bit by the amount of overtimes that they have played. So I'm going to be taking a look at the under, set my total at 141, and with App State, made them a 7-point favorite. I do think that they're going to do a nice job of being able to control things inside, especially with Abson and all the block shots that he's able to get. So I'm going to be taking a look at App State laying the number and looking at the under. 721, 722 on the betting board. Western Illinois is playing also Lindenwood, and Lindenwood does find themselves as underdogs of 8.5 to 9 points. Your total is between 136 and 136.5, and I did set my total 139.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over, but bigger thing here is I'm going to be taking a look at Western Illinois laying the number. I set them as a 9.5 point favorite. This team, I think, is going to be able to dominate things down low, and got a Lindenwood team that they've been doing a little bit of a better job on defense recently, but really, other than Keenan Cole, you don't have a lot going for this team. And with Lindenwood, this is a team that can get lambasted from the outside. It's a Lindenwood team that at home they're actually allowing opponents to shoot 41% for 3, and on the road they're allowing opponents to shoot 29.5% for distance. I have no idea how that works. They're a relatively middle of the road team when it comes to opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but this is a bunch that they really aren't going up against a Western Illinois team that likes to bomb it from 3-point range. Western Illinois is going to be really looking to build things up down low. I think that they should have a lot of success with that, as they have a top 10 rebounder in all of college basketball, and Drew Cisse giving you 12 boards. I was mentioning Cole a little bit before. He's given this Lindenwood team right around about 17 points, 5.5 boards. He's been able to do a solid job there, but last year shot 48% from 3. This year shooting only about 23% from distance, and Lindenwood 27.5% 3-point shooting as a collective. They really only have one guy that gives you north of 3 points per game that's shooting above 28.6% from 3-point range, and that would be the 40% of Jeremiah Tulton. Tulton has been able to do a solid job with a combined 25 points over the last 2 games, and overall for the season has been able to supply about 8 points per game. But that said, you just don't have a lot from the outside for the team, which is where you're able to hurt this Western Illinois team. Darius Bean has been able to give you 13 points per game, but for Lindenwood, don't have a single player on the roster giving you north of 2.1 assists per game, and Ryan Myers, the transfer from Iona, has been able to really elevate this backcourt, shooting 46% from three, 13 points per contest. James Dent Jr. chips in there about 5 boards, 14.5 points per game, and for Western Illinois, they should be able to do a nice job being able to dominate down low. Josiah West has seen a little bit of a drop-off in his production from a season ago, but this is a Lindenwood team that they really don't have a lot down low, with not having a lot of outside shooting as well. They're very much relying upon trying to stick teams in the mud, looking to play relatively slowly. They're going up against mid-tempo Western Illinois team, but for Lindenwood, I just don't know where the offense is really going to be coming from for this team, and it's a Western Illinois team that has now given up 70 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, and I do think that they're going to be able to dominate in this one. I did set my total 139.5 just because I do think that they're going to do a nice job taking it to Lindenwood down low, getting those second and third chances to be able to get points up on the board, so I'm looking at the over, but with Western Illinois willing to lay up to 9 points with them. 723, 724 on the betting board. Marshall hits the road face-off against Texas State, and Texas State is an underdog of points / a pick'em, and total on this game, you're going to be getting it anywhere between 138.5 and 139, and I did set my total at 143. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This is not quite the same Texas State team that we've seen in the past. Defensively, they've been missing quite a few pieces down low, which has been really hurting them as in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Texas State team that's clocking in 166th in all of college basketball, but this is also a Marshall team that's leaving quite a bit of something to be desired defensively as well, about 150th in the country with this regard, and I am going to be willing to take Texas State in this spot. It is a Marshall team that they're once again looking to play super duper up tempo. They're in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, but for Marshall, they're just really lacking a lot of pop from the outside. Marshall shooting about 30.5% from 3-point range. Now, you've got Obiana Onchele-Killian, who has a 6'7", 6'8" combo player, gives you a block and a half, 46% 3-point shooting, 16 points, 7 boards per game, and Nate Martin, ironically enough, a Texas State transfer, has been able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game, so he's been able to do a very solid job on that front, but you've got Camden Kerfman, who last year was really able to elevate this team from the outside. He has seen a regression in terms of his 3-point shooting. It's a Marshall team that typically does a great job of being able to generate turnovers, just 6.5 steals per game, and that helps out the Texas State team that had a tough time holding on to the ball. Only about 31% 3-point shooting, 14 turnovers per game, but they should be able to do a solid job holding up down low with Brandon Love, being able to give you about 6 boards, 10.5 points per game. His team now gets Colton Benson back in the fold as well after he was over at Army last season, one of those 2-time transfers that just could not get out there on the floor. Now he's really been able to elevate. First 2 games were a big giant clunker. He had scored 34 points in his last 2 games. At Army last season had about 11.5 points, shot 37% from 3. That should be able to elevate this offense. On top of that, they were dealing with an injury to begin the season to Jordan Mason, and Jordan Mason has now been able to really help this team out from a facilitation standpoint as he's been able to dole out the ball with about 21 assists over the team's last 5 games, 2 turnovers or fewer in 4 out of those 5 games as well. So I do think that this Texas State team taking some strides forward with that regard. They're still dealing with the injury to Tyrell Morgan. He was really their main low post piece, but with Love, he's able to give you about 2.3 blocks per contest. This is a Marshall team that they do find themselves quite vulnerable when it comes to being hurt from the outside, as Marshall is allowing opponents to shoot at about a 33.5% clip from 3-point range. That ranks about 172nd in all of college basketball. The Texas State team, they're a top 25 team in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage as well. So I do think that Texas State going to look to the outside. I do think that they're going to be looking to push a little bit more tempo with regards to coming back, and that'll allow them to get the job done. And like I said, this is a Texas State defense that's not quite what we're used to seeing out of them. As for Texas State against D1 competition, because they played a few games against non-D1 teams, they have now given up 70 plus points in now 4 out of their last 5 games. So I did set my total 143, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take Texas State as a pick-up / a slight underdog. 725, 746 on the betting board. Eastern Washington is going to be playing against North Dakota State. North Dakota State is a 9 to a 9.5 point underdog. And your total on this game, you're going to be finding it anywhere between 150.5 and 151. And with North Dakota State, to set them as an underdog of 9 points. Being able to get the 9.5, I'm going to be looking at those points with North Dakota State. This team ranks well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I do think that they're going to be able to hold in there because their backcourt has been much more efficient this season than they have been in past years. In past years, this is a North Dakota State team that they really couldn't find that main facilitator, and you've been able to have Damari Wheeler-Thomas be able to help out with that regard. He's now giving you a little bit over 3 assists per contest while shooting about 35.5% from the outside. When it comes to this North Dakota State team, you don't have a ton down low. They do lose Grant Nelson to Alabama in the offseason, and you're expecting Andrew Morgan, someone who stands right around 6'10", to be able to elevate this team. He has not been able to do so. 11 points, 4 boards for a North Dakota State team that, in their own right, they are shooting 36.5% from 3-point range. It is a team that has their numbers warped a little bit, if if you include non-D1 play in that game that they played against like Oak Hill Christian or whatever, where they gave up the 14 points. So you do want to be taking that out of the fold, and I make sure to do so when I evaluate the team, because North Dakota State, they're in 35th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but not like Eastern Washington is necessarily batting down the hatches with their defense either, as Eastern Washington, they are clocking in 275th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Interestingly enough, for this Eastern Washington team, they're allowing 29.2 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, and this is a North Dakota State team that's outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. Eastern Washington really has a big six. They've got 6 different guys that all average between 9.5 and 13.6 points per contest. You've got a pair of guys in Cedarius Coward along with Luwan Watts, who have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game, but outside those guys, you're getting really nothing at all. And for Jake Kyman, though, he shoots 42.5% for three. Very feast or famine from the outside. Eastern Washington also turning the ball over right around about 13.5 times per game. It is a North Dakota State team that's been getting cooked on defense, giving up 75-plus points in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, it's an Eastern Washington team that they've been able to elevate their offense recently with 87-plus points. But prior to this most recent run, it was an Eastern Washington team that, against D1 competition, they were having a really rough time being able to put the ball in the basket, as they had scored 72 points or fewer in really 4 out of their last 6 games prior to that. So these two teams have been having a lot of ebbs and flows. I do think that North Dakota State is going to have a little bit of a tough time down low, with Bowden Skunberg giving you 13 points, 5 boards, and the team being able to bomb it from 3-point range. I do think that allows them to hang there in a game that I do think is going to be slowed down a little bit more than expected. I did set my total 147 diving in on the under, and at north of 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points with North Dakota State. 727, 728 on the betting board. Jacksonville State, they do play host to Florida National. FIU finds themselves as 5.5 to 6-point underdogs. Your total is 137.5. Did set my total 143. I'm looking at the over. It's a Jacksonville State team that ranks well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. And Jacksonville State, to their credit, they've been able to do a relatively solid job on defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, the team is finding themselves right in that neighborhood of about the top 100 or so, more like 60th, though. They're actually giving up more points per possession at home rather than on the road. And for FIU, this is a team that they sell out and they gamble for turnovers. As for FIU, they've got actually the leader in all of college basketball in steals, Arterio Dean. He's been able to do a nice job giving you 13 points, 4.1 steals, 4.6 assists, 4.5 rebounds. I mean, this guy can legitimately go off for a quadruple-double if everything breaks right. That said, there's absolutely nothing down low for this FIU team. They don't have a single guy other than Dean that's giving you north of 4 rebounds per game. It's an FIU team that they do turn the ball over themselves right around 15 times per contest as well. And when FIU does not get a turnover, they do leave themselves a little bit vulnerable from the outside, as they're 334th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. This is a Jacksonville State team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to shut down the three-point arc as well. That hurts an FIU team that really doesn't have any sort of size whatsoever. As for Jacksonville State, in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, they are clocking in 79th in all of college basketball. But it's not like this Jacksonville State team necessarily has a ton of size themselves. You've got Kai Katandi in the backcourt, who's been tremendous with 18.5 points per contest, and then Juwan Purdue is really the lone guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.8 rebounds per game. He's been able to log 8.5 points, 5.8 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range himself. But for Jacksonville State, they also turn the ball over right around about 13.5 times per contest. That should play in the hands of FIU. FIU has been giving up all sorts of points. In games against D1 competition, they have now allowed at least 74 points in each of their last 5 games, and really everyone other than Long Island has been able to get them, and they've been able to destroy them. Meanwhile, Jacksonville State, 90-plus points in each of their last 3 games. Granted, 2 of those games were against non-D1 competition, but this is a Jacksonville State team that's starting to find their offense. FIU is playing games are absolutely all over the place, so I do think that things are going to be sped up a little bit more in this game. I'm going to be willing to take the over, and with FIU, I think north of 7, I'm going to be willing to take the points, as I do think that they're going to be able to force some turnovers in this one. 729, 730 on the betting board. It is Montana State, and they're going to be hitting the road. They're going to be playing against South Dakota State. South Dakota State does find themselves as a favorite of between 11.5 and 12 points. Let's open up at 10.5, and we're seeing it on the move. Total on this game is 144.5. I did set my total 144. I'm going to be taking a look at the under. South Dakota State, far from an amazing defense. As a matter of fact, they are well outside the top 300 in terms of total points allowed on a per possession basis. That said, this is also a South Dakota State team that has really put the brakes on. The South Dakota State team, 357th in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. This is a far cry from what we've seen in past years out of the team. And you've got a Montana State team that they themselves, with Danny Sprinkle now being out of the fold and being over at Utah State, they have slowed things down as well. They're right around about 240th in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game. So I do think that we get a little bit of a slog. And with South Dakota State being so ghastly on defense, I think that that's going to allow Montana State to be able to hold in there. I'm going to be taking a look at the points. You've got Brandon Goraki, who's been able to give you 16 points, 4.5 boards, and does shoot 36.5% from three. All in all, it is a Montana State team that they shoot 34% from three. It's nothing great. It's nothing terrible. For Montana State, they are going to need to guard the arc, because this is a South Dakota State team that they always look to being able to shoot from three-point range to be able to generate some offense. And Montana State, they've been a really good three-point shooting defense. 55th in all of college basketball. South Dakota State, they're clocking in 286th. Though I will say for South Dakota State, allowing opponents to shoot just 31.9% from three-point range when they are at home. And for South Dakota State, you're going to have the most versatile player out there on the floor. That'd be Zeke Mayo. 6 boards, 3 assists, 1.2 steals, 17.5 points per game. And for this South Dakota State team, one thing that they are doing on defense, they are now generating about 7 steals per contest, with Charlie easily shooting 40% from 3, 3.5 assists, 2.5 steals, about 11 points per contest. This is a little bit of a top-heavy South Dakota State team, though, as well. You really have 5 to 6 guys that are really able to contribute a pass that. You don't have a ton else. Luke Capel is able to shoot about 39% from 3 of the double-figure amount of points per game. Kalen Gary, about 9 points, 5 rebounds per game. And then William Kyle has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game as well. This against a Montana State team that has Robert Ford, who's had to become Mr. Do-It-All. 13.5 points, 7.5 boards, shoots 42% from 3 with about 3 assists per contest. Both of these teams relatively top-heavy, but with Montana State only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per contest. Ford also chipping in their 3 steals per game on Montana State's perimeter defense. I do think that Montana State holds in there anything north of 10, taking the points with Montana State, and did set my total 144, so you're at the 144.5, also diving in on the under. 731, 732 on the betting board. Louisiana Tech gets the road face-off against Sam Houston State. Sam Houston is a underdog of 5.5 to 6 points. Total on this game is 136 on with Sam Houston State. I did set them as an underdog of 4 points, so I'm going to be willing to take the points. I did also set my total at 136, so I'm going to be waiting on a little bit of a late night line movement on this one, 135.5 or less. Looking at the over 136.5 or higher. Going to be taking a look at the under, but for Louisiana Tech, for everything that they do well on defense, this team is in the top 75 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You've got a double-double machine in the post that has been absolutely tremendous in Daniel Bacho, who's been able to give you 10 plus rebounds per game. I do think that Sam Houston State going to be able to do a relatively solid job of hanging in there with the fact that you do have such a deep rotation, and you've got a good facilitator in Jaden Ray that gives you about 4.3 assists per contest and shoots 35.5% from three-point range. As a matter of fact, when it comes to Sam Houston State, each of your top 5 scorers are all shooting at least 34.7% from three-point range. Louisiana Tech certainly is going to be able to win that battle on the glass. Other than Keon Scroggins, you don't have anyone for the Sam Houston State team that's giving you north of 5.5 rebounds per game. But for Louisiana Tech, they are allowing opponents to shoot north of 34% from three-point range, 228th in all of college basketball in that regard. And you got a Sam Houston State team that still does a relatively solid job of being able to guard the arc. 114th of the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage, allowing opponents to shoot just 29% from the outside when they are at home. You've been able to get quite a bit out of Devin Barnes, coupled with Lamar Wilkerson, who have been able to combine for about 27 points per contest. As well, you're getting a little bit more rebounding for the TCU and the JUCO transfer in Solomon Diumbia, who has been able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game. Now, to the credit of Louisiana Tech, Sean Newman has been very efficient with about 5.8 assists and 1.8 turnovers per game. Louisiana Tech as a whole, they do shoot about 35.5% from three-point range, and Talik Chavez to be able to chip in their 11.5 points per contest as well. But this is a Louisiana Tech team that, outside of Isaiah Crawford and Daniel Bacho, you don't have anyone else that really gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. I do think that for Sam Houston State, they're going to have a tough time matching up with Bacho, but all in all, I do think that they're going to be able to hold in this game. It is a Sam Houston State team that's been struggling quite a bit with their offense against C1 competition. 64 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Louisiana Tech team that they themselves, in regulation, they've been getting tied down a little bit as well, scoring 70 points or fewer in each of the last 2. They've actually given up now at least 70 points in each of their last 3 games against C1 competition as well. But I do think that things are going to be dialed back a little bit more. If I had a bit of a lean right now, I would hope for a little bit more of like a 136 half, 137 under rather than a 135 over. But right now, this is right on my numbers, so waiting to see on the total. Meanwhile, with Sam Houston State, anything north of a 4, going to be willing to take a look at the points. 733, 734 on the betting board. It is Seattle, and they're going to be playing against Cal Baptist. Cal Baptist is an underdog of 6.5 points with your total between 135 and 136. And with Cal Baptist, I did set them as an underdog of 8.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. I have really loved what I've seen of the Seattle team. They've got by far the best scorer in this game. That'd be Cam Tyson. He's done a nice job supplying 18.5 points, 5 boards on 40% three-point shooting for a Seattle team that now they've been able to get some reinforcements in, as John Christofelis, he comes over from Creighton, and he's been able to give the team 14 points per contest. He was a 2-time transfer that now became eligible, and he's been able to give this team a little bit of elevation in the backcourt. Couple that with the fact that this Seattle team has been just so good on defense, 37th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now, you do have yourself on the flip side a team at Cal Baptist has been able to do a nice job of dialing things back. They are well outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game. They're right around about 160 116th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they do go up against the Seattle team that, while they do a nice job of rebounding by committee, they've got 5 separate guys that give you at least 4 rebounds per game. They've got the best rebounder in Hunter Goodrick, who's been able to give you about 9 points, 9.5 rebounds per game, and then Ivan Odriogo has been able to give you about 9 boards. He does a solid job locking it down low as well, but this is a Cal Baptist team that they only shoot about 65% of the free throw line, less than 32% from 3, and they really relied upon Dominique Daniels, who's been able to log 2.5 assists, 18 points per game for a little bit of everything as well. You can tell that without the Armstrong brothers, this has been a team that has been hot and cold with their offense, I think is the best way of putting it. As for Cal Baptist, they have only been able to exceed the 70-point plateau now once in their last 7 games. Meanwhile, you do have yourself a Seattle team that they've got some really nice balances. They've been able to get to 70-plus points in each of their last 4 games in regulation, because we've seen some harebrained overtime games for this team. They have given up 70 points or fewer as well, and now I believe 6 out of their last 7 games. So they've been able to do a relatively solid job on that front. I do think that this is going to be a slow down slog, so I did set my total at a 132.5. I'm going to be looking at the under with Seattle. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, willing to lay up to 8.5 with them. 735, 736 on the betting board. It is Western Kentucky, and they are going to be playing us to Liberty. Old Liberty does find themselves as 2.5 to 3-point road favorites, with your total between 144 and 144.5. I set my total at 148. I'm going to be looking at the over. Western Kentucky does find themselves in the top 40 in terms of total possessions per game. Now, with this Western Kentucky team, they do not do a good job of being able to shoot it from 3-point range, despite the fact that they bring in Brandon Newman for Purdue, who's been able to give you 9 points, 6 half-boards per contest. As a whole, Western Kentucky, 13 turnovers on 30.2% 3-point shooting, but you do have Don McHenry along Christian Lander starting to elevate with McHenry. He's been the main scorer of 15 points, 2.5 assists per game. And Lander, after a rough start to the season, he was someone that reached Class 5 many years ago when he was over at Indiana. But 15-plus points in 4 of the team's last 6 games, that should be able to help this team out a little bit. And they now have to go up against a Liberty team that, while this team is always very slow, very controlled, Liberty once again, well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game, this team ranks in the top 50 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis. Western Kentucky, rank right around about 254th, and with this Liberty team, I'm going to be willing to lay it because this team is so well put together. You've got 4 separate guys that give you at least 7.5 points per contest. This team does a nice job of rebounding by committee with Joe Van Zandt, who only gives you 6 points per contest, leading the way with about 8 boards per contest. Liberty, 8.9 turnovers on 37.5% 3-point shooting. This Liberty team, they always play that pack line defense. Their coaching staff is disciples, essentially, of Tony Bennett, and this team has been able to do a really nice job of being able to lock down on that front as well. It's this Liberty team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. We've seen them be a little bit better in the past at 180th, but I do think that they're going to be able to do a relatively solid job here because they had a few rough games against like Florida Atlantic, Charleston to begin the season, but now they're really kicking it into full force. 63 points or fewer surrendered in 4 of their last 5 games, and I do think that Liberty's defensive metrics are just a result of having to play against that tough competition. They had to play against Alabama in late December. They had a game against Vermont, Wichita State, you name it. They had to play them for this Western Kentucky team. They themselves have been able to elevate a little bit more with regards to their defense. They have now given up 70 points or fewer in 4 out of their last 6 games. So I do think that for Western Kentucky, they're going to be able to do a little bit more on that front. They just haven't seen a team quite like this Liberty bunch. You've got someone like a Kyle Rohde who stands right around 6'7", 13 points, 5 boards. He's able to give out 3+ assists per contest. It is a Liberty team that they rank in the top 100 in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this is a Western Kentucky team that they are a team that they do a solid job on the road of being able to guard the 3-point arc. At home, they're allowing opponents to shoot 36.2% from 3-point range. So I do think that Liberty is going to be able to knock down those outside shots. I do think that Western Kentucky tries to crank things up tempo, and I think that's going to be to their detriment. I did set my total at 148. I'm going to be willing to take the over of Liberty. Made them a 6-point favorite, so I'm willing to lay the number 737, 738 on the betting board. It is Central Florida on the road facing off against Kansas State. K-State is a 3.5 to a 4-point favorite. Your total is between 138.5 and 140, and with Kansas State, did set them as a 5-point favorite. I am going to be willing to lay this number. It's a Kansas State team that is a far cry from what they were offensively a season ago. A season ago, this team was so exciting with them being able to make the Elite Eight, all those guys out there, and now they're 137th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they have to go up against a Central Florida team that is actually a top 30 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but Central Florida in a relatively similar boat in terms of their offense. They're about 126th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but for Central Florida, this team very much is built around what they're able to get on their home court, as on the road they are allowing opponents to shoot 41.3% from three-point range in comparison to 27.4% from three-point range at home. And this is a Kansas State team that still has some guys that are able to ball out. You've got Arthur Kaluma, who has really been able to take some nice strides forward thus far this season. At 6'6", but shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range, has been able to supply 8.5 rebounds, 15 points per contest. I actually really like what he's been able to do thus far this season. And when it comes to Mr. Ty Perry, you've seen him on the silver screen, now you're seeing him on the hardwood for Tyler Perry. 15 points, 5.5 assists, not shooting it great from three-point range. And Kansas State as a whole, they're shooting 30% from three-point range. Just should be coming up. You've got someone in Cam Carter last year shot about 33% from the outside. That's down to 29% this season. He's been the main scorer, 5.5 boards, 3 assists, 2 steals, 16.5 points per contest. Ty Perry shot right around 40% from distance a season ago, but I do think that we should be seeing that go northward. And then for Central Florida, while they do have Ibrahima Diallo, who's the best eraser in this game, being able to block nearly 2 shots per contest, closer to 2.5 shots per contest with about 6 boards, 6.5 points per game. You also have David Ngesson on the flip side, who should allow Kansas State to be able to win the battle on the glass. He's been able to supply 8+ rebounds per game. And for Central Florida, they're only shooting about 33% from 3 to their credit. They're only turning the ball over about 10 times per contest. They have the edge there, but they have been without C.J. Walker for much of the season as well. You've been able to have Jalen Sellers supply 19 points per contest, and Darius Johnson right around 14.5 points per game. Both of these guys give you about 1.8 steals per contest, but I do think that Kansas State going to be able to figure it out a little bit more on offense. It's been brutal for them. They have scored in regulation fewer than 70 points in 4 of their last 5 games. It is a Central Florida team that they themselves have been able to do a pretty supreme job with their defense, as they have now given up fewer than 70 points in every one of their games since the beginning of the month of December, and in regulation this team has given up north of 70 points just 3 times all season long. So I do expect this to be a little bit more of a slog here, but I do think that Kansas State finds that gear on offense. I do think that they're going to be able to elevate just enough to be able to get the job done. Right now we're seeing the total between 139 and 140. I set mine at a 139, so you're at the 140, going to be able to buy in on the under, but I do think that Kansas State does enough down low to be able to get it done. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 4.5 with Kansas State to go along with the under. 739, 740 on the betting board. Tennessee plays us Ole Miss. Ole Miss is an 11 to a 12-point underdog. Totals between 142.5 to 143. Not often that you find an undefeated team like Ole Miss catching 11.5 to 12 points like they are, but at 12, I'm going to be willing to buy in. This is a Tennessee team that has been able to find themselves offensively. They're back in the top 30 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. You knew there'd be a little bit of an adjustment to them with bringing in guys that are able to elevate this offense, like a Jordan Gainey, like their top scorer in Dalton Connect, who's been able to supply 15 points, 4 boards per contest. And with Tennessee, they've had fewer scoring droughts with these guys in. Now, you want to see it in March because that's the ultimate test for the team. But Josiah Jordan James just does it all for the team. 7 boards, 11.5 points, 2.5 assists per game, but I'm going to be willing to take the points with Ole Miss. Now, Ole Miss has been very strange because while they're undefeated, they played a 1-point game against a Detroit team that is 0-16, and I'm not even talking about the Lions, but you got Matthew Morrell, Alan Flanagan, who have been able to supply about 33.5 points per contest, both shooting north of 39.5% from 3, and Ole Miss, they're shooting as a collective 40.3% from 3-point range. Among guys that average at least 1 point per contest, among guys that have made at least 1 3, all but one of them are shooting at least 39.6% from 3-point range. That is going to be going downward a little bit, but you've got size with Jamarian Sharp, Musa Cisse combining for 4 blocks per contest. That I think Tennessee is going to have a tough time with. Jodis Adu has been able to do a relatively solid job down low. He's been able to give you about 6 or 7 rebounds per game, and Toby Awaka is able to give you a little bit of something down low, but he's been dealing with injuries throughout the entirety of the season. But Jamin Brakefield, about 11 points, 6 boards, shooting 36% from 3 is a lone exception of guys bombing it from 3-point range. I do think that he's going to be able to do a relatively solid job in this one, and I do think that this comes down to who's able to guard the 3-point arc a little bit better. This Tennessee team, they're allowing opponents to shoot just 25.4% from 3-point range at home. Just like Ole Miss has been very fortunate with their 3-point shooting, I feel like they've been a little bit fortunate with their 3-point shooting defense, but Ole Miss is able to maintain as well. They allow opponents to shoot just 30.4% from 3-point range as well. Tennessee should be able to get the job done in this one. I think that they could even win this game by 10-11, but now that we're getting to 12, it's gone a little bit too far. I do think that this is going to be more of a defense-oriented game where both of these teams see a bit of offensive regression. Semi-total 135.5, diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Ole Miss, set them as an 11.5 point underdog, 741, 742 on the betting board. It is Oklahoma, and they play as Iowa State. Iowa State does find themselves as 2.5 to 3-point underdogs. So those between 142 and 142.5. Set this line at 140.5, diving in on the under. It's an Oklahoma State team that is now mid-tempo this season after last year they were very much a low and slow team. team, but for Iowa State, I do think that their defense is going to allow them to hold in there. I set my line at 2.5, so being able to get 3, even a few 3.5s out there, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Iowa State. Iowa State played a very Sherman soft non-conference schedule, and that needs to be accounted for. But that said, I love the just overall ability of Taman Lipsby. 15.5 points, 6 boards, 6 assists, 3.5 steals per contest. This is an Iowa State team that ranks in the top 3 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis. Top 3 team nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Now they're allowing more than like 30 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. It's a ridiculous split, but I mean, this team, they've been able to shoot 38% from 3-point range. And while I do think that that's going to be going downward a little bit, especially with Oklahoma being a top 20 team in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, I also think that we're going to see a little bit of coolage with this Oklahoma team as well that doesn't necessarily do the world's greatest job down low. I do expect John Hughley to be able to give you a little bit more rebounding, as he and Sam Godwin have been able to combine for about 11.5 rebounds per game. And then I always hope I say this correctly, Owen Away has been able to give you 15.5 points. He's shooting 72% from 3-point range. I'm sorry, that's just not sustainable. Javion McCollum, he's shooting 39% from 3. I think that's sustainable. 4 assists, 14.5 points per contest. I do like what these guys have all been able to bring to the table, but that said, when it comes to this Oklahoma team, I do think that them not necessarily having a ton down low is going to hurt them in this spot, because that's really where you can exploit this Iowa State team. They're not necessarily the strongest on the glass, and Iowa State, they do allow a few more 3-point shots than what a lot of other great defenses would as well, because Iowa State is a team that they go out there and they really do gamble for turnovers. But that said, this is an Oklahoma State team that has been gashed a little bit more with their defense, as well as now they have given up 70-plus points in 3 out of their last 5 games. But I do think that in this game, it's going to be dialed back a little bit more. I do think that both of these teams see a little bit of regression with their outside shooting. So did set my total at 140.5, diving in on the under. And at 3+, could be taking the points with Iowa State. 743, 744 on the betting board. Notre Dame is going to be playing against Duke. Duke does find themselves as 14.5 point favorites. Totals between 133 and 133.5. Duke should be a pretty sizable favorite. I'm going to be willing to take those points with Notre Dame. Last 2 games, this team has been very feisty. Winning outright against Virginia, they lose at the gun against NC State. We're seeing a better effort out of a good coach team in Micah Shrewsbury's Notre Dame Fighting Irish, as now you've got Marcus Burton, who's become that go-to guy. 16 points, 4 assists, 6.5 per contest. This team as a whole, they only shoot about 28.7% from 3-point range, and there's no doubt about it. This is a Notre Dame team that they're going to have their offensive deficiencies all season long. They're turning the ball over much more than what you'd like, but for Notre Dame, they're a top 125 team in the country in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. They go up against a Duke team that's going to be able to win that battle down low with giant of the earth Kyle Filipowski giving you 16-plus points. He's been able to supply 9+ rebounds per game as well. And then when it comes to this Duke team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've been a relatively solid defense overall, but they are giving up about 12.1 points more per 100 possessions when they are on the road rather than when they are at home. You've got Tyrese Proctor coming back into the fold as well. He's got an assist-to-turnover ratio that's north of 3, going up against a Notre Dame team that they don't force a lot of turnovers, and with Burton, he himself has been turning the ball over 4 times per contest. It is a Notre Dame team that they do turn the ball over about 13.5 times per game, and for Notre Dame, the offensive numbers are still not great, to say the least. In regulation, this team has scored 65 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, and this is a Notre Dame team that has to go up against a Duke bunch that really, outside of that game against Arkansas, this team has been able to hold up defensively. As for Duke, they have given up north of 72 points just twice this year against Arkansas, and then that game against Arizona as well. But I just don't think that this Duke team, who hasn't played a lot of true road games, is going to be able to win this game by margin. I think that they get the job done. I do think that this is going to be a little bit of a grinder of a game. I do think that this is going to be rather grimy. I did set my total 135.5. I do think that Notre Dame doing for a little bit of shooting positivity. We've been seeing a little bit more out of guys like Tay Davis, who's been able to give you 8 points, 5.5 boards per contest, and J.R. Gozenski has been able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range, along with Julian Roper as well. So going to be looking at the over, but at north of 12, going to be willing to take the points with Notre Dame. 745, 746 on the betting board. It is Washington, and they're going to be playing against Oregon State. Oregon State does find themselves as a 12.5 point underdog. Total on this game are between 145.5 and 146, and with Washington, I did set them as a favorite of 14 points. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. When it comes to Oregon State, this bunch has been able to elevate a little bit more recently. That was a good effort that they gave against Washington State. They knock off USC against UCLA. They weren't able to get the job done, but you know what? They were in it throughout, and you do have a nice go-to scorer in Jordan Pope, who I like what he's been able to bring to the table for this team, as he's their main guy, being able to supply about 17 points per contest, shooting in high 30s from 3-point range. Now the question question becomes, who else is going to be able to help out? He, along Dexter Cano, has been able to give you 13 points, shooting about 34% from three-point range, because you've got a few guys I'll know that I've been able to give you some rebounding. Michael Rataj, Tyler Bladue, along with Casey Abikwe. They've been able to combine for about 16 rebounds per game, but now they have to go up against a Washington team that, despite the fact that Fronten Kepidog has been in and out of the fold the last few games, you've got Keon Brooks and Xavier Wheeler. Teammates over at Kentucky with Wheeler. He gets a little bit loose with the ball with about 3.5 turnovers per game, but has been able to dole out 6.8 assists per contest and helps out Brooks, who's shooting 40% from three with 20 points, 7.5 rebounds per game. And then you've got someone like a Moses Wood, who has size. He and Corin Johnson combined shoot about 35.5% from three with their 21.5 points per contest. It is an Oregon State team that as well has been a different team when they've been in Corvallis rather than on the road. This is an Oregon State team that, if you take a look at them in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they're a rather ordinary team. They're just outside the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but that home and road split is very demonstrative, as they're giving up about 23.5 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. Meanwhile, you've got a Washington team that they feel right at home as well, as this is a team that they give up right around about 11.5 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. So both of these teams rank right around 120th and 130th in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But I take a look at this Oregon State team, just not the same team on the road. I do think that Washington, with having someone like a Paul Mukay, who's able to do a little bit of everything, give you like 8 points, 5 boards, 4 assists, he's going to be able to elevate this team and go up against an Oregon State team that's just had a rough time being able to put the ball in the basket all season long for Washington. Certainly the defense has been regressing a little bit, giving up 73 plus points so far their last 5 games, but one of those games went to double overtime, and this team has still been prolific on the offensive side of things as well. So with Washington, did set them as a 14-point favorite, going to be willing to lay the number, and I did set my total at 146 with the way that Oregon State has not played the same on the road. So looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Washington. This is 747, 748 on the betting board. UT Rio Grande Valley is on the road facing off against Abilene Christian. Abilene Christian does find themselves as 9.5 point favorites. Total on this game is 154.5. I did set Abilene Christian as an 11.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay this number. This is a UT Rio Grande Valley team that ranks outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, while outside the top 225 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And they go up against an Abilene Christian team that ranks in the top 25 nationally in terms of turnovers forced on a per possession basis, and UT Rio Grande Valley turns the ball over 15 times per game. That is doomsday for them. Now, you've been able to get a little bit of facilitation out of Elijah Elliott, 2.5 assists, 15 points, 2.2 steals per contest out of him, and then you're able to pair him up with Hassan Abdul Akeem, who's been able to give you about 4 assists, shooting 37% from three-point range. But all in all, UT Rio Grande Valley, they're shooting as a collective 28% from three-point range, and also for UT Rio Grande Valley, they allow opponents to shoot 37% from three-point range in a road/neutral court environment as well. You do have Darion Williams along with Aaron Freeman. These two guys have been able to give you a combined about 12.5 rebounds per game, so they've been able to do a relatively solid job with that regard. And this is an Abilene Christian team that they're not amazing with regards to rebounding. The only guy that's giving you north of 4.3 rebounds per game is Arion Simmons, who's been able to pair up with Hunter Jack Madden to be able to combine for 24.5 points per game. And with Madden, he's been able to shoot 45% from three-point range for a Abilene Christian team that typically is rough with regards to three-point shooting. Now they're shooting about 34.5% from three-point range. Big credit to Abdul Diba, who comes in from Chicago State. He's been able to shoot about 34% from three. Gives you a steal, 15 points per contest. And for Abilene Christian, this is a team that's able to go right around about 9 to 10 deep. That is an Abilene Christian team that's been able to get their offense going as well. This team has been able to get to at least 73 points at every one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. And this is an Abilene Christian team that, in terms of 69 plus points, they've been able to do so in 9 out of their last 10 games. And for this UT Rio Grande Valley team, they're just bleeding points at this point, as against D1 competition, this team has now allowed at least 74 points in every one of their games since the beginning of the month of December. And against Division I opponents, this is a UT Rio Grande Valley team that has allowed at least 74 points in every single game thus far this season. So I do think that you're going to see points aplenty. Set my total 155.5. I'm going to be looking at the over, and with Abilene Christian, one to lay up to 11.5 points with them. 749, 750 on the betting board. Stony Brook is playing us the College of Charleston, and Charleston does find themselves as a 6 to 6.5 point favorite. Your total is between 151 and 152.5, and with Charleston, I did set them as a favorite of 6 points here at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to buy in on Stony Brook. It is a Stony Brook team that has been a little bit banged up, but you know what? I do like what I'm seeing out of this team, as now they've got back in the fold after he was out for the entirety of last season. Dean Knoll, who comes over from the Ivy League, he's done a solid job being able to supply the team with about 8.5 points, 2 assists, has not shot the way they did in the Ivy League a few seasons ago, but you still have 3 out of your top 4 scores that have been able to shoot at least 40% from three-point range. Keenan Fitzmaurice, who actually stands 7 feet tall, Jared Frey, and then your top scorer, Tyler Stevenson Moore, who has been able to give you more, about 15 points per contest, shooting 45% from three-point range, was dealing with a little bit of an injury prior to the new year, came back in that first game against Northeastern, had 21 points. Looks like he's all good to rock and roll. This is a Stony Brook team that doesn't have a ton down low, but Charles Modeau, who comes over from Fairfield, has been able to give you 6 rebounds per game. And then for Charleston, this is just a little bit of a rudderless hole is greater than the sum of its parts team. Typically, this team is just a well-oiled machine, and they are able to do a nice job of being able to excel with this style of having hockey-style line changes and everything like that. And part of this is a byproduct of the competition that they played, but College of Charleston, now 171st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Last year when they made the NCAA tournament, that was the top 50 mark for Charleston, 138th in points scored on a per possession basis. They're only shooting about 31% from three-point range. Ben Burnham has been able to give you 13 points per contest. Ante Brazovic, along with Rain Smith, are combining for about 22.5 points per contest. And Smith, it really does rein it in. He shoots 38% from three-point range, but it is a Charleston team that they're just not generating as many steals as they did a season ago. And this is a Stony Brook team that they can be very prone to giving a ball away a little bit, but they've done a nice job of being able to dial that back with Dean Knoll being back to the fold, and couple that with Aaron Clark, who has been banged up this season as well. He's been now able to give the team 14 plus points in 3 out of his 4 games since returning to the fold, and I do think that elevates the Stony Brook team that has been a little bit all over the place and has been outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, because ever since he has returned to the fold as well, this has been a team that has been able to do a really good job of locking down with 65 points for fear surrender in 3 of their last 4 games in regulation, taking out the overtime session in that game against Army. So this is a spot where I'm going to be willing to take 6.5 or more with Stony Brook, and I did set my total 148 for that improved defense. Looking at the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with Stony Brook. 751, 752 on the betting board. It is North Carolina A&T in the road to face off against Elon. Elon is a 5 to a 5.5 point favorite. Your total between 157.5 and 158. And when it comes to Elon, I did set them as a favorite of 9.5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is an Elon team that is shooting north of 38% from three-point range. And while I do think that there's going to be a little bit of regression coming, it's not going to be against this North Carolina A&T team that their nickname should be Hickory, because they are getting absolutely smoked. North Carolina A&T, 354th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against an Elon team that they've got a whole bunch of guys who are able to bomb it from three-point range. Out of their top 6 scorers, 5 of them shoot at least 37.1% from three-point range. One exception is TK Simpkins, so able to give you 12 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. Now, you don't have a lot down low. Your top rebounder is Sam Cherry, who's been able to give you 5 boards per contest at 6'10", and for North Carolina A&T, they've been able to get a little bit more to help out Landon Glasper, who's been your top scorer, 19.5 points, doesn't shoot it well from three-point range, but been able to get a little bit over 5 assists, 11 points per game out of Kamon Shell, and now you finally have someone that's able to give you a few rebounds, as Jason Murphy, who was out of the fold to begin the season, a non-Division I transfer that has come in, and he's been able to give the team 8 rebounds per game in the 5 games that he's actually played, 6 plus boards in every game that he's actually played. And prior to this, North Carolina A&T did not have a single player that was averaging north of 4.6 rebounds per game, so that does help them out a little bit. But even with him now in the fold, this is still a North Carolina A&T team that has been having a rough go of it, 79 plus points allowed in 3 of their last 5 games. For A&T, to their credit, they've been able to get to at least 69 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and this is an Elon team that has been a pretty good constant in terms of their offense as well. As for Elon, really stands that game that they played against South Carolina, they've been able to do a nice job being able to pump in there with the points. This is an Elon team that has gotten to at least 70 points in all but 2 of their games thus far this season, with one of those games coming against South Carolina. They had a little bit of a clunker against North Dakota, and that's it out of their last 14 games. So I do think that this is going to be a game that's going to be featuring quite a bit of scoring. I do think that Elon takes it to North Carolina A&T a little bit. A&T a bit better with their defense recently, though, and I do think that Elon, they're going to be able to do a solid job of being able to match efforts on the glass, with North Carolina A&T still having a lack of just help around Landon Glasper. So I did set my total of 153.5, diving in on the under, and with Elon, I'm willing to lay up to 9 points with them. 753, 754 on the betting board. Fresno State is going to be playing us at Nevada, and Nevada does find themselves at 6.5 to 7 point road favorites. Totals between 138 and 139. Did set Nevada as a 7.5 point favorite. At the opener of 9, I would not be willing to take this, but now that we've seen it drop down, I'm going to be willing to buy in on a Nevada team that has been one of the most disciplined and smart teams in all of college basketball. Nevada just does the little things. They're not a team that's necessarily going to be like a top 10 team in terms of points scored or points allowed on a per possession basis. So this team has really been getting it going on defense for this Nevada bunch. They have now been able to do a solid job of holding up at the point of attack, as they've given up 72 points or fewer in, I believe now, 9 out of their last 10 games. So that's been very impressive. And Nick Davidson is a big reason why down low. 10.5 points, 7 boards per contest. And now you've got Jared Lucas, who's really stepped up as that go-to scorer. I mean, he's been able to give you quite a bit of scoring throughout the season, but is now shooting 37% from three-point range, chipping in there 18 points per game, and has popped out for 20-plus points in each of the team's last 4 games. But for Nevada, only 9.5 turnovers per game. They don't miss assignments on defense, which is why they've had the great success there. They're shooting about 73.5% at the free throw line. Now, outside of Lucas and Keenan Blackshear, the drop-off in scoring is quite big, and Blackshear at 6'6" does it all. 5 assists, 5.5 rebounds, a steal, 16 points per game, really everything, except for shoot threes, as he's only been able to shoot 20% from distance. But now they go up against the Fresno State team that's sort of the opposite. Fresno State shoots 64.5% the charity stripe, 14.5 turnovers per game. Now, I like Anyak Boyaki along with Eduardo Andre 3000. These two guys have been able to combine for 13 rebounds per game. Andre 3000 has been able to give you a block per contest, and every Andre is called Andre 3000, by the way, on the show. But that said, with Fresno State, they're shooting it a bit better from three-point range, but we've seen that cool down a little bit. Xavier DeSalle, Donovan Yap, they're combined to shoot about 38% per three, 19 points per contest, and Isaiah Hill, 5.5 assists, 12.8 points per contest. But this is a Fresno State team that I think is just going to beat themselves a little bit too much in this spot. It's a Fresno State team that has had a rough time being able to guard the perimeter as well, 241st in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Nevada, one of the best teams in the country, and not allowing second chances, and Nevada on the road, allowing opponents to shoot 27.3% from three-point range. So that forte of Fresno State gets taken away here. I'm willing to lay up to 7 with Nevada in this spot. And with regards to the total, I did set it at 139.5. This is a Nevada team that's very widely with regards to their offense. It is a Fresno State team that's been cranking up the tempo just a little bit more recently. We have seen Nevada be a little bit fortunate in terms of their opponent's three-point shooting percentage as well, and this is a Fresno State team that they themselves have been giving up the points as well, 74 plus in 3 of their last 4. So going to be looking at this 138.5 or so over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 7 with Nevada. 755, 756 on the betting board. Illinois State plays to Southern Illinois. Southern Illinois is a road favorite of 2 points. Total setting between 133 and 133.5, and I did set Southern Illinois as a favorite of 5 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It's a Southern Illinois team that once again is in the bottom 50 in all of college basketball in terms of total possessions per game, and this is also an Illinois State team that's not looking to push tempo themselves. Out of your 362 Division I teams, Illinois State, they're clocking in well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, right around about 250th. And for Southern Illinois, they've really been batting down the hatches recently with their defense. They have given up 63 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games, and that includes a game against Belmont. So that's really impressive what they've been able to do on that front. This is a Southern Illinois team that, as a matter of fact, last time they gave up north of 70 points. You have to go back to when they played against Indiana State, and Indiana State, other than James Madison, and we know what those 2 teams have done, those are the only 2 teams that have broken the 70-point barrier against them thus far this season. Now, Illinois State, they're certainly starting to give up some points. They had given up 65 points or fewer in 3 straight games going into Christmas. Post-Christmas, they've given up 96-88 to Drake and Kentucky. But I do think that this game is going to be calmed down with this Southern Illinois team. They've got Xavier Johnson, who's been incredible. He's won the top 5 scorers in all of college basketball. 24 points, 42% three-point shooter, 6 assists per game. Everything runs from. Now, you've got a lot of pieces that they do a good job of knowing their role, like Clarence Rupert, who was part of that St. Peter's team that made that Elite 8 run, 9.5 points, 6 rebounds per game. Now you've got A.J. Ferguson back in the fold as well after he was banged up for the beginning part of the season. He's giving you 8.5 points or so per contest, and you've also been able to get 44% three-point shooting as well out of Trent Brown. So it's a Southern Illinois team that they shoot 38% from 3, 11 turnovers per game, but they play super-duper slow going up against an Illinois State team that they say relatively disciplined, about 12.5 turnovers per game, but they're going to shoot about 29% from the outside. You got a little bit of rebounding with Kendall Lewis, Miles Foster being able to combine for about 12.5 rebounds per game, but this team does not necessarily have ideal size down low. They go up against a Southern Illinois team that is 6th in the country in opponents' three-point shooting percentage. For Southern Illinois, they're allowing opponents to shoot 25% from three-point range in their home games. I do think that Illinois State is going to be up against it, especially with them being right around 230th in all of college basketball. So I do think that when it comes to this Illinois State team, they're just going to have a really rough time against a bad matchup, and a game that I think is going to be a bit of an eyesore. Set by total 129, diving in on the under, and going to be willing to lay it with Southern Illinois, 757, 7:58 on the betting board. Chattanooga is going to be playing against Furman, and Furman does find themselves as 2 to 2.5 point underdogs. And your total is between 156 and 156.5. I did set Chattanooga as a 2.5 point favorite. Mostly seeing twos, actually seeing a stray 1.5 out there as well. So I'm going to be willing to take Chattanooga. This is a Furman team that lost to a non-D1 foe a few weeks ago, and for Furman, it's just absolutely ghastly what we're seeing with their defense. Well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they still have their fastball on offense. J.P. Peaks has been pretty tremendous, being able to supply the team with 18.5 points, nearly 6 assists, shooting 37.5% from three-point range. They've been dealing with the injury to Marcus Foster for the last month plus, and that has hurt this team in terms of overall three-point shooting. Each of your top 3 scorers that are going to be available for this game are shooting right around about 36.5% from three-point range, assuming that Alex Williams can go, but he has been in and out of the fold as well. He was part of that non-D1 loss, and then he missed the team's last game, so he's been all over the place. He's very much a question mark for this game, and that hurts a Furman team that right now they've got about 2 guys that are giving you north of 5.1 rebounds per game that are actually healthy for this game, and that would be Garrett Hine and Tyrese Hugie, who are both giving you about 5.3 rebounds per game. So Chattanooga should have Sam Alexis being able to dominate down low. Alexis has been able to do a nice job with 11.5 points, 9.8 boards, and he's able to pop a few threes as well, but this is a completely different Chattanooga team now that you've got the full Dan Earl backcourt from when he was over at VMI. Trey Bonham was one of those 2-time transfers that was denied a waiver to begin the season. 17 points, 5 boards, shooting 44% for 3 in his 5 games back. Hunter Huff has been able to give you 17 points on 37.5% three-point shooting. This is always going to be a Chattanooga team that is going to leave something to be desired defensively. They're not quite as bad as Furman, but you know what? It's still relatively grody, as Chattanooga 256th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Meanwhile, Furman is 281st in the country, and for Furman, they give up 20 more points per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment than they do at home, and this is a Furman team that is 290th in the country at three-point shooting percentage defense, with opponents shooting 39.7% from three-point range. So I do think that Chattanooga is going to be able to find a way to get the job done in a game that I think is going to be up and down, even with Furman dealing with some injuries. I think that both teams hit a bunch of buckets, so semi-total 158.5, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to lay up to 2 points with Chattanooga. 759, 760 on the betting board. Long Beach State is going to be playing UC Riverside. Riverside just find themselves as a 7-point underdog. Total on this game is anywhere between 155 and 155.5. Just set Long Beach State as a favorite of 9 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay this number. It's a UC Riverside team that has been rather impressive with the way that they've been able to slow things down this far this season, but just because you play slow doesn't mean that you play great defense. That Riverside is outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, as the crux of the issue for UC Riverside, 353rd in the country in opponent's three-point shooting percentage. I mean, good gosh, that is not great. They're just not going to stand a chance down low against the Traore. So you've got Lucina Traore, who for this Long Beach State team has been more of your low post presence, about 11 points, 9 rebounds per game, and then Abdou Traore. He just does a little bit of everything. Stands right around about 6'5". I think they grew up on like the same island, but they're not related at all, which I find to be somewhat hilarious. But with Abakar Traore, he's been able to do a really nice job, giving out 4 assists, shipping in there 12.5 points, 7.5 rebounds per game, which is big because you've got a guy in Marcus Leones who's very much a check scorer, leading the team with about 2 assists, 17.5 points per contest, but only shoots about 27.5% from 3 for a Long Beach State team that they always struggle with their outside shooting, making just 20.5% of their threes. So running up against Riverside, they're going to be able to get some more open looks, but right now Riverside, they're feeling like Moses, as Isaiah Moses has been able to do a very nice job of pairing up with Barrington Hargress to be able to give you combined 24 points, 9 assists. Both of these guys shooting the mid-30s from three-point range. And for Riverside, they only turn the ball over 9 times per contest. That is very solid. They themselves, though, only shooting the mid-30s from three-point range, but Long Beach State, a little bit more discipline in the way that they guard the three-point arc, 207th in the country with this regard, allowing opponents to shoot just 30.6% from three-point range when they are at home. And for Riverside, I just don't know how they're able to match up down low. Kyle Owens is the only guy on the roster that gives you north of 4 boards per contest. Long Beach State, I do think is going to be able to win from within. This is a Long Beach State team that's looking to push the tempo, as their defense certainly has been all over the place. This is a bunch that has given up now at least 78 points in 4 out of their last 5 games. That said, this is a Long Beach State team that really stands that game against Seton, where they just couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. They scored just 68 points in that one. Other than that, they have scored at least 70 points in all but one other game thus far this season. It's a Riverside team that's now given up at least 73 points in each of their last 3 games as well. So I do think that you get a little bit more scoring in this one. I did set my total at 149 just with Riverside's tempo. I think that this has went a little bit too far in the fact that neither of these teams necessarily hit a bunch of threes. So diving in on the under and going to be one to lay with Long Beach State. Set them as a 9-point favorite. 761, 762 on the betting board. It is Colorado, and they're going to be hitting the road to face off against Arizona State. Arizona State, a 3 to 3.5 point home underdog. Your total's anywhere between 144 and seeing as high as a 145.5. And with Colorado, I did set them as a 6-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay this number. It's an Arizona State team coming off of a really nice win against Utah a few days ago. And you can tell that the pieces are starting to get acclimated with one another because just weeks before the season, Jose Perez come into the program. Couple that with the fact that now you welcome in Adam Miller as well as one of those two-time transfers that was denied a waiver to begin with. But now these guys are back in full. But that said, this is still an Arizona State team that ranks well outside the top 250 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, while their bread and butter continues to be their defense. Top 75 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Colorado team that I certainly think is going to see a bit of regression with regards to their three-point shooting percentage. Colorado shooting about 40% from three-point range, and this is factoring in a few injuries. Tristan De Silva right now is out of the fold for the team. He's been able to supply the team with about 15.5 points per contest. There's a chance he's going to be able to play in this game. If he does play, though, you know that he's going to be less than 100%, and I think it's just a foregone conclusion at this point that Cody Williams is not going to be back in the fold anytime soon. He's been able to give the team right around about 14 points per contest. Has not been seen in a month, though, so that's a very easy one to be able to factor in, but even without him in, Eddie Lampkin is able to do a solid job matching up down low with about 7.5 rebounds per game. And this is an Arizona State team that they actually do a relatively solid job of being able to rebound, but they have to do it by committee. You've got pretty much 4 effort guys that give you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. You don't have a single guy, though, that does really give you north of 5.5 rebounds per game, as Frankie Collins has been a do-it-all player. 13.5 points, 5.5 boards, dishes out more than 4 assists per game, and he gives you north of 3 steals per contest. That is one of the better marks that you're going to find in all of college basketball for an Arizona State team that, once again, despite not having that one main guy down low, they've been able to give you a few rebounds. That's at 327th in the country with that regard. It's not necessarily a Colorado team that is really going to take you lightly with that front as well. Colorado, 13th in the country in terms of overall rebound rate, so I do think that Colorado is certainly going to be able to win that battle down low. And when you're facing off against an Arizona State team that, while the offense is starting to have those wheels turn a little bit more, they're only shooting about 31% for 3, 63% the free throw line. I do think that Colorado is going to get back online despite the injury. So I did set Colorado as a 6-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. I think that this game could be close enough for a late game following, and I do think that Colorado is going to get second and third chances to be able to push this total over. So looking at the over side by total 146 and going to be willing to lay up to 6 with Colorado. 763, 764 on the betting board. Pacific, it's a road face-off against Portland, and Portland does find themselves as favorites of 9.5 to 10 points. Total on this game is 148.5. Heading into Thursday night, Pacific was the worst cover team in all of college basketball, but came out with a spirited effort against San Francisco. I think it's, oh no, we stink again for them, though, as I did set this line at 13. I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Portland. This is a Portland team that's been a big rusty anchor to the West Coast Conference this past year with regards to their defensive metrics. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, it is not great, really, for both of these teams. Portland, 286th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 279th for Pacific, but this Portland team gets a nice boost from being at home. They're giving up 16.1 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. And for Pacific, they're giving up right around 16.7 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. And for Pacific, you just don't have any rebounding whatsoever. You've got one guy on the roster that's able to give you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Cam Denson is able to give you 8 points, 5 rebounds per game. But for Pacific, they don't rebound. They shoot 61.5% the free throw line, 31.5% from 3, with 13.5 turnovers per game while not playing with a lot of tempo. Good news is Nick Blake has been able to give this team a little bit of a spirited effort. 10 plus points in the last 4 games, was banged up to begin the season, so he's able to help out a little bit on that front, but now you do have to go up against Tyler Robertson. 16 points, 4 assists, shooting 36.5% for 3 for a Portland team that they do turn the ball over right around 14 times per contest, but I do like what Vukasin Magic is able to bring to the table, right around about 12.5 points, shooting 45.5% from 3-point range as well. He had a monster 32-point performance against North Dakota a few weeks ago, so I do like what I'm seeing out of him, and now you've been able to have Tyler Harris be able to give you about 7.8 rebounds per game as well. These are a pair of teams that are really rough with regards to their 3-point shooting defense as well, but at the very least, Portland's able to show you a heartbeat on the boards, right around 227th with regards to rebound rate. Pacific is 343rd with that regard. I do think that that's going to be very costly, and this Portland team has really been playing their best at home. So I did set Portland as a 13-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. Both of these teams play with a little bit of tempo, but I just don't trust in either of these teams hitting enough shots to be able to get this total over. I did set my total at 147, diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay it with Portland, 765, 766 on the betting board. It is UIC, Illinois, Chicago, and they're going to be playing against Valparaiso. Valpo does find themselves as 12 to 12.5 point underdogs, and so this game is anywhere between 135.5 and 136. And with Valparaiso, I did set them as an underdog of 14 points. I'm going to be one to lay it. You've got a UIC bunch that has been absolutely incredible at being able to guard the three-point arc. 7th in all of college basketball in opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, for Valparaiso, the team is not that. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range overall, and that balloons up to 37.1% on the road. That's 237th. That's going to be a little bit of an issue, especially going up against Toby Okani, who's been able to give you a double-figure amount of points for UIC. Shoots nearly 40% from three at 6'8". That's been able to supply you with 6+ rebounds per game, so do love what he's able to bring to this team. And for Valparaiso, it just feels like it's a bunch of misfit pieces that are just trying to be cobbled together. You've got Isaiah Samford, who's been your top scorer with about 16 points per contest. You've been able to get right around about 6 rebounds per game at Jackson Edwards, but you had Jerome Palm at the beginning of the season do a really good job down low. Now he's been relegated to just being scratched and being on the bench. I have no idea why. For Valparaiso, they shoot 30% from three, less than 40% from the floor. They do an okay job of taking care of the ball. Darius Stiviero has been able to give you about 5.5 assists to 2.6 turnovers per game. They only turn the ball over about 12 times per contest. That's better than UIC, who's been turning the ball over about 12.5 times per game. But Isaiah Rivera has been one of the more underrated transfers in all of college basketball, coming in from Colorado State. Now shoots 44.3% from three-point range, 15 points per contest. Really like the way that he's been able to up this game of UIC, who's been really able to find it with their defense. They're now a top 50 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do shoot just 65.5% of the free throw line, which does give you a little bit of pause when laying the number. But that said, with having Flip Sabatsky being able to give you about 7.5 points per contest, with also getting some good facilitation on CJ Jones, 5 assists, 9 points per contest, I do think that UIC going to be able to utilize their defense against the Valparaiso team that has been having a really miserable time putting the ball in the basket. This team has scored 62 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games, and this is a Valparaiso bunch that has been able to exceed the 71-point plateau just twice thus far this season, going up against a UIC team that, while they did give up the 85 points to Murray State, all in all, this has been a team that has really locked you down on defense, giving up north of 70 points, I believe, just 2 times all season long. So I'm going to be taking a look at UIC laying the number, and did so by total 134, so going under and 1 to lay with UIC. 767, 768 on the betting board. Indiana's going to be playing against Ohio State. The Ohio State University just find themselves between a pick'em to a 1.5 point underdog, and your total on this game are between 148 and 148.5. Now seeing them as a 1 to a 1.5 point favorite in a lot of spots as well, and I did set Indiana as a 1.5 point favorite. We're seeing this flip. Ohio State actually open up as the 2 point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to ride with Indiana. For Ohio State, this has actually been a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this is certainly an Indiana team that has left a lot to be desired in the backcourt. As you've got Trey Galloway, he's pretty much a lone guard out there for the team. 11 points, 3.5 assists, but last year shot 46% from 3, sub 30% thus far this season. But I do think that this team is going to be able to find a way to persevere now that you're getting Xavier Johnson back in the fold. Played just 15 minutes in that game against Nebraska, but him just being back out there on the floor, I think is big because, like I said, Trey Galloway was pretty much the only guard that you had on this team. Your other guard was like CJ Gunn, who was giving you 3 points per contest and was as useful as a poopy-flavored lollipop. Meanwhile, you got Malik Renew, who's become a little bit of a versatile guy, 3 assists, 6 boards, 16 points per contest. It is an Indiana team that's getting torched on defense, by the way, outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But you've also got an Ohio State team that while they do a relatively solid job down low, you've been able to get right around about 7 rebounds per game out of Zed Key, and then you got Bruce Thornton, who's able to do a little bit of everything in the backcourt, 4 assists, 15 points per contest. I do think that there's some inevitable 3-point shooting regression coming in for an Ohio State team that is shooting north of 38% from 3-point range, and while Ohio State does have some relatively good rebounders on the roster, I do think that they're going to have a tough time matching up with Indiana down low. This is an Ohio State team that ranks 38th in the country in terms of overall rebound rate, but with having Khalil Ware doing so much down low for this Indiana team, he's been able to give you right in the neighborhood about 9 boards, 15.5 points per game, block and a half per contest. I do think that they're going to be able to take the fight to them, and Assembly Hall is just one of the toughest places in all of college basketball to play. We see it year in and year out where these Big Ten teams always have such a tough time whenever they do hit the road. And I do think that because Ohio State is going to see a little bit of regression with their overall offense, as you take a look at them home to road this season in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and it is an Ohio State team that is 27th in the country with this regard, it is a little bit of a fall off when they are on the road. And this is an Indiana team that has been vastly different when they've been at home with regards to their offense as well, scoring right around about 5.5 points more per 100 possessions. I do think that Indiana utilizes their size, and with getting Xavier Johnson back, they get the job done. Willing to take Indiana as a pick'em / a money line underdog, as I did set them as a 1.5 point favorite, and did set my total 147.5. Ohio State outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and I do think that Indiana, with having Xavier Johnson out there, they're going to be able to play a little bit more in control. So looking at Indiana on the money line and taking a look at the under, 769, 770 on the betting board. Louisiana is going to be playing against Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina does find themselves as underdogs of 10 to 10.5 points. So those 148.5, and with Coastal Carolina, I did set them as a underdog of 10.5 points. Here at the 10, I'm going to be willing to lay the number with Louisiana. Louisiana does leave a little bit of something to be desired on defense outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but you wouldn't know it if you watch that first half of their game against James Madison. They did a really nice job of being able to lock them down, and when it comes to this team, they're going to have the best rebounder in this game, and Joe Charles, who's been able to give you right in the neighborhood about 9.5 rebounds per game. Now, you do have Gianna Ojiake, who comes in from George Mason on the flip side for the Coastal Carolina team. He's giving you darn near 10 rebounds per game, but I do like the overall game of Charles. He's able to give you a double-figure amount of points per game, and he's paired up with a team that's able to actually dole out the ball significantly better than Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina has been able to have Jacob Meyer give you about 13 points, 3 assists per contest, but Themis Folks, an assist-to-turnover ratio of 2. He's done a really nice job of helping out a Louisiana bunch that they shoot about 37.2% from three-point range. They also only turn the ball over about 11.8 times per contest. Now, for Louisiana, outside of Mr. Charles, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and that is going to be one of the strengths of Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina also has Meyer giving you about 5 rebounds per contest. Kevin Easley, 9 points, 5.5 boards, has been all across the boulevard as he was playing at TCU, Chattanooga, Duquesne, you name it. He's probably been there, but that said, with Coastal Carolina, once again, this team is just getting absolutely cooked on defense. For Coastal Carolina, another year where they find themselves at the bottom of all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis at 298th. And for this Coastal Carolina team, I just fear that they are once again going to get just absolutely destroyed from three-point range against a team that really does hoist it up from distance. As Coastal Carolina, they rank about 167th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that that's going to balloon northward just a little bit based on the competition that they played. They really struggled against a cream puff sort of non-conference slate. And for Louisiana, you still have Kentrell Garnett, who has shot 40+% from three-point range each out of the last 3 seasons, and this is a Louisiana team that they themselves have found a little bit more defense recently, giving up 68 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Coastal Carolina bunch that has been getting just absolutely tattooed, giving up 72+ points in 5 out of their last 6 games. And if you want to go 80+, this team has given up 80+ in 4 out of their last 6 as well. So I do think the Coastal Carolina going to have their struggles being able to guard the three-point arc. I'm willing to lay up to 10 with Louisiana. Louisiana, not necessarily a super-duper up-tempo team, but I do think that they're going to be efficient here, set by total 152.5. So also looking at the over, 771, 772 on the betting board. Oral Roberts is going to be playing against Weber State. Weber State does find themselves as 4-point road favorites. Your total between 143 and 144. I did set Weber State as a favorite in this spot of 3 points. So you're at the 4. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Oral Roberts. Oral Roberts has really dialed things back with regards to their tempo. They are now outside of the top 260 in terms of total possessions per game, but Oral Roberts still has guys that are able to bomb it from three-point range. And with this Oral Roberts team, they're shooting as a collective about 38.2% from three-point range. You've got out of your top 7 scorers, all but one of them shooting at least 38.7% from three-point range. Isaac McBride chips in their 3 assists, 19 points per contest, and now they go up against a Weber State team that, while they've been a top 75 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, stark difference for them on the road rather than at home, and they have been very fortunate when they've been at home thus far this season, as this is a team that is surrendering about 8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than when they are on the road. It is a Weber State team as well that is really built around one guy. Now, it's all about keeping up with the Jones, as Dylan Jones has been incredible. 17 points, 10 boards, north of 3 assists per game, leads the team in every one of those categories, actually closer to about 5 assists per contest, and he does get some help from Steven Verplanken, who's been able to give you 12 points, shooting 37% from 3, and credit is due. Blaze Threat has come in as a junior college transfer and has really been able to elevate this team, shooting 45% from three-point range, double figures in 4 out of the team's last 5 games, all while turning the ball over just 6 times in the last 5 games as well. But for this Weber State team, they do need a little bit more help on the glass because outside of Dylan Jones, you've got one guy in Alex Chu that's able to give you north of 4.3 rebounds per game. Or Roberts' main kryptonite is as they've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to Deshaun Weber. He's been able to give the team about 11 points, 4.5 rebounds per game, and it is a little bit of a top-heavy Oral Roberts team, but you've been able to have a pair of guys, Kareem Thompson, Jalen Bedford, who have been able to combine for about 27.5 points, north of 12 boards per contest, both shooting north of 40% from three-point range. I do think that the overall three-point shooting of Oral Roberts is going to be able to keep them in this game against a Weber State team that has been very solid with regards to their defense, but this is an Oral Roberts team that feels like they're finding that offensive form once again. 80-plus points in each of their last 2 games and 70-plus in 3 out of their last 4. So this is a spot where I did set my total at a 143. Here, seeing what we've got, I'm going to be willing to take this 144 under with Oral Roberts playing significantly more slowly and Weber State outside the top 330 in terms of total possessions per game. And with Oral Roberts, made them a 3-point underdog, so good to be willing to take the 4. 773, 774 on the betting board. It is Denver, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Northern Colorado. Northern Colorado is a 4 to a 4.5 point favorite. Totals between 166 and 168.5, and I set my total at 168. Right now, this is a total that's coming down from the opener of 169, seeing 166 currently at circa. I am going to be taking a look at the over. Fully recognize that neither of these teams have hit like Mach 3 turbo with regards to their tempo or anything like that. I mean, these are teams that are fast, but they're not necessarily warp speed fast. As for Northern Colorado, of your 362 D1 teams, they're about 45th in the country in terms of total possessions per game. Denver more around 86th, but my goodness gracious, these two teams are just giving up points upon points. These are two teams well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Denver 310th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Northern Colorado 348. So both of these teams should be splashing them in left, right, and sideways. I do think that Denver is going to be able to hold in there with one of the best scorers in all of college basketball, and that would be Tommy Bruner. Tommy Bruner has been able to do a tremendous job for this Denver team. 25.3 points per contest. I believe that actually leads all of college basketball, shooting 41% from 3. And then Tuki Tanamo, who comes over from Samford, 9 boards, 17.5 points per game. Doesn't quite shoot it that well from 3-point range, but you've got Isaiah Edu Ankara, hopefully I said that correctly, 6'7" combo player, shooting 42% from distance for Denver as well. Other than Nemo, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.3 rebounds per game, but Jackson Brenchley, the Utah transfer, 10 points, 5 boards, 3 assists per contest. I do like what he's able to bring to the table, and for Northern Colorado, this team is completely based around St. Thomas. 18 points, 9.5 boards, 1.6 steals per contest, and the actual player, St. Thomas, not like St. Thomas of insert your area here, but that said, DeJure Reeves, he's been able to help out St. Thomas with about 14 points per contest. He's really been hit or miss recently. Last 5 games, 9, 16, 30, 6, and 7 points. You just don't know what you're going to be able to get night in and night out of him, along with the backcourt in general. So you're shooting about 34% from 3-point range, but you've got Riley Abercrombie, no Fitch involved here, but at 6'9", he's been able to shoot about 35.5% from 3-point range. It is a Northern Colorado team that, other than Mr. Thomas, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. So second chances, third chances, they should be very prevalent. And for Denver, this team just continues to find a way to be able to get to 80-plus points. Denver's scored at least 80 points in every one of their games except for the BYU game in December into January. I mean, it is absolutely incredible what we're seeing out of this team right now. And then for Northern Colorado, this is a bunch that they just keep giving up the points. As for Northern Colorado, they have now given up at least 77 points in each of their last 5 games. And for Northern Colorado, this team has not held a single opponent at the Division I level below 70 points all season long. So I think the points are going to be plentiful. Set my total at 168. I'm looking at the over, and with Denver, willing to take anything of 2 points or more with them. 775, 776 on the betting board. UMKC plays us to Portland State. Portland State is a 2.5 to a 3-point favorite. Your total is between 138.5 and 139, and with UMKC, did set them as a 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. Completely different Portland State team than what we saw a season ago. A season ago, Portland State, they had a very good point guard in Cameron Parker, was able to dole out the ball, was really able to elevate this team offensively. Now Portland State outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, and as much of the whole is greater than the sum of its parts approach. Don't have a single guy that gives you north of 10.6 points per contest, but 5 separate guys that give you north of 9 points per game. So that's very interesting, as most of these guys shooting in the mid-30s from 3-point range. You've got KJ Allen along with Ben Harvey and Ismail Habib, all shooting about 36 to 38% from 3-point range, with Habib being your main facilitator with about 3 assists per contest. And To the credit of Portland State, only turned the ball over about 11 times per contest. For UMKC, this team is missing Anderson Kopp. He's probably going to be out until further notice as he's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. Why they tried to turn him into a do-it-all player, the world will never know. That's just Marvin Menzies and his strange style in general. And for Marvin Menzies, he's got this team not playing such great defense as they are 266th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But this is an actual split. They are giving up, I'm not even kidding when I say this here, 40.4 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. I mean, it's just absolutely wild. Much better this team has been in Kansas City than they have been on the road. This team shoots about 32% from three-point range. Why David Mbeka Jr. is seeing fewer minutes, I have no idea. It was really good down low for this team last season, and now they've had to look to Jamar Brown doing a little bit of everything. 14 points, 6 half boards, shoots about 32.5% from three with a steal per contest. You've been able to have RT Stapleton began his career at Radford, went down to the non-D1 level. He's been able to give you a few assists per game as well, but when it comes to the UMKC team, I do feel like they're starting to get back to their roots just a little bit more. It's still been relatively brutal for the team, but 70 points or fewer surrendered in 3 of the last 4 games. It is a Portland State team that's starting to get cash on defense, as now they have given up 69 very nice points in every one of their games except for one since the beginning of the month of December, and that lone exception was when they played against Lewis and Clark, a non-D1 university. So very interesting spot here. I did set my total at a 141.5. I do lean a little bit to the over. I think that this is going to be a low possession game, but both of these teams starting to give up points. I do think that UMKC is just a vastly different team at home. I do think that home and road split is going to iron out just a little bit more as well, but we'll take UMKC right on the money line and the over 778 on the betting board. St. Thomas is going to be playing us to Sacramento State. The Tommies find themselves as 9 to 9.5 point favorites, totals between 132 and 132.5. The St. Thomas team has been a bankroll builder all season long. I think we've went a little bit too far here. I set my line at 9. At a 9.5 or more, I'm going to be willing to take the points. Now, the opener was actually 10.5. We've gone down to 9 in a lot of spots, and if we could get down to about an 8.5, I'd rather lay 8.5 rather than take 9.5, as Sacramento State has been a rough team thus far this season, outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. For some reason, they feel like Duncan Boom Boom Powell is the only guy that can touch a ball. 3 assists, 9 boards, 13.5 points per contest, and he has been tremendous, but it has muted everyone else on this roster. Sacramento State, 16.2 turnovers per game. In terms of turnovers on a per possession basis, is a bottom 30 team in all of college basketball. You have been able to get some relatively okay three-point shooting, as Z Harmoda along with Austin Patterson are both shooting north of 38% from three-point range. Patterson chipping in there 8.5 points per contest. Harmoda about 13 points per contest, but other than Boom Boom Powell, you've only got one other guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. Jacob Holt, who's been able to give you 4.9 rebounds per game. Or for St. Thomas, this team is not a great rebounding team. They're one of the lesser ones in terms of rebound rate in all of college basketball without having a single guy that gives you north of 5 boards per contest. But for St. Thomas, they just get up in your grill and they play really good defense. They are shooting themselves about 37% from three-point range, and they've done a good job of being able to contain teams from three-point range as well to make do for their lack of rebounding at home. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 26.7% from three-point range. Now, an issue that you do have with St. Thomas winning by margin is that this team is in the bottom 30 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, but Parker Jerklin along with Reed Anthony, both of these guys, been able to combine for about 24 points. They both give you about 4.8 to 4.9 rebounds per contest, and then been able to have Brooks Allen in a little bit of a diminished role this year. Still shoot about 38.5% from three-point range. This team does a relatively solid job being able to facilitate by committee, as you get about 3 assists per contest out of Drake Dobbs as well. Really like what I'm seeing out of the St. Thomas team. In recent form, they have been able to do a tremendous job just being able to lock teams down with their defense. They have now given up 67 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, and if you take out the game that they played against Marquette, where, Marquette, just an absolutely tremendous team, that's the only game this year in which they've given up north of 71 points. So I'm going to be taking a look at St. Thomas. If we could get below 9, like I said, I want to be able to lay 8.5. At current numbers, I would be taking the 9.5. I'm seeing with Sacramento State, but I did also set my total at 135. This is the Sacramento State team playing a little bit more up-tempo and just getting destroyed on defense. So going to be taking a look at the over, and at 8.5 or less, willing to lay it with St. Thomas. 779, 780 on the betting board. Hawaii is going to be hitting the road face-off against Seton, and Seton does find themselves as a home underdog of 1.5 to 2 points. So this game is 146.5. With Seton, I did set them as a 2.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them against a Hawaii team that is just in really bad form, and when they're away from the island, this is typically a Hawaii team that they just play very differently. Hawaii's been just fine with their defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is still a team that ranks in the top 75, and as a matter of fact, away from Hawaii, they're actually giving up about a point less per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home, but this is a Seton team that, despite the fact that they do turn the ball over 15 times per contest, they've really gotten things going. The two mainstays from a season ago, Deontay Bostic, Deshaun Allen Aikens have been able to combine for about 36 points per contest between the two of them, getting about 10.5 rebounds per game. Now, they are turning the ball over 6 times per contest, but this is a Seton team that has been able to do a very solid job of being able to generate steals of their own 8.5 steals per game. And for Seton, I thought that this team was going to be better on offense with bringing in Andy Newman. He was the D2 coach over at Cal State Bernardino, but for the defense, it has been a very pleasant surprise. 41st in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against a Hawaii team that's not shooting only about 34% from three-point range. Justin McCoy, along with Juan Munoz, are both shooting north of 41% from three-point range. Between the two of them, about 19.5 points per contest, and you've got McCoy, along with Bernardo da Silva, combining for about 12.8 rebounds per game. Mosek has been able to give you about a block per contest, but when it comes to this Hawaii offense, that's really the question mark that you've got with this team, because for Hawaii, they were able to bust out, they were able to score 78 points against Meep, the Roadrunners of Cal State Bakersfield, but prior to that, they had been held below 70 points in 5 straight games, and I do think that for this Hawaii team, they're going to have a tough time against a Seton team that they do look to run it and gun it, but despite the fact that Seton looks to run it and gun it, 72 points of fierce runner in each of their last 4 games, I do think that Seton going to do a nice job against a Hawaii team that just has not been able to find their form from the outside and away from the island. I do think that they're going to struggle. I like Seton outright on the money line, set them as a 2.5 point favorite. Both of these teams playing some good defense. That might total 144.5, so also diving in on the under. 781, 782 on the betting board. Idaho State is going to be playing against Nebraska. Omaha is an underdog of 1.5 to 2 points, so those between 138 and 139.5. I did set Omaha as an underdog of 3 points, so I'm going to be willing to lay with Idaho State. Idaho State has been playing at a very slow tempo. They're outside of the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and for Omaha, this team has really dialed it back as well. They're right around the 250s in terms of total possessions per game. They do have the best scorer in this game. That'd be Frankie Fiddler, 17.5 points, 5 boards, shooting about 36% from three-point range. And all in all, it is an Omaha team that only turned the ball over about 10.5 times per contest, but this is an Idaho State team that I think is going to be able to do a solid job down low, as you got Braden Parker along Kyrie Huey being able to give you combined about 12 rebounds per contest. Parker has been able to shoot about 39% from three-point range out for Idaho State. 13 turnovers per contest. Omaha has been able to do a better job of being able to maintain the ball, but that said, this is an Omaha team that they don't necessarily do a tremendous job of being able to generate turnovers, and both of these teams have been sneaky good in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Nebraska, Omaha, top 85 team. With this regard for Idaho State, they're allowing opponents to shoot less than 33% from three-point range in their home games as well. So it does make me believe that we're going to see a little bit of a lower scoring slog. Both of these teams having a little bit of a tough time being able to get the ball in the basket from three-point range, and both of them do guard the arc very well, but with Markel Sutton being the lone guy on Omaha that really gives you north of 6 rebounds per contest and having to be at elevation. It's no joke when you have to travel to Idaho State. I do think that that's going to take it out of this Omaha team. Did set my line at 3. I'm going to be willing to lay with Idaho State, and did make my total 137, so also looking at the under. 783, 784 on the betting board. It's a battle of Texas, as Texas plays host to Texas Tech. Texas Tech is a 6.5 to a 7-point underdog. Total on this game is between 141 and 141.5 with Texas Tech. I did set them as an underdog of 6.5 points, so here at 7, I'm going to be willing to take the points. It is a Texas Tech team that certainly has been a little bit different on the road rather than at home, because they did book a lot of cream puff opponents at home this far of the season, but this is also a Texas team that has some very big home and road splits, and I think a lot of that has to do with their schedule as well. So rubber is going to be beating the road here. It's a Texas Tech team that, under the tutelage of Graham McCaslin, is looking to play a little bit more slowly, and this is a Texas team that, after they were playing at warp speed to begin really the era of Rodney Terry, they're now more of a mid-tempo team this season. So this is a spot where I did set my total at 142.5 here at the 141.5. I'm going to be willing to take the over, because I do think that you're going to see some late game fouling, and for Texas, I do think that they're going to have a little bit of a struggle on the glass. You've had Dylan Mitchell give you 9 boards, 11 points per contest, but he's really the only guy on the roster that's able to give you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. You've got a pair of teams that are able to let it fly from three-point range. For Texas, you've got Max Asmus, who's been able to do an absolutely superb job with that regard, 4.5 assists, and you've also got Tyrese Hunter giving you 4.5 assists per game as well. But with Asmus, along with Ithiel Horton, these have been your main three-point shooters. So Horton is giving you 9 points per contest on 38.5% three-point shooting. Asmus more on 38.3% from 3. In Texas as a whole, they're shooting about 37% from the outside. This is a Texas Tech team, though, that they're 73rd in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Texas more around 116th. Both of these teams have some pretty demonstrative home and road splits, though, and I did think that that is going to be ironing out a little bit more in this game. But for Texas Tech, having the 7-footer Warren Washington being able to hold it down low, give you about 8.5 rebounds per game, and then you've been able to have Darion Williams, a transfer from Nevada, give you a little bit of everything, 2.5 assists, 7.5 rebounds, right around 9.5 points per game. That's big. And then Pops Isaacs Joe Toussaint. Neither of these guys necessarily do a tremendous job of being able to hit threes, but both of these guys have been able to combine for about 30 points per contest. They both have good versatility, and Toussaint has been able to give you north of 3.5 assists per contest as well. I do think that that's going to allow Texas Tech to be able to hold in this one. You've got Caden Chedrick, who's been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to block some shots down low for this Texas team, but with that said, with Texas Tech, you, in my opinion, have the overall better rebounding, and if you take a look at the rebound rate numbers, this is a Texas team that ranks right around 70th, at Texas Tech in the neighborhood of 40th. So, going to be willing to take the points with Texas Tech. I need at least a 7 to be able to take it, and did something I told 142.5, so also looking at the over 785, 786 on the betting board. It is Arizona. They play us to Utah. Utah's between a 13.5 to a 14-point underdog. Open up at 11.5. Totals between 164 and 164.5. Utah's coming off of a pretty ghastly loss against Arizona State, and I think that this is a nice buy low spot on them. I set my line at 10. I'm going to be willing to take the points with Utah. This is still a team that's doing a relatively solid job down low. They're in the top 70 in the country in terms of overall rebound rate. You've got an Arizona team that's third, with Umar Ballo just being absolutely tremendous. And the Arizona rebound rate is 64.2% at home. That's number one in all of college basketball, but I do think that that's going to be drying up just a little bit here, and I feel like Arizona's been very fortunate with their three-point shooting defense as well. It goes all the way back to that Alabama game where they just could not hit an open shot to save their lives, but Arizona is outside the top 200 in regards to opponent three-point shooting percentage. This is a Utah team that I do think is going to be able to buckle down a little bit more. They're more around 195th, so both of these teams are relatively similar with that regard, and for Arizona, they now have to go up against a guy in Braden Smith that was able to spring an upset win on them last year as well. Granted, it's a vastly different Arizona team, and that was when they were playing out there in Salt Lake City, but that's it. With Braden Smith, he's been able to do a solid job getting the team 16 points, 7 boards per contest, and Utah really doesn't make a lot of mental mistakes. They're not quite the same team defensively that they were last season. Last year, they were a top 40 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and to the credit of Arizona, despite the ghastly performance that we saw against Samford, they are still a team that ranks in the top 35 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but it's a Utah team that does shoot 38.5% from three-point range. Arizona, they're a little bit less than that. You do have Caleb Love, who's been able to pop off for 17.5 points per contest. They shoot as a collective still relatively close to Utah, 37.5% from three-point range, north of 50% overall from the floor, but I do think that Utah, with having so many versatile guys that are able to run up the floor, they're going to be much more equipped to this high-flying Arizona style that is in the top 30 in terms of total possessions per game than most other teams. I do think that Pell Larson, who's shooting 54% from three, going to see a little bit of a fall off with those numbers as well. Love Kylan Boswell, what he's able to do, 4 assists per game, shooting 42% from three. And again, I do think that Arizona wins this game, and I think that they win this game comfortably. I think that they win this game by 10 points, but now that we're getting to 13.5, 14, we just have gone a little bit too far, and I do think that we're going to see a little bit of regression with both of these teams from distance. So I did somebody told 160, diving in on the under. Now with Arizona, can I make them a 10-point favorite? So I'm going to be looking at the points. 787, 788 on the betting board. Texas A&M is going to be playing against LSU. LSU does find themselves as an underdog of 12 to 12.5 points. So on this game, it's 146.5, but with LSU, I did set them as an underdog of 11.5 points here at 12 to 12.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with the Texas Tech team. I think that it's going to be hard for them to win by margin this season, as this is a bunch that is well outside the top 3 in terms of total possessions per game. LSU has been looking to bump up their tempo a little bit, but now LSU has reinforcements on the way, because LSU, prior to getting back Jalen Cook, they did not have a single guy that could really dole out the ball. They didn't have a single guy with north of 2.3 assists per game. Now they've gotten Cook back in the fold. He's been able to give the team 16 assists in his 3 games back, and has actually been able to shoot about 39% from three-point range as well. This is a bunch in Texas A&M that I certainly do think is going to be able to bear down on defense. They are currently 263rd in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage. I think that that's a little bit of an anomaly. I think that that should be coming down as the season goes along. LSU at 264th. I think that that's a little bit more representative of them, but that puts these teams as relative equals with that regard, and I don't think that that's the case. But at the same time, I do think that LSU is going to be able to do a good job of being able to rebound by committee, as you've been able to get about 5.2 to 5.3 rebounds per game out of both Will Baker along with Jalen Reed. Baker is a true 7-footer that's able to pop some threes, and for Texas A&M, you have to love the game of Wade Taylor IV. Should see a rise in his 27.5% three-point shooting, and Texas A&M, they're shooting 27.5% from three. I don't think that they're a north of 40% three-point shooting team or anything like that, but I can tell you that I think that they're better than this. They are only turning the ball over, though, 9.8 times per contest. This is a team that's able to go 9 or 10 deep. Anderson Garcia is able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. Henry Coleman is able to give you 9 boards per contest, and this team has had to persevere without Tyrese Stanford, but now he's back to the full, being able to give you about 12 points per contest as well. Texas A&M, I do think that they're going to be able to get the job done, but I do think that for both of these teams, they're going to give up a few three-point shots. I do think for Texas A&M, they're going to get back to playing slow, playing grimy. I did set my total at 139.5 just with the tempos in this game in general. I just don't think that you're going to be able to get an over, even though I do think that there's some three-point shooting positivity coming in for Texas A&M. Going to be diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take 12 plus here with LSU, 789, 790 on the betting board. Southern Indiana is going to be playing us to Tennessee Tech. Tennessee Tech does find themselves as a 2.5 to a 3-point underdog, and your total on this game is between 138 and 139, and I did set Tennessee Tech as a 1-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. This is a Southern Indiana team that they had to rebuild essentially from scratch during the offseason as they lost pretty much each of their top 5 scorers. And to their credit, they've been able to do so with A.J. Smith being able to give you about 9.5 rebounds per game. He's been very solid down low for this bunch. But you did take a look at this Tennessee Tech team, despite the fact that they are well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They do have someone like Javius Harvey, who's been able to give you about 16.5 points per contest. This team shoots in the low to mid 30s from 3-point range. I do think that that's going to be able to rise up a little bit more. But this is also the Southern Indiana team with all their pieces lost from a season ago. They're only shooting about 31% for 3. They're turning the ball over 14 times per contest, with having Mr. Jeremiah Hernandez, be able to give you about 14.5 points per contest. You've been able to have one guy really bombing from 3-point range. Shaq Milky has been able to shoot 44% from distance, about 9 points per contest. But other than A.J. Smith, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. That matches the kryptonite of Tennessee Tech. Daniel Enigboy has been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. He's really the only guy in the roster that gives you north of 4.5 boards per contest. It is a Tennessee Tech team that certainly has been having their deficiencies, and it's a Tennessee Tech team that's been getting gashed on defense. 80 plus points surrendered in each of their last 4 games, but now they get to go up against a Southern Indiana team that all season long they've been having their rough times with regards to offense. If you take a look at their games actually played against Division I opponents, this has been a squad that has failed to reach the 60-point plateau in 4 out of their last 6 games, so that's not necessarily too terrific. We find ourselves in a situation of something he's got to give, and I did set my total at a 141. Both of these teams are looking to push a little bit more tempo, but I do think that with Tennessee Tech, they've got a little bit more in the backcourt. I think that they're going to do a better job of being able to protect the ball, so I do like Tennessee Tech outright on the money line, and going to be taking a look at the over. I do think that late game fouling could be able to help out with this total as well. 791, 782 on the betting board. St. Mary's is on the road facing off against Loyola Marymount, and Marymount is a underdog of 9.5 to 10 points. So on this game, between 128.5 and 130.5, and with St. Mary's, I did set them as a favorite of just 4.5 points. I'm going to be willing to take the points. This is a number that opened up at 7, has gone to 9.5 to 10. I have absolutely no idea why. Now, Kelly Leau-Pepe has just not been what we were hoping he'd be this season. Last year, as a 6'6", a little bit of a combo player, was giving the team 13 points, 6 boards, has not delivered on that this season, but you've got Justice Hill, who has been very incredibly efficient at the point guard spot. 10 points, 4 assists, and 1.6 turnovers per game. Spent some time at Murray State, LSU, so he knows his way around. This is a team that, in general, at LMU has been able to shoot about 34.5% from 3-point range. And when it comes to the St. Mary's team, they've got some very demonstrative home and road splits. Moraga is a very good home court environment, and we're really seeing that play out because St. Mary's, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 182nd in all of college basketball, but they're scoring 16.9 points fewer per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment rather than what they are able to do at home. This is a St. Mary's team that, once again, is hunkering down on defense. You know that they're going to be one of the slowest teams in all of college basketball. Loyola Marymount has actually slowed down as well. They're outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, and for the amount, about 168th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but giving up 8.1 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. Can have a little bit of a tough time down low. Alex Merck-Valdez is able to give you about 10 points, 6 boards per contest. He's the only guy in the roster that's able to give you north of 6 rebounds per game, while Mitchell Saxton for the St. Mary's team is able to give you about 8.5 rebounds per game. Ada Mahaney has been your top scorer with about 13.5 points per game, but this is a St. Mary's team that still is shooting only about 29.9% from 3-point range. Now, they're not going to let you take a lot of threes as well. St. Mary's is a team that runs you off the arc, but when you do get off those threes, they've been giving them up quite a bit. St. Mary's is allowing opponents to shoot 35.6% from 3-point range in a road/neutral court environment. This is a Loyola Marymount team that's more around 117th, and at home, opponents are shooting just 29.3% from distance against them as well. I feel like this is a line that's overinflated, and for St. Mary's, I do think that they're going to have a little bit of a struggle on the road. I do think that they get the job done outright, but I feel like this line has went too far against a St. Mary's team that I think is going to struggle offensively. Semi-total 128.5, diving in on the under, and I'm going to be willing to take the points with the amount. 793, 784 4 on the betting board. This is San Diego, and they are going to be on the road facing off against Gonzaga. And Gonzaga just find themselves as 22.5 to 24-point favorites. Total this game is anywhere between 155.5 and 156. And when it comes to Gonzaga's squad, I do think that they've got a nice edge here, but I could only make this line 23.5. So we're starting to get to that point of no return. This opened up at a 20.5 when I thought that there was really good value. You're at a 22.5, 23. I'm still willing to lay it, but now we're getting to the edge of it, as this is a Gonzaga team that they're actually playing a little bit better defense this year than they have in past years. This is a Gonzaga team that last year they were well outside the top 150 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and I'm not trying to say that they're going to be some sort of amazing defense or anything like that, but this year they're more around 63rd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, going up against the San Diego team that they had a tremendous start defensively to the season. They're down to about 126th actually in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 10.4 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. And for San Diego, they're shooting about 34.5% from three-point range. BJ Hayes has had some nice versatility, 10 points on 41% three-point shooting. And then you've got Deuce Turner along with Wayne McKinney the third being your main guys, being able to chip in there about 29.5 points, both shooting 36% from three-point range, but they're just not going to be able to match up down low. They've got one guy in Steven Jamerson the second who's been able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game, giving you 7.5 boards per contest, but now you've got Anton Watson and Graham Ike to factor in. These two guys are combined for 29 points, 15.5 boards. Watson shooting 44% from three-point range. It is a Gonzaga team that as a whole, they're only shooting 32.5% from the outside, and Ryan Nembhard has really been a disappointment for this team. He is giving you 5.8 assists and 12 points per contest, but shooting less than 20% from three, 2.7 turnovers per contest, but he's been able to dole out the ball a little bit more freely recently. 3 turnovers or fewer in 4 of the last 5 games. That three-point shooting came alive a little bit against Pepperdine. You want to see a little bit more from it, but you do have a lot of just a bedroth of options to be able to utilize, as you've had Ben Gregg, Dressy Stromer give you some production, Braden Huff as a freshman, 10.5 points, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range. And when it comes to the San Diego team, they're just not going to be able to match up down low. It is a San Diego team that is starting to regress a little bit with their defense. Their offense is getting exposed, and for this Gonzaga team, they're cranking it up once again with regards to their offense. They have now gotten to at least 74 points in 4 out of their last 5 games since that game against UConn, and I do think that they're still leaps and bounds better than San Diego, so I did set them as a 23.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to lay the numbers. This San Diego team just continues to regress on defense, so I did set my total 157.5, so also looking at the over 795, 796 on the betting board. Utah State plays against Colorado State. Colorado State is a 2-point road underdog, and your total is between 151 and 152. Did set Colorado State as a 2.5 point favorite. Going to be willing to take them out right on the money line. For Colorado State, they showed me a lot a few nights ago in that game against New Mexico. They were missing shots that they probably don't in a normal circumstance, yet they were able to find a way to win, as their defense is looking a little bit better now. It's not amazing. They're 156th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but in a roadside-shoot record environment, they're giving up about 6.6 points fewer per 100 possessions than they do at home, and you still have Isaiah Stevens, who I think is going to be the best player in this game. He gives you north of 6 assists per contest, shooting darn near 40% from three-point range, 15-plus points per contest. This guy has been absolutely incredible, and then you do take a look on the flip side. You've got yourself a bunch in Utah State that should be able to have some success down low with Grado support, being able to give you 18.5 points, 9 boards per contest. Both of these teams have real fortes with regards to their outside shooting as well. This is a Utah State team that they shoot north of 50% from the floor. You've got Darius Brown, who's been able to run things very efficiently with 10.5 points, 7.5 assists, and 1.2 turnovers per game, just 11.5 turnovers in total per game for this Utah State team. Both of these teams, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 2 of your better mid-majors in all of college basketball. Colorado State, they find themselves in the top 15. Meanwhile, Utah State, they're more around 58th, but at a home environment like they're going to be at in this one, 17.8 points more per 100 possessions rather than on a roadside-shoot record environment as well. The big question is, can this Utah State team shut down Colorado State from three-point range, as Utah State right now is 14th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage? I just don't think that that's going to be lasting. I do think that Colorado State, with having Patrick Cartier at 6'8", bombing it at north of 40% from three-point range, Nique Clifford now giving you a lot more in terms of rebounding as well. You've got so many different options for this Colorado State team that even if they are a little bit shut down from three-point range, I still do think that they're going to be able to hold up. And Colorado State on the road, they're allowing opponents to shoot 33% from three-point range as well. So Ian Martinez was able to do a nice job giving this Utah State team double figures. I think that he's going to be a little bit mitigated. So I just set Colorado State as a 2.5-point favorite. Going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. I did set my total at a 150.5. Neither of these teams necessarily playing super duper up tempo. Colorado State well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. And then when it comes to Utah State in terms of total possessions per game, they're clocking in more around 123rd. So going to be looking at the under and looking at Colorado State on the money line. 797, 798 on the betting board. Montana's going to be playing against South Dakota. South Dakota is an underdog of 12 to 13 points. So those between 152 and 153.5. Did set Montana as a favorite of 12 points. So you're at 12.5 to 13. I'm going to be willing to take the points with South Dakota now. South Dakota is just getting absolutely smoked with regards to their defense. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this team is well outside the top 275 with that regard. You have to go all the way down to about 311th for them, but it's not like this Montana team has been some sort of an amazing defense either. Montana, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, is 290th, and they just have not been able to get the same level of three-point shooting that they were able to get a season ago. Aiden Moody last year shot about 40% from three-point range. He's down to about 33% from three-point range. Still has been able to chip in there in that neighborhood about 14 or so points per contest, closer to 16. And Money Williams, he's been the man giving you about 14.5 points per contest with about 3.5 assists per game as well. But Lalu Okay is the only guy that gives you north of 5.1 rebounds per game. He's been able to give you 8 boards. And Loat Thione for this South Dakota team comes in from Central Florida along with Utah. It's been a double-double machine. 13.5 points, 7.5 boards for a South Dakota team that they do turn the ball over 13.5 times per contest, but they do shoot 36.5% from three-point range. And this is a Montana bunch that they've had a very tough time being able to guard the three-point arc. Montana, 336th in all of college basketball. In terms of three-point shooting percentage, they don't necessarily do a great job of turning the ball over as well. So that hides one of the kryptonites for the South Dakota team. Now, South Dakota, they themselves not necessarily been dominant with regards to their three-point shooting defense at 306th in all of college basketball, but Paul Bruns is able to give you a little bit of something with double figures. You've been able to get a little bit of rebounding as well out of Boston Holt. He was also playing over at Utah. He's been able to give you about 2.5 assists per contest, shipping in their 5 boards, 12.5 points per game. So I do think that South Dakota can hang in there against a Montana team that, while they play slow, they play very inefficiently with regards to their defense. Credit where credit is due for Montana, 73 plus points in 3 of their last 5 games, but I do think that we're going to come up just short of this total just due to the lack of possessions. It's at my total 150, diving in on the under, and a north of 12. Going to be taking the points with South Dakota. 799, 800 on the betting board. CS Fullerton, the Titans, are going to be playing us the UC San Diego. San Diego does find themselves as a 1 to a 2-point favorite, and your total on this game are between 133.5 and 134. And for Fullerton, I did set them as an underdog of 1.5 points. So being able to get 2+, I'm going to be willing to take those points. Personally, I'm seeing a 1 out there. I'd rather lay 1 rather than take 2 in this spot, just because I do think that San Diego is just a little bit of a better team than Fullerton. Fullerton barely shooting above 30% from three-point range. And for Fullerton, this team always thinks they're out on defense, and they've been able to get some reinforcements on the way, which is very fortunate for them. And good gosh almighty, do they need it, because they've got Torrey San Antonio back to the fold. Last 6 games has been able to give this team right around about 7.5 points per contest, but last year shot nearly 40% from 3, down to 16% this season. They really need him to come alive, because this is a team that they're also turning the ball over about 13 times per contest. But in terms of the points allowed on a per possession basis for this Fullerton team, big time regression here. 210th in all of college basketball. Now, have been much better at home rather than on the road, giving up about 11.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when at home rather than on the road. But it's a UC San Diego team that they've bumped up their tempo just a little bit, and they're doing a very solid job down low. They're about 157th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Their main task is going to be going up against Max Jones. Jones has been able to give you about 16.5 points, 1.8 steals per contest, shooting about 36% from three-point range. But you do take a look at what you're going to be able to get out of UC San Diego, and they do a very solid job on the glass, as they've been dealing with a lot of injuries this season. But you've had Aniwana, Tate Jones be able to give you about 5.5 rebounds per game, and then you're able to couple that with the fact that you've got Francis Noworke being able to give you all sorts of versatility. He gives you a few assists, he chips in there quite a few rebounds, and then Emmanuel Shaminga, your transfer from UC Irvine, that's out for the Anteaters, 5+ rebounds per game. This all centers around Bryce Pope, who's been the main man on offense, giving you about 17.5 points per game for a team that only turns the ball over about 10.5 times per contest. Bryce Pope has been on one recently, 20+ points in the last 2 games. So I do think that UC San Diego should be able to get the job done, set them as 1.5 point favorite, so willing to lay the 1 with them, and do think that this is going to be a low-scoring, slog. Semi-total 134.5. I think we went just a little bit too far with the way the Fullerton has been guarding recently. So you're at a 133.5, 134. Going to be looking at the over, and I'm going to be taking a look at San Diego laying that point. 801, 802 on the betting board. It is Utah Tech playing us to Grand Canyon. Grand Canyon is a 12-point favorite, and your total between 148 and 149. You've got Utah Tech, a team that has been really relying upon the three ball going up against the Grand Canyon team that has been rocking and rolling, but I think that we have finally found the sell point on a Grand Canyon team that has been able to cover so many numbers. I set my line at 11.5, so here at 12, I'm going to be willing to take the points, and this is a Grand Canyon team that they very much do feed on their home court as this Grand Canyon team. I mean, my goodness, if you've ever been there, it's like a rave. But for Utah Tech, if they could just dial back the turnovers, they've been turning the ball over about 15 times per contest. They've got a shot here against a Grand Canyon team that has Zion Grant Foster give you some tremendous performances, 21 points, shooting only about 31% from three-point range, as we've seen a little bit of regression there from Grand Canyon. But Grand Canyon, after they had really their worst defensive year under Bryce Drew, they've been able to get back to really basics with that. Points a lot on a per possession basis. This is a Grand Canyon team that ranks in the top 75 nationally, and they only see a drop-off of about 3.3 points more given up per 100 possessions in a road/neutral court environment, and this is a Utah Tech team that they rank about 211th with this regard. But for Utah Tech, I do think that you're going to have Tanner Christensen match up quite well with Gabe McLaughlin. Both of these guys have some stretchability. Both of these guys are giving you right around about 12 to 13 points. Christensen gives you about 6.5 boards. McLaughlin closer to 8 rebounds per game, and when it comes to this Utah Tech team, they have been dealing with quite a few injuries with David Elliott being out of the fold for so long, but getting him back, a guy that's able to shoot 52% from three-point range, that should be elevated. A Utah Tech team that overall they're shooting 36% from three-point range. A little bit of trepidation with them only shooting about 66% at the charity stripe, and this is a Grand Canyon team that they themselves are probably going to put them on the line a few times. But for Grand Canyon, they're about 161st in the country in terms of opponent's three-point shooting percentage, which I think that's going to work out very well for this Utah Tech team. Utah Tech doesn't necessarily do the most amazing job on the glass, but I do think that they have just enough rebounding to hold in this game. They've got 3 separate guys giving you at least 4.8 rebounds per game, headlined by Christensen. So here at 8-12, I'm going to be willing to take the points. That did set my total 145.5. We have seen Grand Canyon dial it back just a little bit, and this is a Utah Tech team that they themselves not quite the same offense that they were a season ago. So diving in on the under, and we'll take the 12 plus here with Utah Tech. 803, 804 on the betting board. Washington State is going to be playing against Oregon. Oregon does find themselves as an underdog of a point. Totals between 139.5 and 140. And when it comes to Oregon, I did set them as an underdog of 5 points. I'm going to be willing to lay the single point with Washington State. Now for Oregon, we have seen Jackson Shellstead really come in and elevate this team. I mean, he is from the same high school as Peyton Pritchard. He's looking like a young Peyton Pritchard, shooting north of 40% from three-point range, giving you 4+ assists per contest. I absolutely love what I'm seeing out of him, but this team has a shortage of size down low now that they are dealing with the injuries to Nate Biddle along with Fali Dante. They've been doing so pretty much all season long. So Mohamed Dawaria, who comes in from Seton, his 5 rebounds per game has really been one of the big things for this team. You've been able to have on the flip side Isaac Jones along with Oscar Clough throw in there as well. Andre Yagmowski, between these 3 guys, give you about 19 rebounds per game. It's a Washington State team that they don't necessarily shoot it great from three-point range at 32.5%. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game, but they just execute. They make sure that they don't beat themselves with regards to missing assignments on defense. This is a team that ranks 40th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 13.1 points fewer per 100 possessions when they are at home rather than in a road/neutral court environment. And this is an Oregon team that they themselves are giving up about 11.3 points more per 100 possessions on the road. You've been able to have Jackson Shellstead really be your main scorer. Now you've got Jermaine Cuisinart playing a little bit more off the ball, giving you about 13.5 points per contest for an Oregon team that they also only turn the ball over about 11 times per contest, shooting 35% from three-point range. And we have noticed the Oregon defense has been able to pick it up just a little bit. Doesn't sound like too much, but ever since that really bad calamity that they had against Syracuse, they've given up 75 points or fewer in every game ever since then. And if you look at regulation and regulation only, that was really the lone game where Oregon gave up north of 74 points in regulation ever since the beginning of the month of December. Meanwhile, this is a Washington State team that they are certainly locking in with regards to their defense. Offense has been very selective with Washington State. Last time Washington State was able to break the 70-point plateau, that was on December 6th against UC Riverside. And this is a team that legitimately has scored 71 points or fewer in, I believe, now 7 out of their last 8 games. But I do think that Washington State slows this game down, wins from within. I do think that they're going to be able to elevate a little bit more with their offense, especially with Isaac Jones, the transfer from Idaho, being able to pop some threes. So I did set my total 141. I'm going to be looking at the over. Oregon playing much more up-tempo as well. And with Washington State, set them as a 5-point favorite. Willing to lay the number 805, 806 on the betting board. New Mexico is going to be playing us Wyoming. Wyoming, a 16.5 to a 17-point underdog. Total on this game, between 153.5 and 155. And with Wyoming, I did set them as an underdog of 17 points. Here at the 16.5, it's a max I'm willing to lay, but I'm going to be willing to lay it in. While everyone wants to talk about the backcourt of New Mexico, how explosive they are on offense, how about if we talk about the defense of this New Mexico team? In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 17th in all of college basketball, giving up 85.2 points per 100 possessions when they're at home. And this Wyoming team loses their superpowers when they're on the road. Wyoming, 232nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Wyoming team that has been able to get quite a bit of production out of the Tulsa transfer in Sam Griffin. He's been able to give you about 18.5 points per contest for a team that they're shooting 40.5% from three-point range. They're going to meet their match in this one. This is a New Mexico team that now they've got all three of Jaden House, Donovan Dent, along Jamal Mashburn Jr. back in the fold. Mashburn Jr., double-figure scorer that plays off the ball. House is actually the lesser of the three in terms of scoring, but he gives you nearly 3 steals per contest. And then Donovan Dent, 15-plus points, 5-plus assists. He just does a little bit of everything for this team, but for New Mexico, this team has been able to allow opponents to shoot 24.4% from three-point range at home thus far this season. And for Wyoming, those home and road splits are actually not too prevalent with regards to their defense. The defense has been just fine, but you take a look at the way that this Wyoming team has shot away from home, and it's a little bit of a big split. 42.2% from three-point range at home, more like 36% from distance on the road. And this is a New Mexico team that they're going to be able to win that battle down low with having JT Toppin coupled with Nelly Jr. Joseph combining for about 16 rebounds per game. And with Wyoming, they do gamble a lot to be able to get those wide open looks because they do turn the ball over north of 15 times per contest. This is a New Mexico team that maybe they're not amazing with regards to their turnovers, but having House back in the fold, being able to give you north of 2 steals per game, I do think that that's going to take it out of a Wyoming team that they're going to allow a lot of wide open looks and they're going to get crushed on the glass. I did set my total 157. I'm looking at the over, and with New Mexico, 1 to lay up to 16.5 with them. 807, 808 on the betting board. Santa Clara, it's a road face off against Pepperdine. Pepperdine does find themselves as a underdog of 3 points. Those anywhere between 148.5 and 150. And with Pepperdine, I did set them as a underdog of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay with Santa Clara. Santa Clara has been dealing with a little bit of a injury to the 7-footer in Christoph Tilley, but that said, you still have quite a bit in the backcourt for this team. I really like the way that Adama Ball has been able to elevate with north of 3 assists per contest, 15 points per contest, and has been able to shoot from three-point range darn near 40%. It is a Santa Clara team that can be a little bit hit or miss with regards to their defense, but the defense was good enough to knock off not 1, not 2, but 3 Pac-12 teams in the non-conference portion. Santa Clara, in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, clocking in right around 134th. Meanwhile, you do have a Pepperdine team that they've always had their issues with regards to their defense. Now, the good news is they've got Javon Porter back in the fold, and for Javon Porter, he's actually the brother of Michael Porter, so we all know that the good bloodlines are going to be there for him, but what sort of form is he going to be in moving forward? Because you missed the first 10-plus games of the season with him being back for 4 games. He's giving you 9.5 points, 4.5 boards on 31% three-point shooting, but you expect a little bit more out of him. It's been all up to Michael Ajay along with Houston Mallett. These two guys are combined for about 34 points per contest, and for Ajay, he's shooting 56% from three-point range. I am sorry, but we're going to see a little bit of slippage there. You've got a Pepperdine team that's only shooting about 68% at the free throw line. Then you've been able to have Carlos Marshall give you 14 points, 5.5 boards, shooting 47% from 3 for a Santa Clara team that overall they are shooting about 37.5% from the outside. This is a Pepperdine team that certainly they are going to give it up from three-point range. Santa Clara, they themselves have had their deficiencies with regards to three-point shooting defense. Santa Clara, out of your 363 D1 teams, they are clocking in about 164th in the country with that regard, but this is a Pepperdine team that is 323rd in this respect. I do think that Santa Clara, with having a little bit of a shortage down low, but still having guys like Johnny O'Neal, they do a solid job holding up there, and then they go bombs away from three-point range. So I did set my total 148 out of 149. I'd be looking at the under Pepperdine, now more of a mid-tempo team, and for the Santa Clara team, maybe they'll be able to do a relatively solid job on the glass. Should be a lot of one and done possessions in this one, so going to be taking a look at the under, and I'm going to be willing to lay with Santa Clara, 809, 810 on the betting board. Cal Poly is going to be playing us to UC Santa Barbara. The Gauchos find themselves at 7.5 to 8 point favorites, and your total on this game is anywhere between 140.5 and 141. Did set Santa Barbara as an 8.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay it. Man, this Santa Barbara team has been a big giant disappointment, but you saw A.J. Mitchell has been able to give you 20 plus points per contest, and Yohan Traore, a former top 50 recruit, has been able to elevate a little bit more with regards to rebounding. He's been a very good offensive big man as he goes up against the Cal Poly team that is very weak down low. Joel Armatradon is the only guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game, so Ariel Bland should be able to eat up the glass. He's been able to give the team 7.5 points, 7.5 boards, 1.3 point blocks per contest, and for Santa Barbara, they've been so bad despite the fact that they're shooting 38% from 3-point range. Mitchell is able to shoot north of 40% from 3. You've had Mr. Josh Pierre-Louis, who's been awful with regards to his 3-point shooting in past years, now shoot about 45% from 3-point range, and the root of the issue for this team has been the defense. Santa Barbara now 225th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and might actually be a good thing that they're on the road. They're giving up 2.8 points fewer per 100 possessions in a roadside shoot court environment rather than at home. At Cal Poly, they're only about 250th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis as well. They have found a nice go-to scorer in Kobe Sanders, 18.5 points per game, shooting about 32% from 3 for a Cal Poly team that, once again, outside the top 250 in terms of total possessions per game, 13 turnovers, 30.7% 3-point shooting team, but you've been able to have Jared Hyder be able to give you about 11 points, 2.5 assists per contest, but really outside of your main 3 scorers, you don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5.6 points per game. With Santa Barbara, you still have a bunch of options. It's been a team that's been rough with their defense, 76 plus points surrendered in each of their last 4 games, but now they get to go up against Cal Poly team that they themselves have given up north of 70 points in each of their last 3 games, and it's a Cal Poly team that plays on one of the slower tempos in all of college basketball. That should be able to get Santa Barbara back online with their defense. Set by total 136 after diving in on the under. I'm willing to lay up to 8 with Santa Barbara, 8-11, 8-12 on the betting board. It is Cincinnati. Yes, we're on to Cincinnati. They're on the road facing off against BYU. BYU does find themselves as 8.5 to 9.5 point favorites, and your total on this game is anywhere between 151.5 and 152. Did set my line at 9. Personally, I would rather take 9.5 rather than lay 8.5. This was an opening number of 10.5, so all right, took Cincinnati a little bit earlier before recording this podcast, but that said, I am in on Cincinnati, a team that ranks in the top 30 nationally in terms of rebound right now. BYU ranks in the top 10 nationally with that regard, and for BYU, I mean, just talk about the metrics. They're in the top 20 nationally in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis. Question marks with the schedule that they played, though, and I do think we're going to see a little bit of regression with a BYU team that has each of their top 3 scorers shooting north of 41% from 3-point range, with Jackson Robinson leading the way with 16 points per contest. It's a team that, despite the fact that they're playing relatively up-tempo, they only turn the ball over about 10 times per contest. I do think that we're going to see the Cincinnati team do a good job of being able to hammer this BYU team on the glass as well. As Noah Waterman is the only guy that gives you really north of 5.8 rebounds per game. He also shoots north of 40% for 3, but Victor Lakine, 8.5 boards, 13.5 points. He's able to pop a few threes as well. He's going to provide a nice matchup nightmare. You've got a Cincinnati team that they themselves do a nice job taking care of the ball, only about 10.5 turnovers per game. You've been able to have Dane Skillings come in, and he's been able to do a solid job with 11 points, 6.5 boards per contest. Simius Lucasius at 6'6", all sorts of versatility, 3 assists, 9.5 points per game. And now Aziz Mandengo, who actually played in the state of Utah last season over at Utah Valley, it's giving you about 9 rebounds per contest. I do think that he's going to be able to do a nice job of impacting a lot of shots, and I do think we're going to see a little bit more defense in this game as well. Both of these teams have been clocking in the top 40 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Cincinnati team that has allowed fewer than 60 points in 3 of their last 5 games. This BYU team, they just continue to get to 80 on the regular, but again, these are against teams like Bellarmine, Georgia State. I do want to see them do it against a better level of competition like Cincinnati, so I'm going to be taking a look at the under, and we'll take north of 9 with Cincinnati. And this is the last game on the normal Las Vegas betting board before we hit our first break and go to the extra games. 8-13, 8-14. It is UCLA. They play us to Cal. Cal finds themselves anywhere between 6 and 7 point underdogs. Totals between 136 and 136.5. The 7s are starting to dry up. Now we're being left with 6s, and at a 6, I'm willing to lay it with UCLA. It's been a bad stretch for UCLA, but I do think that they're going to be able to do a solid job down low. You still have one guy in Adam Bona that's able to elevate down low. Now he's going to have his hands full with Fardaws Amick. Fardaws Amick for this Cal team has been able to register a double-double. Comes in from Utah Valley, coupled with Texas Tech, 15.5 points, 10.5 boards, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range. But the one thing that this UCLA team still has been able to do is defend. They're still a team that ranks in the top 100 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Cal is outside the top 200 with that regard. This UCLA team, in terms of guarding the arc, they're allowing opponents to only shoot about 30% 31.4% from three-point range at home. Jalen Tyson has been able to give you about 20 points, 7 boards. I do like what he's able to bring to the table for this Cal team, but ever since we've seen the integration of guys like Devin Askew, Keontae Kennedy, and company, it really hasn't elevated this Cal team. They're giving up about 13.5 turnovers per game as well. They've been very sloppy with the ball. With Cal, they have given up at least 71 points in 4 of their last 5 games. The one exception was against UC Davis, and for UCLA, the defense is still there with this team. They have given up fewer than 70 points in each of their last 4 games, so I don't think that there's any question that this team is actually going to be able to do a solid job there. It's just, can you find any sort of scoring outside of Adam Bona along with Mr. Mack, as Sebastian Mack has come in as a freshman, 14 points. He's really been the lone guy that has been a constant for the team on offense, and they don't even turn the ball over a lot. Only about 12 turnovers per contest, but they just have a lack of outside shooting as this team as a collective, only shooting about 29.5% from three-point range. Hopefully I say this correctly, but Burke Baitunkel, he's been able to shoot about 36.5% from 3. Gentleman from Turkey, he's been able to elevate as you've had Ade Mera be a big giant disappointment for this team. 7'3", a little bit of a unicorn player that has been anything but a unicorn. Actually has been, because it's been imaginary what he's been able to do out there on the court, but Will McClendon shooting north of 40% from three-point range at a 6 or less. Going to be willing to lay it with UCLA in this spot. Set my line at 6.5 and did bank by total 134.5, so diving in on the under to go along with UCLA, and we're going to take our first break and hit the extra games next. Right here on Coach Guest Seats with myself, Megan Peterson, now a part of the Decent Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Hoops Peterson, now part of the Decent Family Podcast. All right, we're through 107 games already. We're in the home stretch. We're going to have one break to take while we're in the middle of these, but let's get started on the extra games, picks and analysis on some of these games that deserve a little bit of love as we hit the bonus with the extra games.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
It starts with 306-501, 306-502. It is UMass Lowell on the road facing off against New Hampshire. This is a pick'em game with New Hampshire being a 1-point favorite in some spots as well. Total is 152, and I did say New Hampshire is a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be one to lay the number as this UMass Lowell team has not been the same without Abdul Kareem Koulibaly. He's been dealing with a little bit of an injury. He's been their main low post player the last few years, giving you about 7 boards, 13 points per contest. Now, we still have an all AEC defender from the season ago, Max Brooks, giving you about 1.7 blocks, jumping in there about 10.5 points per game, and Yendi Akeem right around 5 assists, steal and a half, 17 points per game, but UMass Lowell only shoots about 32% from three-point range. Meanwhile, this New Hampshire team, they've been able to do a relatively solid job of being able to guard the three-point arc. They give you 20 points, 9 boards, one of the better teams at being able to generate turnovers in the mid-major ranks as well, with about 7.7 turnovers per game. And Clarence Daniels is going to be the best player in this game, 9 boards, 20 points per game, and he, along with his main running mate and Ahmad Robinson, both are shooting 41.7% from three-point range. New Hampshire, as a collective, they do shoot about 35.8% from distance as well, and this is a UMass Lowell team that they're currently number 1 in the country with regards to opponents' three-point shooting percentage. I do think that there's going to be inevitable regression. This is much of the same team from a season ago that a lot of opponents will shoot right around 34.2% from three-point range, so I do think negative regression is going to be coming in there. Jackson Baker has been able to give you about 6 boards per contest as well, and this has been a UMass Lowell team that has been a little bit teeter-totterish with their offense. They have been really hyped up by the fact that they've been playing against lesser competition. They have given up 65 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games, and really stands a game that New Hampshire played against Iowa State because, well, that's a relatively tough game to say the least. This team has also given up 71 points or fewer in pretty much 3 out of their last 4 games. New Hampshire playing a little bit more up-tempo, but I do think that the overall defense of this team is going to be able to win out. I'm going to be willing to take New Hampshire as a favorite / a pick'em. I set this line at 2 and did set my total 148, so diving in on the under to go along with New Hampshire. 306-503, 306-504. NC Central is going to be playing against Howard, and Howard does find themselves as a underdog of 2 points. Your total is 148.5, and I did set Howard as a 2-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take them outright on the money line. A team that ranks in the top 75 in terms of total possessions per game, but has been really costly for Howard. It's been the turnovers, north of 15 turnovers per game, but you've got Seth Town, 6'8" combo player that's been able to shoot darn near 40% for 3, 2.5 assists, right around 7 boards per contest, and with this NC Central team, you've got Emmanuel Izabuner, who comes in from the Big South. He's been able to give you about 5 boards per contest, but that's about it. This is a Howard team that they still have quite a ways to go on defense, but they're better this year than they have been in past years. 172nd in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and they're actually giving up 4.8 points fewer per 100 possessions when they're in a road/neutral court environment rather than when they are at home. This is an NC Central team that last year they were one of the better three-point shooting teams at all of college basketball, and we've seen quite a bit of a fall off there. You still have Fred Cleveland being able to give you about 15 points per contest, and then Po'boy King, Jadarius Harris out there in the backcourt. They've been able to combine for 28 28 points per game. Harris is able to shoot 39% from three, but all in all, NC Central shoots about 31.5% from the outside without having a lot of size down low to go up against South Downs. And with this NC Central team actually being far worse at home rather than on the road on defense, they are giving up 17.3 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road. This is a Howard team that they really impose their will with regards to their tempo. Marcel Dockery along with Bryce Harris, they've been able to combine for about 27.5 points per contest. And this Howard team as a whole, they do shoot 37% from three-point range. They're going up against an NC Central team that has had their issues with regards to the arc, both being able to shoot it from three-point range and giving it up, though they are now in the neighborhood about 80th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Still, though, I do think that with regards to this Howard team, they are going to be able to persevere, get the job done against an NC Central team that struggled at home. So I did set Howard as a 2-point favorite, taking them out right on the money line. And because of the NC Central defense in terms of three-point shooting, I'm going to be willing to take the under, set my total 148.5 with NC Central, also a slower tempo team. 36-505, 36-506. Boston U going to be playing us to Lafayette. Lafayette just find themselves as underdogs with 6.5 points. Between 126.5 and 127 is your total. Pair of teams that rank well outside the top 200 in terms of total possessions per game. I did set my total at a 125.5. I'm going to be looking at the under for Boston U. This team has been able to do an okay job on the glass, despite the fact that they really don't have a lot of guys that pound the glass. And for Boston U, my big issue with this team is that they do allow opponents to shoot north of 40% from three-point range at home. Even with that, though, I'm going to be willing to lay it with them. I did set them as a 7.5 point favorite. This is just a Lafayette team that it just feels like they're lost right now. This Lafayette team has won just 2 games straight up. Eric Sonnenberg is your top scorer at 9.5 points per game. Even though Boston U gives up a lot of threes, this Lafayette team, they shoot 26.7% from threes. Sonnenberg is really the only guy that gives you north of 3.5 points per game that shoots above 33% from three-point range. You've got Justin Vanderbaum that gives you 4.5 rebounds per game as a true 7-footer, but he feels like he's a little bit of a lazy 7-footer. And then you've got Otto Landrum, who's been able to give you about 6 boards per contest for a Boston U team that they turn the ball over 12.5 times per game, but you've got Miles Brewster giving you 3 assists, shooting 38% from 3. He's the lone guy that gives you double figures with about 10 points per contest, but we've seen this Boston U team really tighten up with regards to their defense. They have given up 63 points for fear in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, it's a Lafayette team that, I'm not even kidding when I say this, they have not broken 60 points since December 5th. Each out of their last 4 games, they have scored 60 points or fewer. This team, in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, just absolutely deplorable. As a matter of fact, they've scored 60 points or fewer in now 6 out of their last 8 games. I just don't know where the production is going to be coming from. They were relying upon TJ Berger coming in from San Diego. He's only given the team 7.5 points per contest last season, as he had to play thus far this season. So, man, it's been relatively rough for this Lafayette team. I do think that you get a low-scoring slog, despite Boston U giving up quite a bit of three-point shooting at home. I did set my line at 7.5, so I'm going to be one to lay the number, and did set my total at 125.5, also going under. 306.507, 306.508. Wagner is going to be playing us to St. Francis of Pennsylvania. St. Francis, a 4.5 to a 5-point underdog. Totals between 128 and 128.5 with Wagner. I did set them as a favorite of 6.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay the number. Typically, this is a Wagner team that ranks in like the top 75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Certainly, that has taken a little bit of a drop off this year at 139th, but it does feel like Wagner is getting back to their standards. And take a look at the flip side for St. Francis of Pennsylvania. Credit where credit is due. They were able to pull off a pair of road wins against Patriot League teams in Lehigh and American, but they just need to find that go-to guy that's able to help out Cam Gregory. Gregory's having to do it all. 13.5 points on 33% three-point shooting. Now, credit where credit is due. You got a 46.2% three-point shooter in Aaron Talbot, who's been able to give you about 9.5 points per game. Also chips in there 2.3 assists per game, but right now I got one guy in the roster with north of 4 rebounds per game, and Eli Wilborn. So the St. Francis Pennsylvania team in the bottom 50 in terms of rebound rate, and now they go up against a Wagner team that has found their main scorer, Melvin Council, giving you about 14.5 points, 3.5 assists. Not a great three-point shooter, but Wagner, they're 32.5% three-point shooting, better than it has been in past years, and they take care of the ball. 9.4 turnovers per game. They generate about 7 steals per game as well. They get to go up against the St. Francis of Pennsylvania team that's been rough in so many different aspects of the game of basketball, and this is a St. Francis of Pennsylvania team that has to try to shoot over a Wagner team that, in terms of three-point shooting defense, is 46th in the country, allowing opponents to shoot just 23.8% from three-point range. So I do think that this is going to be a low-scoring slog, and that Wagner is going to be able to generate some turnovers to make this a grimy game. So by total 126.5, diving in on the under, and with Wagner willing to lay up to 6 with them. 306.509, 306.510. UMBC is going to be playing us to Bryant. Bryant does find themselves as a favorite of 5.5 points on the road. Total on this game is anywhere between 168.5 and 169 with Bryant. I did set them as a favorite of 6 points. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 5.5. This is a UMBC team that ranks well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and this UMBC team is just getting cooked in so many different aspects of basketball. UMBC is actually not a bad three-point shooting defensive team, but at home, they allow opponents to shoot 38.1% from 3 and 26.5% on the road. So what gives there. You've got a UMBC team that doesn't have anyone on the roster that's really giving you north of about 5.5 or so rebounds per game. So that's a big giant issue. You've been able to have Deion Brown be able to give you 16.5 points, 5.7 rebounds per game, but Earl Timberlake should be able to bring Sexy back in this one. He's be able to give you 8.9 boards, 13 points. Not a great three-point shooter, but that's why you've got Cam Withers, Sharif Gross-Bullock, and Rafael Benzone all shooting between 38 and 40% from distance. Gross-Bullock, your main scorer, 17.5 points, right around 3 assists per contest, and Benzone more of an off-the-ball scorer, shooting 39% from three-point range. And Doug Eater, yes, that Doug Eater from the St. Peter's Peacocks, he had a 20-point performance against Towson a few weeks ago. He's starting to emerge a little bit as well. Only been able to give the team 5.5 points per contest, but is shooting about 41.5% from three. Bryant is a relatively up-tempo team, only turned the ball over right around about 12 times per contest. It's a Bryant team that they themselves have been able to score at least 75 points in 4 of their last 5 games, and talk about just getting smoked. This UMBC team, since the beginning of the month of December, has given up at least 80 points in all but one of their games, and I do think that we're going to see a little bit of a higher scoring game. I think we went a little bit too far. I do think that Bryant is finding their footing a little bit more with regards to their defense. I do think that their rebounding is going to be able to control this game just a little bit more. So I did set my total 164, diving in on the under with Bryant. Did set them as a 6-point favorite, so going to be willing to lay up to 5.5. They're at 6-5-11, 3 at 6-5-12. You've got Colgate in. No, not the toothpaste, but the Raiders hit the road to face off against Navy. Navy does find themselves as a 6-point home underdog. Total on this game is 134, and I did set my total 131. I'm going to be willing to dive in on the under. Colgate has really slowed down their tempo. They are well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and for Navy, this team has been able to do actually a really remarkable job with their defense, which is why I did set my line at a 5. I'm going to be willing to take the points. Colgate year in and year out, their lifeblood is being able to make threes, and Navy, number 4 in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Now, for this Colgate team, they are going to be bringing this Navy team all that they can handle, and then some. As for this Colgate bunch, you do have Braden Smith, who's been able to do a very solid job. No relation, by the way, to the Purdue Braden Smith, but 13 points, 5 boards, 5 assists, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range for a Colgate team that, compared to past years, they're just not the same from the outside, shooting 34.7% from 3 and 64.5% the free throw line. If you're in a late-game fouling situation, you can't feel good about them covering, and other than Smith, you've got one other guy that gives you north of 4 rebounds per game. Keegan Records at 6'10", shoots about 37% from distance, 9.5 points, about 7 boards per contest. But this is a Navy team that all of a sudden has been able to find a primary scorer in Ozzy Biagini, who's been able to give you 14 points, 3.8 assists per contest. Navy, deplorable with their offense, outside the top 275 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, shooting only about 28.5% from three-point range, but you're able to get some good rebounding down low with 9 boards, 10.5 points per game out of Donovan Draper. No relation to other Drapers from Mad Men, but that said, with this Navy team, they also get 2.4 steals per contest out of him as well. This is a Colgate team that they've been able to do a relatively solid job with their defense. It's not amazing by any stretch of imagination, but in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, this is a Colgate team that's clocking in more in that neighborhood of about 167th. They're giving up 16.5 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home, but I think that this is going to be a slog. Navy locks down on defense, but Navy has a tough time scoring, so it's on my line at 5, going to be willing to take 6 with Navy, and going to be taking a look at the under, set my total 131, 36-5-13, 36-5-14. Army is going to be playing us to Holy Cross, and Holy Cross does find themselves as an underdog of 6.5 to 6 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 127.5 and 129.5. Did set my total 127.5, so now that we're seeing the 129 showing, I'm going to be taking a look at the under. This is a Holy Cross team that ever since that win against Georgetown, they've legitimately been a bottom 20 team in all of college basketball, and deal with an ailment to one of their top guards in Bo Montgomery, who was averaging about 4.5 rebounds per game. You've been able to have Joe Octave coupled with Caleb Kennedy be able to give you a combined about 11.7 rebounds per game, but Octave, only guy in the roster giving you north of 9.5 points per game. He's been able to supply 15.5 points, and this Holy Cross team, they do shoot 34% from 3, but just 62.5% the free throw line. It's a Holy Cross team that is outside the top 230 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and for Army, this is a team that's well outside the top 300 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but the defense has been able to hold up. 109th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Funny enough, they're actually giving up right in the neighborhood about 5.5 points more per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but I do think that they should be able to do a solid job down low with being able to have Charlie Peterson, great name, along Josh Scovins, being able to combine for about 11.2 rebounds per game. It's an Army team that is only shooting about 31% from 3 and 54.5% the free throw line. They have to have trepidation with laying a number with Army at this point with the way that the free throw shooting has been going, which is a big reason why I did set my number at a 3.5. I just don't have any faith whatsoever in this Army offense whatsoever, but I do think that they should be able to do a solid job down low. They've been able to get a little bit of facilitation as well out of Ryan Curry, 10 points, 3 boards, 3 assists per game, but this is an Army team that's completely new look. Dave Paulson, a relatively solid coach that has had a lot of success out there in the Patriot League. It is a Holy Cross team that just before break as well, they played a 2-point game on the road against Harvard, so they're in relatively good form. And for this Army team, they have scored in regulation 64 points or fewer in each of their last 5 games, because the Stony Brook game, in which they scored 74 points, that went to overtime, and they scored double figures in overtime. So it's an Army team that is looking for breaking 70 points against a D1 foe in regulation for the first time all season long. As a result, I did set my total 127 half, diving in on the under, and with Holy Cross made them 3.5-point underdogs, so taking the points. 3 at 6-5-15, 3 at 6-5-16. You got Bucknell, and they're going to be playing us to American. American does find themselves as 1.5-point road favorites, so on this game it's 132, and with American, I did set them as a favorite of 2.5 points. I'm going to be one to lay the 1.5. This is a Bucknell team that does have Noah Williamson, a true 7-footer, who's been able to do a relatively solid job down low. He's giving you about 5 boards per contest. He and Jack Forrest have really been your main 2 men, as you've got Williamson giving you right around about 10.5 points per contest, but really doesn't give you any shot blocks. Jack Forrest, who comes in from St. Joe's, has been anything but an average Joe. 15 points, 5.5 boards, does shoot 38% from 3-point range, and you've been able to get about 36% 3-point shooting out of Josh Basco as well. But for Bucknell, this team has really had to slow down in the first year under John Griffin, a legend of the program, but this team is right now well outside the top 230 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, 263rd in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. And American, a team that last season they were turning the ball over north of 14 times per contest, they've really dialed it back. Now, defense has been pretty awful, 325th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, with Mark Rogers at 6'9" is great versatility, shooting 37% from 3, 15.5 points per contest. But able to have that main trigger man in Elijah Stevens, give you 5.5 assists. Doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range, but you got 39.5% 3-point shooting out of Jeff Sprouse, and then you got north of 41% 3-point shooting, coupled with about 9.5 points per game out of Lorenzo Diodano. Overall for Americans, shooting 36.5% per distance, should be able to take you to a Bucknell team that just doesn't utilize Williamson properly. It's a Bucknell team that has really had a tough time being able to break the 70-point plateau. Have done so just twice thus far this season. Meanwhile, for American, 75-plus points in 3 out of their last 4 games, and for the defense, they've been able to dial it in a little bit more. This is an American team that has been able to hold their last 5 opponents, 3 of them, to fewer than 70 points. So I'm going to be taking a look at American, willing to lay up to a deuce with them, and I did set my total at a 132.5. So going to be taking a look at this total over with the way that American has been pumping things up, and I'm going to be willing to lay with the Eagles. 306-517, 306-518. Presbyterian is going to be playing us to UNC Asheville. Asheville does find themselves as a 3-point favorite. Total on games between 144 and 145, and with Asheville, I did set them as the 1.5-point underdog. I'm going to be looking at Presbyterian outright on the money line. It is a UNC Asheville team that is going to have by far the best player in this game, and that would be Drew Pember. Drew Pember has been able to do an absolutely exceptional job. 18 points, 7 boards, 6'10" gentleman that is able to shoot in the high 30s from 3-point range. But this is a UNC Asheville team that does have to give you a lot of pause with regards to their defense. They've got someone in Caleb Burgess who does a really nice job being able to dish out the ball. He's giving you north of 5 assists per contest. Nate McMillan down low is able to give you about 6.5 rebounds per game as well. But I do think the Presbyterian going to be able to rise up a little bit more with their rebounding. They haven't necessarily gotten a ton down low. You've been able to have Kobe Stewart give you about 4.5 rebounds, 7.5 points per contest, shoots in the mid-30s from 3-point range, along with a steal per contest. But we did see Presbyterian go on the road earlier in the season and knock off Vanderbilt. Now, the free throw shooting of about 65%, that does have to give you a little bit of pause, but this is a UNC Asheville team that is going to struggle with the overall outside shooting of Samaje Teal, who's been able to shoot about 44.5% from 3-point range. You've got a Presbyterian team that defensively, they're giving opponents not too many clean looks at the bucket from the outside. At home, 178th overall in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting, but at home, that dips to about 30.8% that opponents shoot from 3-point range. You do have Fletcher Aby, who's been able to give you double figures for this UNC Asheville team, but with Asheville, they do a relatively poor job of being able to generate turnovers, save themselves, turn the ball over about 13 times per contest as well. I do think that Asheville is going to be able to win a little bit on the glass, but at the same time, you take a look at what this Asheville team has done defensively. They've given up 70-plus points in 3 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Presbyterian team that has been able to come into their own. Last 2 games, they've given up a combined 128 points. They themselves have been able to take off a little bit more with their offense, 68-plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. I do think that Presbyterian at home going to get the job done against an Asheville team that has the best player, but I think that Presbyterian has the best team. I'm going to be looking at Presbyterian outright on the money line, and with regards to the total, did set mine at a 145.5, as I do think that Presbyterian going to look to the inside against a UNC Asheville defense that is actually in the top 60 nationally in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, but I do think that Asheville bombs from outside, Presbyterian wins from within. Going to be looking at Presbyterian on the money line, and this total over 3 at 6.519, 3 at 6.520. Gardner Webb, it's a road face-off against High Point. High Point looks to not be a low point. 7.5-point favorites are High Point. Total on this game is anywhere between 150 and 151. And I did set High Point as an 11-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay. This Gardner Webb team is typically a very good defensive team, and one that doesn't give you a lot in terms of offense. At Gardner Webb, well, they're shooting shooting below 68% the free throw line once again this season, but the defense is not there for them. In terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 229th in all of college basketball. Ironically enough, actually giving up 2.1 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, but for a high point, they give up 10.1 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, and they're just a well-oiled machine when it comes to their offense, with Duke Miles running the show. 4 assists, 18.5 points on 35% three-point shooting. All in all, it's a high point team that has been able to shoot about 36.2% from three-point range. You've been able to have Kamani Hamilton do a nice job with about 8 rebounds per game, giving you a double-figure amount of points, and then Jocelyn Bodu has been able to give you about 7.5 boards, shipping in there 1.8 blocks per contest, and then along with the facilitation that you get out of Miles, Kazagifa has been able to give you about 3 assists, double-figure amount of points per game, and for Gardner Webb, they're looking to Julian Sawarmo to be able to headline this team with about 14 points per contest. He and Caleb Robinson are really your main backcourt pieces, with Sawarmo shooting about 36% from three-point range, but for this Gardner Webb team, a team that had a lot of shot blocking down low a season ago, that has really diminished, as their outside defense has honestly not been too bad. They're allowing opponents to shoot 31.9% from the outside, but last year they had a pair of guys in Latrell Reed along with Lufail Dufil, who both by themselves had at least a block and a half per contest. They now have as a collective 2.5 blocks per game. They don't have a single guy that gives you really north of 0.6 blocks per contest, and that'd be Chikena Sissoko, who gives you 3.6 rebounds, but only about 3 points per game. It is a Gardner Webb team that is having a tough time on offense, but this defense now getting gashed, 80 plus points surrendered in 3 out of the last 5 games. Meanwhile, this is a High Point team that has reached at least 78 points in each of their last 3 games, so I do think that High Point going to be able to take it to Gardner Webb. I did lay the number here. I did set my number at an 11 and did make my total a 147, as I just don't think that Gardner Webb does their part with regards to total. So looking at the under and going to be willing to lay with High Point. 3 of 6-5-21, 3 of 6-5-22. It is Stetson, and they are going to be playing us to Jacksonville. Jacksonville does find themselves as a 6.5 point underdog. Totals between 148 and 148.5. We have seen Jacksonville crank up their tempo quite a bit more now in the top 100 in terms of total possessions per game, but this is a Stetson bunch. They are well outside the top 300 in terms of total possessions per game. Set by total 146. Going to be looking at the under for Jacksonville. They just don't hit enough threes, in my opinion, to take advantage of what is a very poor Stetson defense. Stetson, they shoot north of 36% from 3, one of the more efficient offenses in all of college basketball. They're in the bottom 50 with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, as Stetson allows at home opponents to shoot 38% from three-point range, but Jacksonville only shoots about 31% from the outside. Now, Bryce Workman, when he's been available, has been tremendous. 7 boards, 12.5 points per game. Problem is, he hasn't played since early December, as he's been their top 3-point shooter. Now you're having to look to Marcus Nyblack, who's actually come in and has been relatively solid. Came up from the 91 level, has been able to supply the team with 38.5% three-point shooting, 12 points, 2 steals, 3.5 rebounds per game, but he had one big performance against Louisiana Monroe, where he had 29 points, and past that hasn't done a whole heck of a lot recently, so he's been very selective. You've got Josiah Boom Boom Powell along Jerry Skook, who have been able to give you combined about 15.5 points per contest, and then for Stetson, you've got one of the best mid-major scorers in all of college basketball. That would be Jalen Blackman, 23 points on 43.5% three-point shooting. This team is also shooting 84% of the free throw line, so when laying a number with Stetson, you're able to feel very good about that. Ironically enough, I am not going to be doing so, as I did set my number at a 6.5, as I do think that Jacksonville is actually going to be able to hold in this game. For Jacksonville, they certainly have been getting tattooed from three-point range, 289th in the country with that regard, and you've got Abtrese Gasterse, who's been able to give you about 7.5 rebounds per game, but he's the only guy in the Stetson team that's really able to give you north of 5 rebounds per game. Robert McRae being able to chip in there 16 points per contest, and the emergence of Stephon Payne, who's been the house of Payne, being able to give this Jacksonville team right around 5.5 rebounds per game, I do think is going to be enough for the team to hold in there, and I do think that DeJuan Pruitt, someone who comes in for about SIU Edwardsville last year, gave the team 11 points, 8.5 rebounds per game. He's been underachieving this year. I do think that he's going to be able to rise up a little bit more in this spot. Jacksonville's main kryptonite, giving up 14.5 turnovers per game. They go up against a Stetson team that does not generate any turnovers whatsoever, and it's a Stetson team that's given up 74 plus points in 4 of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, for Jacksonville, they've been able to hunker down a little bit more, giving up 65 points or fewer in 3 of their last 5 games. So I do think that Jackson utilizes their defense older than their set my total 146, having in on the under, and we'll take 6 plus here with Jacksonville. 306-523, 306-524. Vermont going to be playing us Maine. Maine hopes to not get Maine, as they are an 8-point underdog. Total on this game is 133.5, and with Maine, I did set them as an 8-point underdog. So we're going to be waiting on a little bit of line movement here. This is a Maine bunch that is going to be able to do a solid job of being able to generate some turnovers, and this is going to be a slow and grimy game. Both of these teams are well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, but if I had to pick it at an 8, probably would be leaning a little bit more towards the points. I'm hoping that we can find an 8.5 to show, so that way I can really just play this out right. But you've got a guy in Kellen Tynes who last year led all of college basketball in terms of steals per game. This year, down to about 2 steals per contest. Not shooting it well from 3-point range, but is giving you 13.5 points per game and keeping things rather efficient, as Peter Filipovsky has been able to give the team some signs of life down low. He's been able to generate for the team a little bit over a steal, coming off of giving the team 8+ rebounds in 4 of the team's last 5 games, 7+ in every one of them. He's been able to generate about 13.5 points per contest for a main team that's really lacking from the outside, only shooting about 28.8% from 3-point range. They do go up against a Vermont team that they themselves are going to lose the turnover battle just because Vermont doesn't generate any turnovers, and Vermont has a lot of opponents to shoot about 34.3% from 3-point range. That ranks 229th in all of college basketball. Like to see a little bit more of Keon Burns. Comes in from LIU. He's been able to give the team right around 5.5 points per contest. Last year shot 35.5% from 3, sub 28% this season, so I do think that should be going northward. And then you do have a Vermont team that has Matt Ferrato at 6'8", shooting about 37.5% from 3, but is a lazy 6'8" gentleman. It doesn't give you a lot of rebounding. You've only got 2 players on the roster giving you north of 4 rebounds per game, with Shamir Bogues at 6'4", leading the way, 5.2 boards, 11.5 points per game. He does generate about 2 steals per game. Nobody else generates a whole lot of turnovers. TJ Long, he's been able to go long, shooting 41% from 3 for a Vermont team that overall they do shoot about 37% from the outside, but with this Maine team, they've been able to hold up quite well defensively for Maine. In terms of their 3-point shooting defense, they're about 198th in all of college basketball, so that's been a little bit of an issue for them, but I do think the Maine going to be able to generate some turnovers, win that turnover battle, and be able to hold in there. So I do think that this number of 8 is correct. If we can get down to a 7.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. If we get north of an 8, I'm going to be willing to take the points. And with regards to the total, set mine at a 130, Maine a top 135 team in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so diving under and hoping to get north of 8 to be able to take the points with Maine. 306-525, 306-526. Seton is going to be playing against Long Island, and Long Island does find themselves as underdogs of 6.5 to 7 points. 143.5 to 144 is your total on with Long Island. I did set them as an underdog of 4 points, so I'm going to be willing to take those points. This is a Stone Hill team that at this point I just don't have a lot of faith in. They're outside the top 275 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and Stone Hill 287th in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage. Now, I will say for Stone Hill, they are allowing opponents to shoot 38.5% from 3 on the road, 25.5% at home. But for this Long Island team, while it's rough, this team is allowing opponents to only shoot 28% from 3 on the road. That is 40th in all of college basketball. And for Long Island, you've got the Stricklands, as you've got Rod Strickland, the coach, and then Ty and Terrell Strickland, who have been solid. Terrell has been able to give you only about 8.5 points per contest. Has not really shot it well from 3-point range. Meanwhile, the other one in Ty has been able to give you more like 13 points per contest. But for Long Island, they don't have to worry about getting dominated on the glass, as Stone Hill doesn't have a single guy on the roster that gives you north of 4.6 rebounds per game. They only shoot about 30.5% per 3 and 38.8% from the floor. And RJ Green is a guy whose skill set I really do like. He's been able to give this team right around about 8 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. So he's been able to do a relatively solid job on that front, and was missing for about a month or so. Returned in that game against Wagner, had 6 points, 4 assists in 22 minutes. He also had 6 boards, so I do like what I'm seeing there. And you found another scorer in Eric Hacker. Has been able to give you right about 12.5 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, 9 stat sheets suffered. The only thing that he doesn't do is pop threes. Both of these teams have been incredibly sloppy on offense. Both of these teams have been incredibly sloppy on defense as well. But this is a Stone Hill team that they just can't get out of their own way on offense. 62 points or fewer scored in 4 of their last 5 games. So this is a spot where I'm going to be willing to take the points with Long Island. And I did set my total at 142. I do think that the offensive struggles continue. Look at the points with LIU and take a look at the under. 306-527, 306-528. Fairleigh Dickinson plays also Lemoyne. Lemoyne is finding themselves as 2.5 to 4.5 point underdogs. Total standing between 157.5 and 158. For some reason, I'm seeing a straight 161 out there as well. And this is a spot where I did set my total at 158. So I'm looking at those 157s, and I'm going to be willing to take a look at the over. And with this Lemoyne team, I did set them as an underdog of 4 points. So at a 4.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. I'm seeing a 2.5 at DraftKings. I'm thinking that this is a mistake of a line, and maybe it got flipped. It's a Fairleigh Dickinson team that no doubt has been rough. They push the tempo. They rank in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game, and they rank outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. But they do have a trio of guys in Joel Emmanuel, along with Sean Moore, Ainsley Almoner, that all give you at least 5.5 rebounds per game. And Almoner has been able to shoot 39% from 3-point range. And it's a team that with 13 turnovers per game, typically that sounds a little bit unsightly, but with how fast they play, that's honestly not too bad. Meanwhile, you've got a Lemoyne team that's at their first year at the D1 level. They bring in Sean Sutherland, who's been able to give you 13 points, 4.5 boards from Siena, but you really don't have anyone other than Kenya Cleary. He comes in for Ball State. He's been able to give you about 6 rebounds per game. He's the only guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game, and he only stands right around about 6'5", 6'6". This is a Lemoyne team that's been getting gashed on defense. They're in 6th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and not even making this up when I say this, they're giving up 31.3 points more per 100 possessions when they're away from home rather than when they are at home. You've had Nate McClure be able to give you about 7.5 points per game, but for Lemoyne, they do a good job of taking care of the ball, only about 11 turnovers per contest. This is a Fairleigh Dickinson team that they do an okay job of being able to generate turnovers, but even with Fairleigh Dickinson not having a lot of size, they should be able to win that battle down low. It's a Fairleigh Dickinson team that has had a tough time finding their offense against D1 teams. Non-D1 teams, they've been able to do a just fine job, but for Fairleigh Dickinson, this is a team that they really look to push their tempo, and I do think that the pushing of the tempo is going to take it a little bit more to this Lemoyne team, and I do think that at a 157.5, we've got good value on the over. Anything less than that, going to be looking at the over. And Fairleigh Dickinson did set them as a 4-point favorite. If I'm able to get that 2.5, I'm going to be willing to lay it. I'm thinking that the 4 to 4.5s are a little bit more correct, and at a 4.5 or more, taking the points with Lemoyne to go along with that over. 306-529, 306-530. Texas A&M Commerce is going to be playing on some McNeese. McNeese is a 10.5 point road favorite. Total on this game, finding it at 136 to 136.5. Set my line at 11.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with McNeese. McNeese is the number 1 team in all of college basketball in terms of fewest turnovers on a per possession basis. McNeese has really been able to get a lot out of Shahada Wells. Wells has been playing very well as far as the season. 19.5 points, 4 assists, shooting 38% from three-point range. And this McNeese team does have an issue shooting at the free throw line at 64%, but no issues from the outside. 39% three-point shooting team. Christian Schulmate has been able to clean up down low. 9.5 boards, 12.5 points per game. And for this McNeese team, you've got 4 separate guys. They're able to give you at least 5 rebounds per game. And Texas A&M Commerce just not going to be able to match up with that. Right now, Tommy Lewis and his 4.5 rebounds per game is leading the way. You've been able to get a little bit of production out of Jerome Brewer, about 4.5 boards, 13.5 points per game for a Commerce team that overall they shoot 32% from 3. They turn the ball over about 13 times per contest. And Commerce, credit where credit is due, they had a nice upset win on the road against St. Joe's earlier this season, but this has been a team that overall has been relatively rough. As for Commerce, they rank 313th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. McNeese, under Will Wade, they've been able to really find their defense as well. They're a top 150 team with this regard as well. McNeese just completely dominates the team with regards to three-point shooting, rebounding, being able to play defense, being able to play offense. Shall we go down the list? And it's a Commerce team that has had a really rough time being able to find their offense as well in terms of games against D1 competition, because they play a lot of these funky non-D1 teams, and against D1 teams, this has been a team that has been held to 64 points or fewer in all but 2 of their games thus far this season. So I did set McNeese as the 11-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and did set my total at a 137.5. I do think that McNeese just going to be able to take you to this Commerce team, be able to be very efficient, hit those shots against a very porous defense. So looking at the over, I'm willing to lay with McNeese here of 6.531, 3.6532. Longwood is going to be playing against the Charleston Southern. Charleston Southern does find themselves as a underdog of 15.5 points. Total on this game is 134, and I did set my line at 14. I'm going to be willing to take the points with this Longwood team. They rank in the top 50 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. As a matter of fact, top 40 nationally in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they do have some issues with regards to their offense, because Waylon Apper has been able to do a nice job running the show. 14 points, 5 assists, chips in there some rebounds, and this is a really good rebounding team in general for this Longwood team, as you've got Michael Christmas along with Jonathan Massey combining for 13 rebounds, 23.5 points per game, but they only shoot about 30.5% from three-point range, and while Longwood should be able to dominate this game, winning by margin becomes very difficult when you just don't have a lot of offense. You've got RJ Tuhart and Tajay Kelly on the flip side for the Charleston Southern team that have been able to give you combined about 13 rebounds per game, and you've got a 42% three-point shooter in RJ Johnson, who's really been able to light it up. He's been able to give the team 16.5 points per contest, and for Charleston Southern, they do an okay job of taking care of the ball, only about 12.5 turnovers per game. Now with Longwood, they do allow opponents to shoot 33% from three-point range at home as well, and while Charleston Southern, they've got their issues on defense. They're well outside the top 200 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Not the worst team at allowing threes. They're allowing opponents to shoot just 33.9% from the outside on the road. It's a Charleston Southern team that has 3 out of their top 4 scores, giving out north of 2 assists per game as well. So they're doing a relatively solid job by committee. Charleston Southern has had a tough time scoring. This bunch has scored 61 points or fewer in each of their last 3 games against D1 competition. And last time they were able to break the 70-point plateau against a D1 team, you have to go all the way back to their game prior to Thanksgiving against Bethune-Cookman. But that said, this is also a Longwood team that they have scored 70 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games. So I do think that this is going to be a bit of a slog. Set my total 134. Was seeing a 134.5 a little bit earlier. Would be willing to take that under, and with Longwood going to make them a 14-point favorite, so going to be looking at the points. Here at 6.533, 6.534. It's Merrimack. They're going to be playing against the Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart is an underdog of 4.5 points. Total on this game is 134.5 to 135.5, and I did set my line at 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay it with Merrimack. Merrimack just such a good job of being able to generate so many turnovers, and even though Sacred Heart has seen this style a few times with Merrimack now being in the conference for the last few years, I still think that it's going to throw them for a little bit of a loop. Now you've got Nico Galletti, who's been able to do a very solid job for this Sacred Heart team. He's been able to generate for the team 13 plus points per contest at 6'6", able to pop them threes while being able to give you about 7 or so rebounds per game, while Alex Sobel also gives you 7 boards per contest. And Merrimack, always a team that year in and year out towards the bottom of all of college basketball in terms of rebound rate, but got Jordan Derkach, who's been able to do a really good job of being able to man things down low, 6 boards, 17.5 points per game, and he gives you 2.3 steals per game, and then you get 2.7 steals, 7.5 points per contest out of Adam Clark. We've seen Merrimack actually speed up a little bit with your tempo. Typically, this has been a team that's been well outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game. This year, they're inside the top 225, but for Merrimack, they've also done a little bit of a better job of being able to deny teams from three-point range as well. At home, opponents are only shooting about 23.5% from three-point range against them. This is a Sacred Heart team that they themselves have been able to do a relatively solid job at home with their three-point shooting percentage, but when they hit the road, 37.7% is what teams are able to shoot from the outside. You got Devin Savage, who's been able to shoot about 35.5% from the outside with a double-figure amount of points per game for this Merrimack team. And with Sacred Heart, due with the injury that they have been to Tanner Thomas. Thomas has been out since early December, was shooting 48.5% from the outside. Really sets the Sacred Heart team behind the 8 ball, and it is the Sacred Heart team that, while they do a solid job of being able to generate steals themselves, each of their top 3 scorers in this game going to be able to give you at least 1.4 steals per game. I do think that Merrimack and their style going to be able to win out in what I think is going to be a grinder of a game in which we see Merrimack give up 65 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games. So this is a line where I set it at a 7.5. I'm going to be willing to lay with Merrimack, and I did set my total at 135.5. Here at the 135.5, it's a little bit of wait and see mode. This opened up at 133.5, and if you still have a 134.5, we'll take that over. If we get to 136 or higher, that'll be my buy point on the under. But seeing the 134.5 that I'm seeing, going to be one to go over, and I'm going to be one to lay it with Merrimack. 306.535, 306.536. Jackson State is going to be playing us Alcorn State. Alcorn State is a underdog of 7.5 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 151.5. By the way, going back to the Sacred Heart game, just went to 136, so on the under there. But that said, when it comes to Jackson State, I did set them as a favorite of 9 points. So I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It is an Alcorn State team that has been in the bottom 20 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They're not guarding the arc. They are not guarding outside the arc. It's been really sad, to say the least. And Jeremiah Kendall has been able to do a relatively solid job down low for this team. 16 points, 6.5 rebounds per game. But you've got Zeke Cook, who has been cooking down low for this Jackson State team. Not giving you a lot in terms of scoring, but stealing 6.5 rebounds per game for a Jackson State team that does have their deficiencies from the outside. This team is only shooting about 32.5% from three-point range, but Ken Evans, one of the more underrated players in all of college basketball, making 49% of his threes. He's been able to contribute about 18.5 points per contest, and when he's been out there on the floor, Jamie Mitchell has been able to shoot 54.5% from 3, 6.5 points per game, was missing the first few games of the season. This gives Jackson State a little bit more from the outside. It is a Jackson State team that they've got their defensive deficiencies as well. They're 338th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and this is an Alcorn State team that, despite the fact that they did lose Dominic Bruton in the offseason, this is all a squad that is able to give you a little bit of something on offense, as you got quite a few returning guards from a season ago, like Byron Joshua, Jeremiah Gambrell, who have been able to combine for 23 points. Gambrell shooting 42.5% from the outside. It's an Alcorn State team that has a rough time shooting inside the arc, but outside the arc a little bit north of 33% from three-point range, but also the 66% free throw shooting. That's a bit of an issue. Do like what I'm seeing out Jalen Hawkins. He, in his last game played against George Washington, was able to supply 24 points with a double-figure score a season ago at Norfolk State, actually 2 seasons ago. But that said, when it comes to this Jackson State team, I do think that they're going to find themselves in very much an up-tempo game where Alcorn State is just going to continue to do what they've done all season long, give up a plethora of points. As for this Alcorn State team, they have now given up at least 79 points in every game that they've played against a D1 foe thus far this season. So it did set my total 155. Looking at the over, out Jackson State, want to lay up to 8.5 with them. 306-537, 306-538. NJIT is going to be playing us to Albany, and Albany does find themselves as a favorite of 3.5 points. Your total on this game, you're going to be getting it at between a 150.5 and a 151, and did set my total 151.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. This is an Albany squad that has really cranked up their tempo when Dwayne Killings first first took the job, this was a relatively slow and controlled team. Not the case anymore, as Albany, out of your 362 Division I teams, they are currently clocking in more in the neighborhood about 36th in terms of total possessions per game, and they play at a full possession per game faster rate when they are on the road rather than when they are at home, and they're going up against an NJIT team that, well, not a stalwart with regards to defense. They're in 17th in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they are giving up about 26 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, which is why I did set this line at 1.5. I'm going to be willing to take the points with NJIT. NJIT underwent a coaching regime change in the offseason, and in general, there was a lot of moving parts with this squad, but one of those pieces, Elijah Buchanan, he followed the interim coaching regime over from Manhattan over here, and he's been able to do a solid job. Missed a few games earlier in the season, but it's now good to go. He and Adam Hess have both been able to give you combined 12.5 points per contest apiece. Buchanan, 6.3 boards, steal per contest. Hess is able to shoot 44% from three-point range, and they get to face off against an Albany team that has been rather rough with regards to the way that they've been able to defend down low. Now, from the perimeter, Albany 15th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but I do think that NJIT going to be looking to knife the ball inside, and you do have a guy, Sebastian Thomas, for the Albany team who does turn the ball over about 3 times per contest, but is able to give you about 4.5 to 5 assists per contest, double-figure amount of points, and for this NJIT team, they're going to be looking to continue the success that they've had at home of being able to guard the three-point arc, as for NJIT at home, they're allowing opponents to shoot only 23.5% from three on the road. This goes to north of 42% from distance. It's a Albany team that does shoot about 32% from distance, with Amari Marshall coming in from Hofstra. He's been able to do a relatively solid job, giving the team in the neighborhood about 15.5 points per contest, shoots about 34.5% from three-point range, and the guy that's really been able to shoot it from three-point range, Jack Markabupis, hopefully I said that correctly, has played limited minutes, but currently shooting north of 50% from three-point range. That said, this is an Albany team that they're going to be looking to feast on turnovers with their defense. They've been able to generate 9 per contest, but they are a team that very much gambles for turnovers and looks to the outside. If it gets inside, they are very vulnerable, and this is an NJIT team that they are getting a lot of their points from inside, and this is an Albany team that, despite the fact that they play quite quickly, they are about 215th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so I do think that NJIT is going to be lively against an Albany team that, with regards to points allowed on a per possession basis, giving up 10.1 points more per 100 possessions on the road rather than at home. So, did set Albany as just a 1.5 point favorite, going to be looking at the points at somebody total 151.5, also looking under 36.539, 36.540. USC Upstate is going to be playing us Winthrop. Winthrop finds themselves as a road favorite of 5.5 points. Total on this game is between 139 and 139.5. Winthrop is a relatively mid-tempo team, but they are one of the better mid-major teams in terms of points scored on a per possession basis in all of college basketball. I do think that they are going to be able to take it to them in this spot. I did set my line at 6.5. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. This is a Winthrop team that has been right around about the top 170 in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and for this USC Upstate team, they have had a really tough time without having guys like Jordan Gainey and company in the fold, as they've been looking at Trey Borneau. Has been able to give you 13 points, 3 assists per contest, but in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, this Upstate team, they are right around 186th, and very interestingly, they're scoring about 16.7 points fewer per 100 possessions at home rather than on the road, though this is a Winthrop team that they don't necessarily have a ton down low. Alex Zimmerman has been able to give you 6 boards per contest. He's right now leading the way with that regard. And for USC Upstate, you've got Amir Langlis, the transfer from West Virginia. He's flying about 6.5 rebounds per game, but for Winthrop as a whole, they do shoot about 34.5% from distance, with KJ Doucette being your main guy, 14.5 points, 4.3 rebounds per game. And though this Winthrop team doesn't have anyone that other than Timmerman giving you north of 5 rebounds per game, you do have pretty much 4 separate guys that will be able to give you at least 3.8 rebounds per game. This team does a solid job being able to dish out the ball, with having Kason Harrison be able to give you 4 assists and 2 turnovers per game. And then for the USC Upstate team, they have been a squad that has been rather interesting with regards to their three-point shooting. Last year, a very solid squad, and this year they're shooting about 34.5% from three-point range, getting 40% three-point shooting out of Miguel Ayesa, so he's been able to do a relatively solid job of elevating with that regard. But this is a Winthrop team that, despite the fact that they do have a few warts on defense, they're 17th in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage. Meanwhile, this is a USC Upstate team that they certainly haven't given it up from the outside, 285th in the country. I do think that Winthrop goes bombs away. I'm going to be willing to lay up to 6 points with Winthrop, set my total 142.5, so going over to go along with Winthrop. This will be the last game before we hit our final break. This is 306-541, 306-542. Lipscomb, it's road to face off against Bellarmine. Bellarmine is an underdog of 2.5 to 3 points. Total on this game is 147.5. Did set my total 143. Bellarmine, once again, outside the top 275 in terms of total possessions per game, and it is a Lipscomb team that's playing a little bit more brisk, a little bit more up-tempo, and you do have to fear that this Bellarmine team that ranks well outside the top 275 .75 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. Just gives it up. Bellarmine not terrible with their 3-point shooting defense, 222nd in the country with that regard, but for Lipscomb, despite the fact that Jacob Onyesovic has been out of the fold for the entirety of the season, despite the fact that they've had copious amounts of injuries, they've been able to persevere and they've been able to get through. And the biggest reason why is that this team has been able to do a solid job just with regards to their backcourt. They really don't have a lot of size on this team after they lost Hassan Asadullah during the offseason as he was just out of eligibility, but a guy that's been able to really keep things afloat and has really been able to provide for the team is Will Pruitt. A little bit of a Swiss Army knife guy, 3.5 assists, 5.5 boards, 13.5 points per game on 34% three-point shooting. They've been able with an injury to Darren Boyd, but was able to return to begin the new year against EKU, Eastern Kentucky, so that's big as he's been able to lead the team with 17 points per contest. Shot 39.5% from three-point range. Last season, more like 36.5% from distance this year for a Lipscomb team that they only turn the ball over about 11.5 times per game. Bellarmine, they don't force turnovers, but they themselves remain in control. They are a very efficient team with regards to their offense, 81.2% free throw shooting team. They shoot 34% from three with about 11 turnovers per contest. They've dealt with a few injuries, Ben Johnson being the most notable of them, but he's come back and he's given the team a combined 44 points in his last two games, so should be good in this one. You've got Bash Weiland, who's still going to be out of the fold, though he's one of their main double-figure scorers, and this is a Bellarmine team that you only have one player that gives you north of 5.2 rebounds per game. That would be the 7 boards of Langston Hatton. So this Lipscomb team that has had a little bit of a tough time down low, that's not going to be unearthed in any form, and this is a Lipscomb team that they do a nice job of being able to guard the three-point arc as well. Top 135 team in all of college basketball in that regard. You've got a Bellarmine team that they just continue to get gashed time and time again, and this is a Bellarmine team that is going up against a Lipscomb squad that has been having their deficiencies as well on that front. It is a Bellarmine team that now they have scored 68 points or fewer, really in 5 out of their last 6 games against Division I competition, as they have played quite a few non-D1 teams as well. And for that matter, they've actually only been able to break the 70-point plateau against 2 Division I teams in their last 9 games. So I do think that this is going to be a little bit lower scoring. Set my line at a 3 with Lipscomb laying it. So here at the 2.5, going to be one to lay the number. Set my total 143. So diving in on the under as well. And we're going to take our final break and get the rest of the betting board finish up right here on Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peters, and now a part of the BC Family Podcast. And we're back here in lovely Las Vegas for Coast to Coast Hoops with myself, Greg Peters, and now a part of the Beeson Family Podcast. We are in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We have taken all of the breaks that we have needed to, so now let's just run the floor from here on out, get you guys these last few winners on the betting board as we finish up our bank shots and we continue on in the bonus.
The normal betting board picks are complete, but there are some extra games today, so we go into the bonus.
306-543, 306-544. It is Alabama A&M, and they're going to be on the road facing off against Bethune-Cookman. Cookman does find themselves as a favorite of 5 points, seeing a straight 4.5 out there as well. Totals between 139 and 139.5. Did sub by total 142.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over. Florida A&M has bumped up their tempo just a little bit from a season ago. Last year, this was a Florida A&M team that out of 363 D1 teams, they were a bottom 5 team in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, and they've actually been less efficient on offense this season than they were a season ago. They're about 359th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, but that said, with regards to their actual tempo, that actually has helped out their scoring just a little bit, and they go up against a Bethune-Cookman team that I do think is going to do a nice job being able to turn defense into offense, because you do have a Florida A&M team that has had a very tough time being able to take care of the ball, 14.7 turnovers per game, but Bethune-Cookman, in terms of steals forced on a per possession basis, been one of the best teams in all of college basketball. Devontae McIntyre, how about this? 3.3 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 3 steals per contest. Not a stat line that you see very often. A part of a team that has 6 different guys give you at least 1.2 steals per contest. Now, Bethune-Cookman, they only shoot about 28% from three-point range. They themselves have been one of the least efficient offenses in all of college basketball, but you do have a pair of guys in the backcourt in Zion Harmon along Jacoby Heedy, who have been able to do a really nice job combining for about 29 points per contest. Harmon has been able to give you 4 assists, about 2.8 turnovers per game. Bethune-Cookman, they themselves have been turning the ball over about 15.5 times per contest, but Derek Carter-Hollinger, a 6'6" combo player, has come in from Montana, has been able to give them a little bit more from the outside. And for Florida A&M, ever since Love Bettis has come into the fold, this team has been a little bit more efficient, but now he's dealing with a little bit of an injury as well. That puts Florida A&M a bit behind the 8 ball. It means that they need to rely much more on Keith Lamar, 6.5 boards, 14.5 points per game, and shooting about 41% from three-point range as a 6'6", little bit of a combo player, but lone guy on the roster, giving north of 4 rebounds per game. I do think that's going to be a little bit rough for a Florida A&M team that in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, they've been 356th in all of college basketball. I do think that Bethune-Cookman going to be able to take full advantage. Set my total 142.5. Looking at the over, I'm willing to lay up to 6 with Bethune-Cookman. 306.545, 306.546. Delaware State is going to be playing us Coppin State. Coppin State does find themselves as underdogs of 9.5 to 10 points. Totals between 133 and 134. Coppin State should be saying thank goodness for Mississippi Valley State. Without them, they'd be the least efficient offense in all of college basketball, and I think that that's going to continue here. So my total 130 diving in on the under Delaware State. In terms of the national landscape, isn't super duper slow. In MEAC terms, they're one of the slowest teams out there in this conference, and it's a Delaware State team that they have scored 61 points or fewer in 3 out of their last 4 games against Division I competition, but I do think that Delaware State is going to be able to win this game by margin. I set them as a 12-point favorite, as I do think that they're going to be able to win the battle down low. Martez Robinson, Wesley Oba have been able to combine for about 12 rebounds per game, and for Robinson, he's shooting 39.5% from 3. All in all, Delaware State only shooting about 30.5% from the outside, but they do generate 8.7 steals per game. This is a Coppin State team that they just can't take care of the ball. They're averaging 55 points per contest with 16 turnovers on 25% three-point shooting. As a matter of fact, among their top 7 scorers, they don't have a single guy that's shooting above 28.8% from three-point shooting. It's just become the Justin Winston show. Former starter over at St. Bonaventure, 14 points, 5 boards, shoots about 29% from 3, and that seemed good for this team. You don't have any sort of rebounding outside of him, as well as you've been able to get right around about 4.5 rebounds per game out of Toto Fabadele. Hopefully I said that correctly, but this is a Coppin State team that they're just getting wrecked down low. You've got a Delaware State team that, along with Martez Robinson, you've been able to have Jevin Muniz, who's been able to give you about 14 points per contest. At the very least, you've got actual scoring options for Delaware State, whereas it's Winston and absolutely nothing else for Coppin State. And Coppin State, I think that they're going to be held down once again in this one. They have broken the 68-point plateau in just 1 game against Division I competition. This won't be number 2. Set my total at 130, diving in on the under, and with Delaware State, made them a 12-point favorite, willing to lay the number. 306.547, 306.548. Maryland Eastern Shore plays us at Morgan State. Morgan State is a 2.5 to a 1.5 point underdog. Totals between 144 and 145. In a normal circumstance, I'd be willing to take Morgan State on the money line. Problem for this Morgan State team is, out of their top 3 scorers, you've got really all 3 of them out of the fold, as Miles Thompson has been able to give you 9.5 points, 4.5 boards is out. Winston Tabbs, he came over from Boston College, a double-figure scorer. He's been dealing with injury, and now you're just getting Rob Lawson back in the fold. He's been able to give the team 12 points on 33% three-point shooting, but he's only been able to play 4 games thus far this season. So all sorts of injuries, and this injury leaves the team with only one guy giving you north of 5 rebounds per game, Alan Amidu, who's been able to give you about 6 points, 6 boards per contest after he had a 17-rebound game against NJIT, and credit where credit is due, 6+ boards in each out of the last 5 games, so he's been able to emerge a little bit late. But for Maryland Eastern Shore, you got Trey Hupstead, who should be able to control things down low. Troy Hupstead, he's been able to give you about 8 boards, 12 points per contest for a short team that they do shoot about 33.5% from three-point range. Now, Maryland Eastern Shore getting absolutely wrecked from the outside. They're allowing opponents to shoot about 34.5% from three-point range, as outside the top 230 nationally. That said, this is also a Morgan State team that, in terms of their three-point shooting defense, they're allowing opponents to shoot well north of 36% from three-point range. They are about 294th in all of college basketball in this regard, and it's a Morgan State team that has really been robbed by a lot of these injuries. If you take a look at what they've done recently, this team has been really failing to be able to get anything whatsoever up on the board, as against Division I competition, this team has been held to 60 points or fewer in all 3 out of their last 5 games. Meanwhile, you've got a Maryland Eastern Shore team, 63 points or fewer in each of their last 4 games against Division I competition. But the injuries for Morgan State, I do think are going to be costly. I did set my line at 3.5, so I'm going to be willing to lay it with the Shore. And because of all the injuries, and because both of these teams are really scuffling on offense, it's on my total on 139.5. Also looking at the under, 306, 549, 306, 550. South Carolina State plays us to Norfolk State. Norfolk State is an 8-point road favorite. Total on this game is 147, and with Norfolk State did set them as a favorite of 5.5 points. So I'm going to be willing to take the points from South Carolina State. The South Carolina State team does have a lot of deficiencies, but at the same time, they should be able to do a relatively okay job down low of hanging in this game, as we've got a Norfolk State team that really has one guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game in Jelani Darden, who's been able to do a solid job with those 5.5 rebounds per game. But Davion Everett, about 7 rebounds, chipped in their 10 points per game. Doesn't really give you a lot of shot blocks, but that said, you do have a guy in Drayton Jones, stands right around 6'9" as a freshman. He's been able to give you a block, about 5 rebounds per game. So South Carolina State, I do think is going to do a solid job down low, and they need to, because they're shooting as a collective only about 27.5% from three-point range. This team, in terms of their three-point shooting defense as well, hasn't necessarily been a whole heck of a lot better, as they are 320th in all of college basketball in that regard. They're going up against the Norfolk State team that when they made the NCAA tournament a few seasons ago. They were actually a really supreme defense, and this is a Norfolk State team that does rank in the top 140 nationally in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, in terms of points allowed on a per-possession basis. Really, this is creme de la creme out there in the MEAC, and they've been able to get a whole heck of a lot out of Jamari Thomas, who's been able to give you 16-plus points per contest, comes in from UNC Wilmington, has really been able to elevate the team, and this is a Norfolk State team that, in terms of allowing second chances, that's where they can really be hurt, as they are allowing opponents in a roadside shoot court environment to be able to rebound 35.1% of their missed shots. That's big for a South Carolina State team that has had Michael Taylor being able to give out right around about 2.5 assists per contest in the backcourt. He's been able to do a relatively okay job, and that Omar Croxley has been in the program for quite a while. He's able to give you about 7 points per contest. Norfolk State should be able to get quite a few threes. Overall, they're shooting about 35% from the outside. Alan Bentron has been able to shoot north of 40% from three along with Thomas. So I do think that for South Carolina State, they hold in there by being able to hit the glass. I did set my total at 145.5 as a result. I do think that this is going to be a grimier game in which South Carolina State is going to be looking down low for points, so looking at the under, and we'll take the points with South Carolina State, made them a 5.5 point underdog. 36-5-51, 36-5-52. Nichols sits a road face-off against Houston Christian. Houston Christian, an underdog of 7 points. So your total on this game, fighting it at a 150.5 to a 151. Did set my total 159. Looking at the over, Houston Christian in the bottom 20 in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and yet they find themselves in the top 35 in terms of total possessions per game. So this is a team that they give up points and they play fast. That is quite a combination right there, and got a Houston Christian team that they do have a nice primary scorer. Marcus Green, who's been able to give you about 14.5 points per contest, or is in there a little bit over 3 assists, 41% three-point shooter, and you've got a Nichols team that on the flip side, they're still looking to run. Even with the coaching regime change, you've got a pair of guys in Jamal West along Deontay Smith, who have been able to combine for about 29 points per contest. It's a little bit different with Nichols. They're not generating as many steals as they have in the past, so Smith, he still gives you about 2.4 steals per contest, and for that matter, you've got 4 guys on the roster that do generate at least 1 steal per contest, but with Weston Smith, they both shoot 36% from three-point range. Then you've got a 41% three-point shooter, and Jalen White, who's been able to really elevate this team as well, being able to give about a steal and a half, 11 points per contest. I do think that's going to be really tough for Houston Christian to hold in this game because they don't necessarily have a lot down low. It's a Houston Christian team that always has given up the arc as well. It's a bad combination when you have absolutely no rebounding whatsoever, and that is shown in the fact that they allow opponents to be able to rebound 33.5% of their missed shots. That ranks well outside the top 320 in terms of that regard, and this is a Norfolk State team that they themselves can get a little bit carved up from the outside, but I have a lot more faith in them rather than Houston Christian, who they are allowing opponents to shoot 35.3% from three-point range. Meanwhile, Nichols, they actually rank in the top 150 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage at 32.6%, with Houston Christian really not having a lot down low, with them losing so many of their guys from a season ago as well. It's just as creative for a little bit of lack of chemistry, and I do think that this is a very good opportunity for Nichols to be able to take it out on Houston Christian and put up a big number. Semi-total 159. I'm going to be taking a look at this little over, and with Nichols willing to lay up to 8.5 with them. 306-553, 306-554. New Orleans is going to be playing us to Southeast Louisiana. Southeast Louisiana does find themselves as an underdog of 1 to 2 points. Total on this game is 142.5, and with Southeast Louisiana, I did make them the 1.5 point favorite. I'm going to be taking a look at Southeast Louisiana outright on the money line. It is a bunch that should be able to do a solid job down low. I do like what I've been seeing out of Roger McFarland, Swiss Army knife guy with about 7 boards, 13.5 points per game at 6'5", shoots in the mid-30s from three-point range. That really helps out Broden Woodbury, who's been able to give you 5.5 rebounds, really your main low post presence of this team. But then on top of that, Nick Caldwell, right around 6'8", 6'9", has become about a 43% three-point shooter. This is a Southeast Louisiana team that, if you look at the overall defense, it is one of the more inefficient ones in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, 321st. This is a New Orleans team that they've got their warts as well. They've got the best scorer in this game, but they've also got one of the nation's worst defenses in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. They are clocking in at 291st. Now with that scorer in Jordan Johnson, last year he shot 49% from three-point range. Has fallen to 35.8% this season, but it is giving you 21 points, 4 assists, 1.3 steals per game. And then Caleb Wilson-Rouse, who's bounced around quite a bit, he's been able to supply 10.5 points per game. These are the only 2 guys on the roster, though, that give you north of 7.5 points per contest. You really only have one player that gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game. That would be 6'4" Jamon Vincent as well. Now, New Orleans, credit where credit is due. Last year, one of the worst teams at being able to take care of the ball in all of college basketball, down to about 13.2 turnovers per game, which for them is quite an accomplishment. But for Southeast Louisiana, they've got a little bit more facilitation, with Rocco Eastman being able to give you 5 assists, shooting in the mid-30s from three-point range. And this is a Southeast Louisiana team that has really been able to shape up with their defense, giving up 78 points or fewer in 4 of their last 5 games. New Orleans just continues to get gashed in games against Division I foes. This team has now given up at least 75 points in every one of their games since the beginning of the month of December, and for that matter, they have given up at least 70 points to every Division I team that they played thus far this season. So I do think that you're going to be able to get some scoring up there on the board. I did set my total at a 145.5. I'm going to be taking a look at the over and taking Southeast Louisiana outright on the money line. 306.555, 306.556. Loyola Maryland is playing also Lehigh. Lehigh is a favorite of 2 to 2.5 points on the road. Total on this game is anywhere between 137.5 and 138. Did set my total 146.5. Looking at the over, this is a Lehigh team that ranks in the top 40 nationally in terms of total possessions per game. Now, this is not a Lehigh team that necessarily shoots it amazingly by any stretch of the imagination, as you've got two primary scorers, Tyler Whitney-Sidney, coupled with Keith Higgins. They've been able to combine for 29.1 points per contest. Whitney-Sidney shoots 37.5% from three, but all in all, it's a team that turns the ball over 13 times per contest. They shoot 31% from three-point range, and the bigger issue that you do have with Lehigh is the fact that they have only one guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. That'd be Don Pearland, 9.5 points, right around 5.6 rebounds per game, and he's been dealing with a few recent injuries recently as well, which is why I could only set Lehigh as about a 2-point favorite. I'm seeing 32.5 out there. Going to be one. Take those 2.5 with Loyola Maryland, with having Golden Decay down low, being able to give you 7.5 rebounds per game. It is a Loyola Maryland team that has had a tough time being able to take care of the ball. This team is turning the ball over north of 14 times per contest, but you know what Lehigh is not doing? They are not generating turnovers whatsoever, which should be able to help out this team that has had quite a few guys be able to chip in there some outside shooting. Deion Perry has been able to give you about 3.5 assists, 14 points per game, so that should be able to help out. D'Angelo Styles has been able to shoot north of 35% from three-point range. He's chipping in there right around about 10 points per contest as well, and this is a Lehigh team that they're generating turnover on about 16.8% of possessions away from home. That is well outside the top 150, so I do think that for Loyola Maryland, they should be able to have a lot of clean looks there, and they should have a lot of clean looks from the outside, with Lehigh being a team that in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage is 326, allowing opponents to shoot 39.1% from the outside on the road. So I do think that you get a higher scoring affair. Did set by total of 146.5. I'm going to be looking at the over. And with Lehigh, can I make them a 2-point favorite? So here at a 2.5, I'm going to be willing to take those points. 306.557, 306.558. It is Prairie View there on the road facing off against Grambling. Grambling is a 2-point favorite. Your total is 136 to 136.5. I did set Grambling as a underdog of 4.5 points. I'm going to be looking at Prairie View outright on the money line. Grambling went from a top 20 team in the country in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis last year to a bottom 20 team. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. Grambling just getting completely gashed from the outside. Out of 362 D1 teams, 361st, allowing opponents to shoot 42.4% from three-point range. Now, Prairie View is a defense that they're built a little bit more around being able to generate turnovers, things like that, but they have had Charles Smith come in from Old Dominion. He's been able to give the team a double-figure amount of points per game, and for Prairie View, it doesn't sound like much, but they're shooting a lot better from three-point range this year than they did last year at 31.7%. You do have a guy that's able to shoot 57% from the outside, and Chris Felix, who's been able to give you about 11 points per contest, so he's been able to elevate this team a little bit with that regard. Prairie View still generating about 9.8 steals per game, and you've been able to get 2 of those steals from Orlando Horton, not necessarily a guy that's going to give you a ton of scoring, 8 points, 3 rebounds per contest, but he was dealing with injury towards the beginning part of the season. Now he's back to the fold, so reinforcements are there, and this is a Grambling team that does have Jonathan Aku down low. He's been able to give you about 5.8 boards, only about 4 points per contest, but he's been able to help out this team with having Antoine Barnett deal with injury. Perhaps he's able to get out there and is able to give the team a little bit of production. We saw him in his first game against a non-D1 team be able to generate for the team about 9 points, 9 points boards per contest, but still, this is a Grambling team that they only shoot about 28% from three-point range. With their rapid decline in terms of their defense, they need to really have their offense be able to come to the forefront, and it just has not done so. 358th in the country in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, so I do think the Prairie View going to do a nice job turning defense into offense, and with the way that this Grambling defense is just rapidly declined, and the way that Prairie View is in the top 30 in terms of total possessions per game, should get a nice slugfest. Did set my total 144.5, looking at the over, and with Prairie View, going to be looking at them outright on the money line. 306.559, 306.560. It is Kennesaw State. We give our Odellane Kiffin go Owls. They play us to Queens. Queens NC does find themselves as an 8.5 to a 9-point underdog, and your total is 172.5, and did set my total 173.5. Looking at the over, this is a Queens NC team in the top 50 in terms of total possessions per game. Kennesaw State, we give our Odellane Kiffin go Owls. They're in the top 10 with that regard as well, and Queens outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, and Kennesaw State really not all look a lot better. So I did set my line at a 7.5. Here at the 9, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Queens. Queens is going to have a little bit of a tough time matching up with Tyrell Burden in the backcourt. He's been able to give this Kennesaw State team, right around about 4.5 assists per contest. But it's a Kennesaw State team that last year they were one of the better three-point shooting mid-major teams in all of college basketball. With all the losses that they took to South Florida, they're not only shooting about 32.5% from three-point range, they take care of the ball with about 12.5 turnovers per game. And you've had Simeon Kodal be able to come in, be able to give the team right around about 16.5 points per contest. And to the credit of Kennesaw State, they're now generating about 8.5 steals per game. But I do think the Queens NC going to do a nice job of being able to take care of the ball. You've got a pair of guys out there in the backcourt in AJ McKee along with BJ McLaurin, who have both been able to give you double figures. And then Dayton Albury, he's your main facilitator. 4 assists, 16 points per contest with McLaurin and McKee. These guys play off the ball a little bit more, with McLaurin shooting 38% from 3. McKee is your main scorer, 16 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. And while Queens doesn't have as much down low with Gavin Raines still dealing with that injury, they still have been able to get 4.3 rebounds per game or more of their top 3 scores. They've been able to shoot as a collective about 34% from three-point range, and both of these teams truly have been getting quite gashed from the outside. This is a Queens NC team that it just feels like they're struggling in every facet of defense. They are well outside the top 200 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, but not like this Kennesaw State team has necessarily been too intimidating either. They're about 171st in the country in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, so I see a big high-scoring slugfest in this one. Semi-total 173.5. Looking at the over, and at 8+, want to take the points with Queens. 3-6-5-61, 3-6-5-62. It is Incarnate Word playing against the Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi is a 2.5 point favorite. Totals between 148 and 149.5. With Corpus Christi, did make them a 2-point favorite. So here at the 2.5, I'm going to be willing to take the points with Incarnate Word for the Word. The big key is Skywicks, who's been able to give you north of 17 points, 8+ rebounds per game. He has been instrumental for an Incarnate Word team that well outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but they've actually held up with regards to their three-point shooting defense. They are in the top 135 in terms of opponents' three-point shooting percentage, and this is a Texas A&M Corpus Christi team that last year they were relatively good with regards to perimeter. This team was getting just completely destroyed down low, and that seems to be the case once again this year. For this Corpus Christi team, they're actually a top 75 team in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, so very interesting ordeal here. As a result, I do think that it's going to cause both of these teams to go inside, but neither of these teams have been really lighting the world on fire from the outside anyway, so did still semi-total 152. I'm going to be taking a look at the over because you do have a pair of teams that are still pushing quite a bit of tempo. It's a Corpus Christi team that they only shoot about 28% from three-point range, but you've been able to have a pair of guys in Gary Clark along with Deion Wright Ford, who have been able to combine for about 21 points per contest. With Clark, he's been able to give you about 7 boards per contest. And then on the flip side, for Incarnate Word, along with Sky Wicks, you've been able to have Elijah Davis do a nice job being able to dole out the ball. 3.5 assists to 1.5 turnovers per game for Incarnate Word, 15.5 turnovers per game. That's an issue, but you do have this team shooting about 35% from three-point range. Josh Morgan being your top three-point shooter at about 38.5% from the outside, but this team now gets back in the fold. Alex Anderson, two-time transfer from South Alabama and Alabama State. He's been able to really elevate this offense as this Incarnate Word team with him out there on the floor lost by 3 on the road against UT Grand Valley. They won outright against UIC, and then they were able to score 83 points in their last game as well. He's been able to give the team 5 boards, 5.5 assists, 12.5 points per contest. Really does a nice job elevating this backcourt. And then you've got Sean Robinson, who's been able to give you about 5.5 boards, 11 points per game. I do think that with Incarnate Word having many more scoring options, with them being able to exceed 70 points in 2 out of their last 3 games, with Anderson now in the fold, and both of these teams looking to still push some tempo after last season. These were a pair of teams that were some of the least efficient on defense in all of college basketball. I do think that this is going to lead to a higher scoring affair. Corpus Christi still in the top 105 in terms of total possessions per game, so just set my total of 152. Looking at the over and at 2.5 or more, take the points with the Incarnate Word. 3-6-5-63, 3-6-5-64. And it's Texas Southern on the road facing off against Southern, and Southern does find themselves as a favorite of 5 points. Seeing straightforward out there as well. 143 to 143.5 is your total line. With Southern set them as a 5.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number. It is a Southern team that has already knocked off UNLV on the road and Southern Miss. So, I mean, those are 2 pretty impressive non-conference wins on the road right there. And now they go up against a Texas Southern team that is in the bottom 10 nationally in terms of points scored on a per possession basis, shooting 30% from 3, 64% at the free throw line with about 12 turnovers per game. They've been dealing with a little bit of an injury to PJ Henry, and he should be back to fold. He and Jonathan Cisse been able to lead the way with a combined 23.5 points, 4.5 assists per contest. These are the only 2 guys on the roster, though. They're giving north of 8 points per game, and they just have had a lot of guys in and out of the fold, and you're just still waiting for Deion Stroud to really find some consistency. As for Deion Stroud, this guy a few seasons ago over at Fresno State had 12 points, points per game on 35% three-point shooting. He's giving you 5 points on 21% from distance thus far this season, and Texas Southern typically dominates the glass. They don't have a single guy that gives you north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Southern is still a sad and pathetic team with regards to rebound rate. This is one of the worst teams in terms of rebounding in all of college basketball, but that kryptonite is not going to be unearthed. It's a Southern team that they do a nice job of being able to generate 9+ steals per contest as well, so I do think that with Texas Southern really falling on tough times on the glass, out of your 362 Division I teams, this is a Texas Southern team that's 317th in terms of rebound rate, that Southern should be able to dominate this game despite the fact that they're just 361st with this regard. You've had Tavon Joseph be able to give you 19 points, comes in for Bradford, has done a really nice job of being able to elevate this offense. From there, you've got a lot of mixing and matching. From there, you've got quite a few guys that they just give you a steal per contest for a Southern team that they only shoot about 30% from three-point range, but you've got a 35% three-point shooter, Brandon Davis, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points per contest, and I do think that that's going to be enough against a Texas Southern team that's just all sorts of dysfunctional right now, with them having given up north of 70 points in each of their last 5 games, and for that matter, against Division I competition for Texas Southern, they have now given up at least 78 points in each of their last 5 games, and in each of their last 6 games, 77 plus points. So, really interesting ordeal here. I did set my total at a 141.5 just because I do think that Texas Southern going to be a block in defensively, but I think that they continue to struggle offensively. So, looking at the under, and I'm going to be taking a look at Southern, willing to lay up to 5. 306, 565, 306, 566. It is Arkansas Pine Bluff. They play us to Alabama A&M. A&M does find themselves as an underdog of 3.5 points. Total on this game is 167, and for Arkansas Pine Bluff, I did set them as an 8-point favorite. I'm going to be willing to lay the number and set my total at 172. Both of these teams are in the top 50 with regards to possessions per game. Pine Bluff has yet to play a single game under the total, and hard to play unders when you've got Rashad Williams and Kalen Milton being able to combine for 38.7 points, right around 6 assists per contest, and both are shooting north of 40% from 3. Pine Bluff as a collective actually shoots 39.9% from 3-point range. That's a top 25 mark in all of college basketball. Ismail Platt has been able to give you a little bit of rebounding as well with 6.2 rebounds per game. While Pine Bluff doesn't have anyone other than Platt that gives you north of 4.2 rebounds per game, you do have 4 separate guys that do give you north of 4 boards per contest, and for Alabama A&M, they don't have a single player that averages north of 3.7 rebounds per game. You've been able to have Dallin Smith give you 14 points per game, but this is an Alabama A&M team that I think that they're poised for giving up 90 plus in this one. You just take a look at the way that Alabama A&M has been getting completely lambasted on defense, and this team has now given up 78 plus points in all but one of their games thus far this season. There was a game against Georgia Tech where they lost 70-49. That has been the lone exception. This Alabama A&M team is getting killed on the glass. They shoot 26% from 3. They turn the ball over 16 times per contest. They do go up against a Pine Bluff team that they themselves are well outside the top 300 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. So that should allow Alabama A&M to operate a little bit more equally. But they're saying that these two teams are the same on a neutral court. I completely disagree. I'm going to be willing to lay the points with Pine Bluff, made them an 8-point favorite, set my total 172. So also look at the over 306, 567, 306, 568. Eastern Kentucky is going to be playing us to Austin Peay. Austin Peay does find themselves as a underdog of 4.5 points. Total on this game is 142.5, seeing a stray 143.5 out there as well. And at the 143.5, diving in on the under, set by total 142.5. It's an Austin Peay team that does rank in the bottom 40 nationally in terms of total possessions per game, but for Austin Peay, I did set them as a 4.5 point underdog as well. So this is a little bit more of a wait and see. I'm seeing a few straight 4s out there, and at the 4, I'd be willing to lay the number. It is an Eastern Kentucky team that they're allowing opponents to shoot north of 42% from 3-point range. They're dead last in opponent's 3-point shooting percentage, but very interesting for Austin Peay. They've got the top 3-point shooter among qualifying players in percentage from a season ago, DeMarcus Sharp. He's giving the team 17 points, 7 boards, 5 assists, 2.5 steals, and a block per game. He has yet to make a 3 thus far this season. I've never seen anything quite like it. You've got Jamonte Black, who shoots 39.5% from the outside, 12 points per contest, but other than what you're able to get out of Sharp, you don't have a single other guy that really gives you a north of 4.5 rebounds per game. Meanwhile, for this Eastern Kentucky team, you do have Isaiah Cozart, who right now leads all of college basketball in terms of blocks per game, 4.6 blocks, 9.5 boards, 15 points per game for an Eastern Kentucky team that they still do a nice job generating about 8 steals per contest. You've got Michael Moreno, Devontae Blatton, pair of guys that stand north of 6'6", 1 of 5 from 3-point range. Moreno, 8.6 boards, shoots 34.5% 34.5% from three. Blanton chips in there about 14 points per contest as well, and I do think that an Austin Peay team that they've done a relatively solid job with their defense. They're going to meet their match against an Eastern Kentucky team that they do a nice job of swarming, being able to generate those turnovers, and they've been able to score 75 plus in 3 of their last 5 games. I do think that this is a game that gets slowed down, but I do think that Eastern Kentucky, with the way that they generate turnovers and with their main kryptonite not being unearthed in this game, they're going to be able to get it done well in the lay up to 4 with Eastern Kentucky, and set by total 142.5, so at the 143.5 diving in on the under, and looking at Eastern Kentucky laying 4 or less. 3-6-5-69, 3-6-5-70. Lamar is going to be playing against Northwestern St. Northwestern St is a underdog of 10.5 to 11.5 points. Total on this game between 155 and 155.5. Did set by number at 13. I'm going to be willing to lay with Lamar. With Lamar, you don't have that one guy that necessarily gives you north of 3 assists per contest, but they do a good job with really everyone being able to contribute, just pooling all their resources together, as this is a Lamar team that they've got pretty much all of their top 5 scorers being able to dish out the ball. You've been able to have Chris Pryor along with Javion Buckley be able to combine for 6.5 assists per contest, and then Adam Hamilton down low, 11 points, 2 assists, right around 6 rebounds per contest for a team that does shoot 37.5% from 3. Issue that you do have with Lamar, they do turn the ball over about 14 times per contest. That's a little bit unsightly, and Lamar well outside the top 250 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This is a Lamar team, though, that they've been able to do a relatively solid job with regards to their rebound rate. They've got about a 53.5% rebound rate when they are at home, and I do think that they're going to be able to take it to a Northwestern State team that they are one of the worst rebounding teams in all of college basketball. And for that matter, this Northwestern State team outside the top 310 in terms of both points scored and points allowed on a per possession basis, and against a Lamar team that really lets it fly from 3-point range, their lack of ability to be able to guard the 3, that is going to be not so great, as they're allowing opponents to shoot right in the neighborhood about 35% from 3-point range. That is a big giant issue, 256 in all of college basketball. And for Lamar, while they do have a lot of deficiencies on defense, this team at home, they've allowed opponents to only shoot about 32% from distance, so I do think that they're going to be able to maintain and they're going to be able to win the battle with that regard. It's a Northwestern State team that down low, they do have James Sinepps, who's able to give you about 6 boards per game, and it's a Northwestern State team that, to their credit, they don't do the world's worst job of taking care of the ball, but they were supposed to have quite a few guys coming in from the junior college level that either they were just ineligible or they got injured, so as a result, they've been really having to rely upon Cliff Davis for a little bit of everything. 15.5 points, does shoot 40+% from 3-point range. Really nobody else that gives you a north of 5.2 points per contest. Shoots about 33% from distance. So you've had a lot of guys be in and out of the fold for a complete lack of chemistry. And I do think that Lamar takes it to this Northwestern State team and is able to put up a relatively solid number. Did set by total 151. I just don't think that Northwestern State going to do their part with this total. They have scored fewer than 56 points each of their last 3 games against C1 competition. Meanwhile, you do have a Lamar team that they've been rough with their defense, to say the least. They've given up at least 73 points so far in their last 5 games, but I do think that they're going to be able to take it to this Northwestern State team, willing to lay the number, and going to be diving in on the under 3-6-5-71, 3-6-5-72. Florida Gulf Coast plays us in North Florida. North Florida does find themselves as an underdog of 10 points. 141 to 142 is your total line. So Florida Gulf Coast is a 7.5 point favorite. I'm going to be willing to take the points with North Florida. It's a North Florida team that does rank outside the top 275 in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis, but I do think that for James Vanderhuizen, being a 6'9" gentleman that comes in for Bucknell, is able to launch it from 3-point range, and with this Florida Gulf Coast team, really have a tough time being able to guard the perimeter. 343rd in all of college basketball in terms of opponents' 3-point shooting percentage, yet it's going to allow this North Florida team to remain lively, as you've got Chaz Lanier along Dorian James doing a solid job for this team. James is a little bit of a versatile do-it-all player, 8.5 points, 5.5 boards, shooting 41% from 3-point range. Lanier, 41.7% from the outside, Seal and a half, 16 points, 4.5 rebounds per game. For this Florida Gulf Coast team, they should be able to control things down low. You've been able to get right in the neighborhood about 5.5 rebounds per game out of Zach Anderson at 6'9", shooting 49% from 3. I'm sorry, but there's going to be a regression coming in there. And then you've got Keyshawn Kellman, who is more of a traditional low post presence, 1.3 blocks, 7 boards, right around about 12 points per game. But they've been dealing with quite a few injuries. Chase Johnson has not been seen in quite some time. Isaiah Thompson has been out of the fold for quite a while. Did return in that game against Jacksonville at 17 points in 16 minutes. So you do have to think that he is going to be back in relatively full force, but that means that Cyrus Largy, who is really starting to take off, he's probably going to be going back to a reserve role, as he's been averaging just 6 points per contest. And for the North Florida team, certainly offense has been carrying this team, as they have given up 75 plus points in each of their last 4 games against Division I foes. Meanwhile, for Florida Gulf Coast, they have been finding a little bit more offense recently, getting to north of 70 points each of their last 3 games, but it has been a struggle for this team to say the least. But I do think that under Pat Chambers, they've been able to find that offense a little bit more. That'll lead to a little bit of higher scoring affair, but I do think that North Florida, with their ability to pop threes, going to be able to hold in there. Set my total at 145.5, looking at the over, and I'm going to be willing to take anything north of 8 with North Florida. 306.573, 306.574. Alabama State has the road face off against Mississippi Valley State. The Delta Devils are a 10-point home underdog. Total on this game is anywhere between 130 and 131. Mississippi Valley State is scoring about 6 points fewer per 100 possessions than the next worst team in all of college basketball. So I'm going to be taking a look at Alabama State laying up to 11.5 points. Now, you do have one player that has actually been quite good for this Mississippi Valley State team. That'd be Raekwon Brown. He's done a solid job giving the team right around 5 boards, 15 points per game. And I do think that if there is a spot for Mississippi Valley State to be able to score some points, it's here. They're going up against by far the worst defense that they've seen all season long. Alabama State is 271st in all of college basketball in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. It's Madlock squared for them, as you've got Coach Tony Madlock coaching up his son TJ Madlock, who's been able to give you about 15.5 points, 1.8 steals per contest. Doesn't shoot it well from 3-point range, but you do have KJ Hines, who's been able to shoot about 40% from 3-point range, 11 points, 3 boards, 3 assists per contest out of Hines, and then Isaiah Range was missing towards the beginning part of the season. He's emerged as well with about 11 points per contest. Not shooting it quite amazing from 3-point range. This is an Alabama State team, though, that they are able to generate about 9 steals per game. Mississippi Valley State, they're just struggling in every facet of basketball. Averaging 48.2 points per game, 17.7 turnovers per game. They shoot 26% from 3, 57.5% at the free throw line. Now, they've been able to find a little bit more recently out of Areco Gibson. Gibson is out giving you about 9.5 points per contest and is shooting 50% from 3-point range. It's giving the team 13 plus points 3 out of the last 5 games, but you still don't have a single guy that gives you north of 5 rebounds per game. I do think that Mississippi State, they did have their offensive woes be a byproduct of just playing a really, really tough non-conference late end. For Alabama State, they themselves have had some big-time issues being able to put the ball in the basket against D1 competition. This team has been able to break the 70-point plateau just twice this far this season, but I do think that both of these teams are going to emerge. Mississippi Valley State, also a bottom 10 team, turns points allowed on a per possession basis as well. So I did set my total 137.5. I do think the Mississippi Valley State busts through a little bit more with their offense, but Alabama State still takes it to them. Willing to lay with Alabama State, and looking at the overhead, we wrap things up with 306.575, 306.576. You've got North Alabama playing us to Central Arkansas. Central Arkansas, a double-figure underdog. You're going to be catching them anywhere between 10 and 10.5 points. Total on this game is anywhere between 151 to 151.5. That's up my line at 12, so I'm going to be willing to lay with North Alabama. North Alabama is a top 30 team in terms of total possessions per game, and despite the fact that this team has dealt with a few ailments in the backcourt, they're now fully healthy with having Jakari Lane along KJ Johnson being able to do a good job as a 1-2 punch with about 25.5 points per contest. Lane is able to shoot in the mid-30s from 3-point range. Johnson is able to give you about 2 assists per contest, while Lane chips in there 4, and you've got Will Sosi, who's been one of the more underrated shooters at the mid-major level. Only gives you about 6 points per contest, but shoots 53% from 3-point range. You've also been able to get in that neighborhood about 9 points, 5.5 rebounds per game out of Tim Smith, who's been able to shoot north of 40% from 3-point range as well. This is a Central Arkansas team that they've had to really crank down their tempo, deal with some of their top scorers being out of the fold, as they've been having it all season long with regards to their main man from a season ago in Cameron Hunter. He has yet to play thus far this season, and now you've got in and out of the fold Elias Cato, who's been able to give you about 10.5 points. At 6'8", shoots about 38% from 3-point range, so that's a big issue for a Central Arkansas team that ranks 341st in all of college basketball in terms of 3-point shooting defense, which is the bread and butter of this North Alabama team. Now, you've been able to get quite a bit more production out of Tucker Anderson, been able to contribute about 13.5 points, shoots 37% from 3, and all in all, it is a Central Arkansas team that they do shoot north of 34% from 3-point range. They do go up against a North Alabama team that has been hot and cold with regards to their defense in terms of points allowed on a per possession basis. This team is well outside the top 200. They're allowing opponents to be able to knock down north of 35% of their threes, and been able to get a little bit more down low in terms of the 8.5 rebounds out of Ogabazi Etom as well. But that said, for Central Arkansas, I do think that they're going to get cash from 3-point range. North Alabama, they're certainly going to give up their threes as well. So I did set my total on 158, looking at the overhand with North Alabama. Southern was a 12-point favorite, so I'm going to be willing to lay the number, and that will wrap things up for the Saturday edition of Coast to Coast Hoops, now part of the VSiN family podcast. If you do like hearing from this fine podcast, Coast to Coast Hoops, you're able to subscribe wherever you get podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Google Play, Spotify, Stitcher, and TuneIn. If you have a question, comment, segment idea, what have you for this podcast, do have one of 2 ways we offer those in. First one is my Twitter /X timeline at @Jaden_41. Keep in mind, line letters EM, they mean does not matter. So as per usual, please do send these in the timeline. Otherwise, find an Apple Podcast review. If you rate this podcast 5 stars, it is very much appreciated. From there, you're able to fire in whatever you'd like to hear on this podcast via that 5-star review coming at you guys every single day throughout the college basketball season. That means I'm coming at you once again tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in.